And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. I am here. Hope you are. The session has commenced and your company is required. So all matters Nigeria related up for discussion. Your opinion is sought. And if you want to give that opinion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard on your screen and you'll be held in a waiting room. And as soon as I've read out the talking points, then I shall just bring you onto the screen and sample your opinion. It's an open microphone session. This is what I usually say. And the open microphone, the open invitation is the link that says StreamYard on your screen. Click on that and you would appear on the screen as well to voice your opinion. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chief Failedto kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there you heard it from the Kegites. Ikuko Niruagbeshe, has there ever been a greater prayer than that? May death have nothing to do with us, at least until we're old and decrepit. So may death not ever have anything to do with us. As guys, I bring you this. Nnamdi Kanu's American lawyer, Bruce Fein, asks Ejiofor to withdraw. Let me start that again. Nnamdi Kanu's American lawyer, Bruce Fein, asks Ejiofor to withdraw from IPOB leaders' legal team immediately. So this is a breaking story. Quite what led to that, I have absolutely no idea what this headline is about. So we'll discover it together. But again, the headline intrigues. Nnamdi Kanu's American lawyer Bruce Fein asks Ejiofor to withdraw from IPOB leaders' legal team immediately. So what emboldens the American to be so audacious? We'll find out soon enough. Nigerian government gives reasons for poor power supply. So after having spent about 80 billion just in this administration alone, and dollars that is, after spending $80 billion on this power sector, the only thing that they've bought is darkness for Nigeria and Nigerians. So quite why that is the case, the excuses come rolling in. Nigerian government gives reasons for poor power supply. So quite what the reasons are after that monumental spend, we'll find out just shortly. So this, we were waiting in anticipation. We thought it would never happen, but it looks as though it might well happen. Federal government approves extradition of Abba Kyari to face charges in the United States. So the Abokis now cutting loose one of their own, something we thought they would never do because we thought they always circle wagon wrongdoing in their clan. but it looks as though the might of America holds sway again. And I think this is coming off the back of what is going on in the Ukraine. The world has no patience for nonsense anymore, and their bookies quickly yield. Federal government approves extradition of Abba Kyari to face charges in the United States. So there it is right there. And still on that space, why we initiated extradition process against Abba Kyari, federal government. So Abubakar Malami, the looter leading that space, are still on Abba Kyari. Nigerian Drug Agency NDLEA slams 8 charges against disgraced DCP Abba Kyari, 6 others. So that is Abba Kyari. So now this story, the next one here, is a story that I've been seeing in the headlines with regularity over the last 3-4 weeks, but I've never really brought it to the platform for no other reason that it's just never really made the cut. I tried to bring it once actually, but whether we really anyway, we're going to it now. Is this man? You recall this man in okay, let me give you the headline and then you know where we're going. Let me give you the headline, and if the body of the story doesn't give you the preamble to whatever it is they have to say, then I'll fill in the gaps. Our court remands Oduduwa University owner RAHMAN ADEDOYIN over death of OAU student. So a post-grad student lodged in this guy's hotel, and the guy went in alive and came out dead. So mysteries around that has led to the arrest of the owner of the hotel. So quite what is in play there. You just have to be patient for just a little while longer. But again, let me tease you with the headline. Our court remands Oduduwa University owner RAHMAN ADEDOYIN over death of OAU student. So quite what that is all about, we'll find out just shortly. 2 headlines on that narrative. ADEDOYIN 6 others are arraigned for alleged murder of OAU POSTGRAD. So we go through both and see hopefully if they don't repeat. If they do repeat, then we abandon it. So still in the power sector, Nigeria opens bidding for 4 gigawatt nuclear plant. So it looks as though the nuclear option is being explored. This is something that should have been explored a long time ago. And Babangida had been talking about this even in the times that he was vying to become civilian president, to say that, look, this is an easy solve, just get nuclear plants. But it looks as though Nigeria now looking to open up that space and even take bids for it. Nigeria opens bidding for 4 gigawatt nuclear plant. So quite what that is all about, we find out shortly. We find this out shortly as well. House of Representatives delegations arrive Romania, supervises evacuation of Nigerian from Ukraine. So they are using that Ukrainian space to get a bit of a stacked again. Any opportunity is an opportunity for looting. Nigeria has ambassadors they have an ambassador in Romania tasked with this particular sort of job. So quite what the rep members are doing there, we don't know, but they went there in their numbers to go and rescue people from Ukraine. Quite what MALLAM Bantuti knows about what is going on there, we don't know. But Esther Code, of course, now, another round of dollar looting. What's the package for that? That's another what? 10, 15, $20 million spend on that. 2023, I am contesting to make our children's future great. Tinubu giving justification to why he has thrown his heart into the ring. Why I want to be Nigeria's president, Tinubu. So that is the list. So kick back, lean back, as I said, take it easy. Click on the subscribe button and click on the like button as well. Those are the only 2 things that you can do to support the platform. And you don't have to dust the cobwebs of your wallet to do that. It's free of charge. So do the click-ins, and as you go about do the click-ins, let me entertain you with a little bit of a musical interlude. We go to the east, put on your dancing shoes as we partake in another Python dance.
Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi bu onyedu aimo. O Mary wone nizu biroya. Abba Kyari, Mamanda Hora, Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi.
So there you heard it, voices from the east, the sons of the rising sun. Nnamdi wins the war, they insist. And by the way, if you have music from your culture that you'd like us to play as part of the intro, then just send it to me via Instagram and I will have a look at it. Just a short little caption, no longer than two minutes at the most. So if you have like a short little, especially northern music or music from the creeks, or even Yoruba music, if it's a drum-based, if it's traditional drum-based. So we want that because we seem to only have Eastern music as part of as our intro. So music from your culture, that's my Instagram link on the screen there in the comment section. So if you want us to play any music from your culture, then just send it to me via Instagram. So Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Nnamdi Kanu's American lawyer, Bruce Fein, asks AGO4 to withdraw from IPOB's IPOB leaders' legal team immediately. Bruce Fein, the American lawyer of the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has written to Ifeanyi Ejiofor, a member of Kanu's legal team, urging him to immediately refrain from representing the agitator. In the letter obtained by correspondent, Fein noted that Ejiofor was not eligible to defend Kanu against the Nigerian government's amended charges in court, citing a pending lawsuit instituted by a businessman against Ejiofor over an alleged fraud of 5.6 million naira. Fein pointed out that Ejiofor had a case to answer and that the allegations were not concocted by the Nigerian government to preempt his representation of Nnamdi Kanu. The American lawyer, therefore, urged Ejiofor to immediately withdraw from Kanu's legal team. The letter reads, "How can you be blind to what all the world can see and understand? According to public record, you have a blatant conflict of interest in representing Nnamdi Kanu to defend against the federal government of Nigeria's amended charges in the Federal High Court of Nigeria, Abuja Judicial Division, holding in Abuja," and then it goes on to give the case number, "in violation of Rule 10 of the Nigerian Rules of Professional Conduct. The public record shows you have a conflicting interest to sabotage Kanu's defense in exchange for leniency or a pardon in the pending fraud prosecution against you in the FRN versus Ifeanyi Ejiofor and two others charges at the FCT High Court, Maitama, before Honorable Justice M.E. Enini. The next hearing in your prosecution is scheduled for March the 30th, 2022. The public record establishes that the fraud charges were not concocted by the federal government of Nigeria to preempt your representation of Nnamdi Kanu. The record shows the charges were triggered by a complaint by a private businessman with no political or other ulterior motive to defame or handicap you, or Opala Camus Ikechukwu. Amongst other things, he stated in a complaint to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission that you defrauded him of 5.6 million naira by conspiring to represent forged land or title documents as authentic, not as authentic. Nothing in the public domain demonstrates that you shared your conflict of interest with Nnamdi Kanu and received his knowing or voluntary written consent to represent him notwithstanding the conflict. You are saddled with a professional and personal duty to recuse yourself immediately from further representation of Nnamdi Kanu and to apologize for your neglect to do so earlier. As the Bible preaches, Matthew 6:24, no one can serve two masters. I expect you to do the right thing. So there it is. It's a drama a minute within the Eastern space. I saw that story just the last minute as I was playing the songs to intro the something. This is when this story caught my eye, and I thought I would immediately bring it to your attention. So conflict of interest, apparently, allegedly, this is now what it is. It's just, there's always just one curiosity, one unusualness or the other going on in that space. So now this guy now at the behest of the mercy of the Nigerian state, but preening and peacocking that is defending Nnamdi Kanu. So that is the narrative, the latest installment from the East. Pardon me. So on to the next. The Nigerian government gives reason for poor power supply. The federal government has said the low water level in the hydro dams is to blame for the poor power supply in the country. The Minister of Power, Abubakar Aliyu, explained that the dry season has resulted in the reduction of hydro capacity of the dams. Aliyu cited this on Thursday in Abuja during the State House ministerial briefing. I would like to discuss the increased load shedding you may have observed in Abuja and other areas of the country. With the reduction in hydro capacity during the dry season, additional loads need to be taken up by our gas plants, he said. The minister also disclosed that the ongoing maintenance work in some power plants around the country also contributed to the reduced power supply. We are having maintenance work in the eastern axis around Odupami, leading to reduced power supply from the usually reliable NDPHC Calabar power plant, and we are having challenges at Okolama gas station linked to a Farm 6 power plant, he said. We are working with NNPC and other gas suppliers also to improve the pressure on the western axis, and that is precluding this unit from reaching optimum supply. These challenges are surmountable. So essentially, the dry season is what. So it's just the most ludicrous thing after all the countless billions of dollars that especially this Buhari administration had spent on this thing. They are telling us dry season is leading to power outage, darkness in Nigeria. So we are going to always have dry seasons in Nigeria. Did they not know this, and what facilitation did they make for this? And all the countless billions of dollars, could that not insulate that? It's just a ludicrousness and a ridiculousness, but the ludicrousness and ridiculousness, the narrative of the Nigerian state. So, ludicrousness and ridiculousness. Oh, let me just move this next to it because this is a similar story. So let me bring you now still the second story on the power situation. Nigeria opens bidding on 4 gigawatt nuclear plant. The Nigerian government has launched a tender for the country's first nuclear power plant, a 4-reactor plant with a total output of 4 gigawatts, about a third of the country's present installed generating capacity. The announcement was made on Tuesday by Yawu Idris, the Director General of the Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Agency, while speaking at the Nigerian International Energy Summit in Abuja. Correspondent report. He dismissed concerns that Nigeria lacks the experience to oversee the construction of a nuclear plant, saying there were mechanisms in place that ensure any country that can build a nuclear plant. In the past, Nigeria has been in talks with Russia Nuclear Energy Rosatom. In 2016, it was reported that the government, pardon me, in 2016, it was reported that the government had agreed to go ahead with an 80 billion plan to build 4 power plants, and in October 2017, Rosatom agreed a 10 billion build, operate, transfer deal for the Gerugu plant in Niger River. None of these plans came to fruition, and other cooperations and training agreement has since been signed with Pakistan, France, and South Korea. So look at that. We're looking for power plants, and it's Pakistan we're going to. Germany, they don't know how to do it, or they that know everything about our science. France, they don't. France is there. England, this people that are steady and trustworthy. America is Pakistan that will come and install nuclear plants for Nigeria. So this is it, the Islamification, and it's just a nonsense. So that's 10 billion. They've already pocketed that. Another speaker at the summit pointed out that the Nigerian system was more in need of greater transmission and distribution capacity than extra generation. The World Bank ranked Nigeria 171 out of 190 countries in distributing electricity, and the failures of the system are seen as one of the main drag sectors of Africa's biggest economy. Ife Oluwa Oyedele, the executive director of the Niger Delta Power Holding Company, said the system could only hold 5 gigawatts of electricity at any one time, and a better strategy for the future might be to bypass the grid and supply power directly to industrial clusters. Nigeria is a member of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and as such is required to strictly adhere to the requirements for bids, which are designed to ensure that the successful bidder has the necessary competence for licensing, construction, commissioning, and operation of a nuclear plant. So the nuclear option now being explored, of course, this is something that is where all the spend should have gone. Nuclear and gas propelled. So forget the hydro dams. Just look for nuclear and gas propelled. And the Director General of the Niger Delta Holding something, he's exactly right. This grid system it doesn't work for Nigeria because the distribution system is not there. So you have to localize it and just locally pump the electricity to the area where it is being generated, and then put the excesses on the grid, which then the grid might be able to handle. Because if they're putting everything on the grid at the moment and then redistributing it to localities, so the wrong way round. But then, of course, everything in Nigeria the wrong way round. Federal government approves extradition of Abba Kyari to face charges in the United States. President Muhammad Buhari-led government on Thursday approved the United States' request to extradite the detained commander of the Police Intelligence Response Team, Deputy Commissioner of Police, Abba Kyari. Abubakar Malami, Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, who made this known in an application filed before the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court in Abuja, said the United States request that Kyari should be extradited over alleged $1.1 million wire fraud involving Abbas Rahman, aka Hush Puppy, and 4 others. Correspondents gathered that the application marked blah 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 and filed under the Extradition Act was necessitated by a request by the diplomatic representatives of the United States Embassy in Abuja. It could be recalled that the Federal Bureau of Investigation FBI Special Agent Andrew Innocenti had alleged that Hush Puppy contracted services of Kyari after a co-conspirator, Chibuzo Vincent, allegedly threatened to expose the alleged $1.1 million fraud committed against a Qatari businessman. Innocent T, who said he obtained voice calls and WhatsApp conversations between Kyari and Hush Puppy, had also alleged that the latter paid the police officer 8 million naira or $20,600 for the arrest and detention of Vincent. However, the United States Attorney's Office at the Central District of however, the United States Attorney's Office at the Central District of California had ordered the FBI to arrest Kyari almost a year ago. Meanwhile, Kyari had taken to Facebook on July the 29th, 2021 to deny the allegations, but he later deleted the post after editing it about 12 times. The Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba, had recommended the suspension of Kyari, which Police Service Commission carried out on July the 31st, 2021. The police boss had on August the 2nd, 2021, constituted the Special Investigation Panel headed by the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the Force Criminal Investigation Department, Joseph Egbunike, to probe the allegations. The findings of the probe panel were transmitted to the AGF office, which is responsible for matters regarding extradition, repatriation, and transfer of suspects or wanted persons. On Thursday, the AGF said the offense in respect of which Kyari's extradition was requested is not political, nor is it trivial. If surrendered, Kyari will not be prejudiced at his trial and will not be punished, detained, or restricted in his personal liberty by reason of his race, nationality, or political opinion. Part of the application reads, Kyari is the subject of an indictment. So essentially, Kyari to be surrendered essentially is what they're saying there. So while we initiated extradition process against Kyari federal government, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami has explained the decision by the federal government to initiate extradition proceedings against Kyari before the Federal High Court in Abuja. In a statement on Thursday by his spokesman, Dr. Umar Gwandu, Malami said, as you are aware, extradition is a process that involves a multifaceted component. The components are usually multi-territorial, international, local, and judicial. Submission of request from the concerned party to the relevant authorities constitutes one of the components. The Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice received the extradition request in respect of the officer in question. After thorough studies and reviews of issues regarding the application and components thereof, the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice processed the application and forwarded same to relevant authorities for further necessary action, the AGF said. So there it is, and short and to the point. It looks as though they're about to give him up. But why? But who gets first dibs? Which is the greater crime? Nigerian Drug Agency, NDLEA, slams 8-count charges against disgraced DSP Abba Kyari, 6 others. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) has slammed an 8-count hard drug trafficking charge against the disgraced and suspended Deputy Commissioner of Police, Abba Kyari. Abba Kyari was charged with the criminal offences alongside 4 other senior police officers and 2 civilians. The charges marked blah 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 is filed at the Federal High Court in Abuja and signed by Mr. Joseph Sunday, NDLEA Director, Prosecution and Legal Services. Those charged alongside Abba Kyari are Assistant Commissioner of Police ASP Sunday Ubau, Assistant Superintendent of Police ASP Bawa James, Inspector Simon Agirigba, Inspector John Nuhu, etc., etc. In one count, Abba Kyari and others, all of the intelligence response team, were said to have between January the 19th and the 25th, 2022, dealt in 17.55 kilograms of cocaine and committed an offense contrary to and punishable under Section 14B of the Natural Drug Law Enforcement Agency Act, laws of the Federation of Nigeria. Correspondents earlier reported that a human rights lawyer, Effiong, urged the NDLEA to stay action in filing charges against Abba Kyari. On Wednesday, the Attorney General of the Federation, Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami, filed an application before the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court in Abuja for Kyari's extradition. Okay, so this tails into... So there it is, the file charges against him. So that is Kyari. So now we go to this Oduduwa University space. Court remands Oduduwa University owner RAHMAN ADEDOYIN over death of OAU student. The Oshogbo Division of the Osun State High Court on Thursday remanded RAHMAN ADEDOYIN and 6 other suspects over the death of Timothy Adegoke. Mr. Adedoyin and other defendants are standing trial on an 11-count charge bordering on conspiracy, murder, attempted felony, unlawful interference with a dead body, altering an intent to destroy evidence. They all pleaded not guilty to the charges. The presiding judge, also the chief judge of Osun, Adepele Ojo, overruled a bail application by the defense counsel and ordered that the defendant be remanded at the Elisha Correctional Center. She urged all counsels to ensure a speedy trial of the case within a short stipulated time and adjourned the case till March the 4th. Ms. Ojo therefore said the application for bail by the 7th defendant would be heard on March the 4th, 2022, while the judge ordered all defendants be remanded at the Elisha Correctional Center. The other defendants are, and then it goes on to give the name. Correspondents had earlier reported, so I'll give you, there's a link to the story preceding this, so I'll give you that story when I read this out in full, after I've read this out in full. Correspondents had earlier reported that Timothy Adegoke, a postgraduate student of Obafemi Awolowo, lodged at Hilton Hotel and Resorts, owned by Mr. Adedoyin, on November the 5th to sit for an examination at the university in Osun State. Mr. Adegoke was later declared missing by his relatives, his body found dead and buried in a shallow grave near the hotel. His body was found mutilated. Mr. Adedoyin's son, Rohim Adedoyin, a prime suspect of the alleged murder, is still on the run. The Force Criminal Investigation Department of the Nigerian Police in Abuja dropped charges against Mr. Adedoyin after Femi Falana, the lawyer representing the family, requested that the case be transferred to Osun State. So let me just give you that case. Hopefully it's not a long-winded one. So let me give you that case. Police arrest Odudua University owner over ritual killing of OAU students. The police have arrested Odudua University owner RAHMAN ADEDOYIN over the death of Timothy Adegoke, a postgraduate student of the Obafemi Awolowo University. Mr. Adedoyin owns a Hilton Hotel and Resort, a facility Mr. Adegoke lodged in. Mr. Adegoke lodged in the hotel on November the 5th to sit his examination at the OAU Distance Learning Center in Moro, Osun. The student was declared missing 2 days after lodging into the hotel and was later found dead. The student's body was found mutilated with parts of his body buried near the hotel, according to the deceased family. An Islamic cleric who allegedly oversaw the ritual, an Islamic cleric who allegedly oversaw the ritual, left with the victim's phone, which was later tracked by authorities and led to his arrest. The police command in Osun said in a statement that it had arrested 6 people linked to Mr. Adegoke's death. A police spokeswoman in Osun, Yemisi Opalola, announced Mr. Adedoyin was arrested on November the 15th. According to the statement, Mr. Adedoyin is undergoing interrogation in connection with the case whilst the police await an autopsy report from the hospital. The command commended the public, especially the bereaved family, students, and OAU authorities, for their patience to allow the police to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. So, ritual killing by Mr. Big from the hotel. This is the narrative there. So I'll skip the next story, which is linked to this one, and I'll go on to the one that comes after that. House of Representatives delegations arrive Romania, supervises evacuation of Nigerians from the Ukraine. A House of Representatives delegation on Thursday arrived in Romania to oversee and assist in the evacuation of Nigerians from the Ukraine. The group, which was led by the House leader Al-Hassan Ado Doguwa, was received on arrival by officials of the Nigerian mission in the area. Special Advisor on Media and Public Affairs to the Chairman, House Committee on Foreign Affairs, Inkem something or the other, made this known in a statement. He said, the lawmakers who departed the country yesterday after very close monitoring of the degenerating situation in the last few days, through which they maintained close contacts with officials of the Foreign Ministry, the Nigerian missions in Ukraine, and other areas, as well as the fleeing Nigerian nationals, were received on arrival by officials of the Nigerian mission in the area. The delegation was subsequently led to meet with Nigerian evacuees who were already at the airport awaiting the first flight that would leave for Nigeria. However, during their interaction with the Nigerians, who were mostly students, the delegation conveyed the House's goodwill and expressed confidence that the conflict will end soon. The House, during plenary last week, with Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila, had made a resolution mandating Ado Doguwa and the Chair House Committee on Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Baba Yakub, to visit Ukraine and ensure Nigerians who want to return home are supported. According to Channels Television, already more than 2,000 Nigerians have been received by Nigerian missions in countries like Slovakia, Romania, Poland, and Hungary. The first batch of evacuees are expected to land in the country later in the day. Officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs put the number of Nigerians in the Ukraine at 5,600. So there it is right there. We go to Tinubu. I am contesting to make our children's future great. Tinubu speaking. We may well make this the last one. So we make this the last one and then we come into the room to see who is available. Our former governor of Lagos State and presidential aspirant Asiwaju Bola Tinubu said on Thursday that Nigeria needed a competent leader who could unite the people, tackle insecurity, and rejig the debilitating economy, and as well benefit the masses this time around. Tinubu, who was in Ekiti State as part of ongoing consultation for the 2023 presidential election, said that he decided to consult with traditional rulers before declaring because the enormous respect he placed on culture and tradition. He said, pardon me, now let me just have a, my voice is somewhat going. He said, I am contesting this race to renew the hope and make sure the future. He said, I am contesting this race to renew the hope and make sure the future great. So that's how it's written. That's not me misreading it. So I'm reading it verbatim. So he said, I am contesting this race to renew the hope and make the future great for our children. So, yes, I was misreading it. He said, I was contesting this race to renew the hope and make the future great for our children. For Nigeria to stand united and develop, we require patience and wisdom. We have to be united. That is the only way we can be great. It was carnival-like at the palace of the Iwi of Ado Ekiti, Oba Adeyemo Adejugbe, as people gathered for hours, singing, dancing, and praising the All Progressive Congress national leader to high heavens as they awaited his arrival to meet with the revered monarch. Tinubu, accompanied by the Ekiti State Deputy Governor, Bisi Agbeyemi, who said he represented Governor Kayode Fayemi and top brass of the Southwest agenda for Tinubu 2023, led by Senator Dayo Adeyeye, earlier met with the Ekiti State Council of Traditional Rulers at their chambers in the capital city. He said, we have struggled for democracy and today we have democracy, but we are not stable yet. There is insecurity, hopelessness, lack of education, and suffering in the land. By now, we should have good farming system and opportunities to produce for other nations to buy. We are here to answer the call of our children for educating them the right way so that we can live a Nigeria that is united, prosperous, and abundant for them. We chose democracy and we must not fail in this task. That was why we formed the APC based on principles. I want to tell you that Nigeria needs serious change. I knew how Lagos was when I took over, and we have never failed any election. There must be continuity in government for progress to be attained. I was the first governor in Nigeria to start paying the WAEC fees of secondary school students. I shall do it again as president. Tinubu, who said he had been on Nigeria's project since the 70s, said, I was with MKO Abiola in Social Democratic Party. I was a senator before he came out. I was the youngest senator of that era. I was about becoming director of finance of ExxonMobil, but I rejected it. I said I wanted to serve Nigeria. They gave me leave of absence to go and do politics for 4 years and come back. But I only spent 2 years as a senator when the military came and terminated our tenure. I had an option, which was to go back and enjoy at ExxonMobil, but I decided that I would fight for Nigeria. We believe that there must be democracy in Nigeria, there must be freedom, and there must be opportunities. We joined hands with Professor Wole Soyinka, Chief Anthony Enahoro, and others. Governor Kayode Fayemi was in the University of London then, brilliant, and he joined the struggle. He worked so hard. In fact, he's an excellent man. So, looking at all this, we should all know that this democracy must not fail. We have to collaborate, unite, and promote ourselves instead of fighting. We all see what is happening in the Ukraine today. We don't need such experience here. We must elevate our technology and make use of available opportunities to develop Nigeria, and that is what we are coming to do, he said. Swaga National Chairman Senator Adeyeye, who said Tinubu had made great investment in the development of Ekiti State in terms of human resources, said uh, that APC is in Ekiti today is traceable to God and Tinubu. He struggled for it and restored progressive politics here. He had made many Ekiti people commissioners, special advisors, and local government chairmen in Lagos. Tinubu honored our own hero in Ekiti, Adekunle Fajoyi, by building a house for him. He had helped so many people, including myself. Tinubu brought a paradigm shift to Lagos governance. In fact, he's a miracle worker. As a governor of Lagos State, he was ranked first, and no wonder he remained the last man standing when the then Alliance for Democracy lost grip in the Southwest. That was why many of us dragged him into the presidential race to replicate what he had done in Lagos at the national level. Nobody can stand shoulder to shoulder out of all the presidential aspirants across party lines with him. He is the best builder of men in the history of Nigeria. This is the best man at this moment to rule Nigeria, Adeyeye said. The traditional council chairman and the Onisan of Isan Ekiti, Oba Ayodele Adejuwon, who said there was nothing wrong with Tinubu's aspiration to be president, said the constitution permitted every qualified Nigerian to aspire for any position, saying God will help you realize your ambition. So just note that there is nothing wrong with you aspiring to be president. The constitution permits it, and God bless you. So that was what the king in Ekiti State said. So that then tells us that Fayemi is nothing an ambition. Speaking at his palace, the Iwi of Ado Ekiti, Oba Adeyemo, who appreciated Tinubu for teaching people how to fish and for his exploits in Lagos State, said, "That is why I believe you, Tinubu, when you said you would turn the situation in Nigeria around for good." So there it is, Tinubu. There's one more Tinubu story, but I think it might well just be a repetition of what we have already said. Is that, yes, no, that is his visit to the palaces in Ekiti State. So, Thomas, I see you, or Mercy Thomas, as you have now redubbed yourself. Ajale Koko, I see you. Engineer, I see you. And Charlie Boy, I see you. So good to see you, gentlemen. So let me come quickly to you first, Thomas, and take you then to that space of the ritual. Oh, this your system is so heavy. Is there a way of dialing it down a little bit? But go to the space of the ritual killing in Osun State, this postgraduate student. You have been following that story, so give us a build up to it and then your opinion on it, so, but condense it a little bit. Thomas, good to see you.
Please. Good evening, one man. Uh, it's good to see you guys. It's another day. We thank God for giving us the opportunity to be alive. I've been following the story, one man. Do you want me to tell the story a bit, or do you know the story because I've been following from day one, or just my
If you
contribution?
can, if you can give just a very short build up and then give us your contribution. So just give us a snapshot of it, not a detailed long. Yeah,
Yes, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. No problem. Yeah, the guy is he lodged to that hotel, Hilton Hotel in Ife. He's a postgraduate student of OAU. So he lodged at the hotel. The following day, they couldn't find him. The wife called him. They couldn't find him. They couldn't find anything. So they were bothered that what has happened to this guy. So the wife already know that he went to school for an exam from Abuja. So they have been calling him, they couldn't get him. Then later on, the family were worried. Then the wife tried to contact him, they couldn't contact him. Then the wife called the family, some of the family member went to Ile-Ife, they couldn't find anything. Later on, the wife saw one of the receipts of this hotel, the previous receipt they have been issued from this hotel. So they said maybe he lodged in same hotel. So they went to this hotel owned by this RAHMAN ADEDOYIN. When they got there, they said they didn't see the guy. The guy didn't lodge in their hotel. So they were worried. What's going on? They went to the police, report to the police. On checking the account of the guy in the bank, what he withdrew from the bag, how he went about in Ife, they discovered that he paid someone, a female, a lady. They couldn't know who is the lady, so the bank gave them the details of the lady. So they find out the lady he paid is one of the staff in this hotel. So they went back to the hotel that, are you so 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 so? She said yes. This same guy that we are looking for, you said you didn't see him, he didn't lodge in your hotel, but now this same guy paid you. And the lady said, I will confess. Said, what happened? He said the guy wanted to pay them from the to swipe his card to pay for his lodge, but the
So
card
sorry,
didn't go through.
sorry, Thomas. Let me just summarize it. The situation was that this guy was a postgraduate, Adegoke. He was a postgraduate student doing distance learning. So he had to sit an exam. He ended up at a hotel called Hilton in Ife. This hotel was owned by a Rahman guy. And the last known space that this guy was in that hotel. So subsequently, they couldn't reach this guy anymore. So they were able, they reported it to the police as a missing person, and through his phone, they were able to trace his phone to some Islamic cleric slash Babalawo guy, who then through that, they were able to then discover that that guy did lodge in that hotel. And then they then went to that hotel and they got the CCTV. And in that CCTV, they could visually see these Adedoyin and others, the owners of the hotel and other people, go into this guy's room, and then they came out with a calabash type thing, and then subsequently got rid of the dead body. So what they had done was to kill this guy, bleed his body, harvest his body, bleed his body for blood, harvest it for body parts, and then they went and buried him in a shallow grave near the space. So this story is the preamble. This got the attention of the police, and Femi Falana somewhat intervened, and it almost looks as though the guy was going to get away with it. But the case has now been transferred to Osun State, and it looks as though the book is going to be thrown at this guy. So that's the backdrop. So, Thomas, your
Yeah,
thought.
so the case was taken to Abuja, and Femi Falana fought for it that Abuja
Yeah,
didn't
no,
have
no,
the jurisdiction.
no. I've done all that. Just go to your thoughts because I don't want
So
it to stretch out.
yes, so now, woman, it's very pathetic. This man owned an hotel, he owned a polytechnic, he has an university in the US, he has a university in Nigeria, he has so many businesses flaunting money around. I saw so many videos of him spraying money in the party, spraying money everywhere. And now it's alleged that they killed this guy. And when they exhume the corpse, they find the same clothes of the hotel, the bed sheet of the hotel on this guy. And this hotel claimed they didn't see this guy. So even though, let's assume that somebody died in your hotel, maybe accidentally, or maybe we can die anywhere. Anybody can die anywhere. But even if this guy die in your hotel, and even if you don't have anything to do with his death, what is the next thing for you to do? Go to the police station. and report the case. Somebody sleep in our hotel in the morning. We couldn't, because later on we get so many theory that this guy had a girlfriend with her. They have a marathon this thing. The guy used Viagra. Is because of the Viagra and the marathon this thing that this guy had with the lady that killed her. But why do you have to go and bury her in a shallow grave? So I am hoping, I think I'm hoping this family of this guy will get justice, because this ritual of thing is so rampant now. It's so common everywhere. You see, we heard of the story of those four guys that cut the head of their girlfriend, turning the head for ritual. So many rituals going on. I hope this guy will get justice at the end, because Nigeria, no justice anywhere in Nigeria. If we get justice in Nigeria, is God will really help us in that country to get justice for all the victims. And so many people have even came out that their kids, their child get missing in this same university, Oduduwa University. They couldn't even find what killed them, what happened at the long run. I'm just hoping that if this man and the family, they will get justice at the end, because we can't keep on doing this. Even to lodge in an hotel now, it's even scary for people to lodge in an hotel, because you don't know what is going to happen to you.
Thomas, there's a Yoruba artist from Ondo State called Orlando Owo.
Yes,
In one of his songs, he said, "Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló ń ṣe big man lóde, iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ wọn ò ṣe rí." So
then
this guy is a long-standing, dyed-in-the-wood, satiated, marinated, cooked and baked ritualist to the core. Because I've been following this story. They killed that guy. They bled his. The police got the CCTV from that hotel. They killed that
yes,
guy. They bled the body for blood. They harvested the body for parts, and they buried him in the thing. And this is a guy now, one of the leading figures, public figures in Osun State. This Rahman Adedoyin, who will go to the scene, and Sonny Ade, he will be throwing dollars at Sonny Ade. They will say, yes, he's a businessman. You see that title, businessman, it should be interrogated in Nigeria, because it covers a
it's a
multitude of
criminal
things.
title.
The ritualist, the armed robber, the drug dealer, the 419er, the gangster, the Orisa, the Orisos, they are all under that tag, businessman. What is the meaning of that? The meaning of that is a
And
student that goes to sit an
importing and
exam,
exporting.
and
And they will
and
say
his
they are,
body gets have.
they are importing and exporting. One man, they said 12 o'clock in the midnight, this man, Adedoyin, the elder son of him, and one of the staff in the university entered the room of this guy, and they came out with this calabash, and later on they saw them carrying the corpse out, wrapped with with something, and bury this guy in the shallow grave. So one man, if you see them driving big cars, driving this, driving, woman, it's just pathetic. This guy is the breadwinner of the house. I saw the poor parents. You still have parents, the mother is still there, the father is still there, the three kids, the wife, the family. And this woman, what baffles me is Nigerian police, we have problem, one man. This man, the first time they took this man to court, this guy came in his jeep, in his Prado jeep, to the court in Abuja. If it is normal person on the road that doesn't have money, they will put chain on you. They will handcuff you to the court. Everybody will see you. They will shame you. But this guy, they brought him in his Prado jeep to the court. Even one man now, today, they were even seeking for his bail today now. The court they are taking the case again the second day today. They want the case, they want the man they want to grant him bail. His lawyer is trying to seek for bail for this man. So I don't know, one man. because all the indications are around this man. This man is even threatening the family in the court, in the presence of the police,
He
threatening
was
them
fight.
to the
He
trial.
was fighting journalists. He was fighting journalists in that court. He was fighting journalists. This is
And he will
you
even tell
is
him
the
the
you know, because he knows that yeah, how many times has he gotten away with it that they are now threatening him? He knows that he will get away with it, but will he get away with it this time around is what we're going to find out. With this one now in public glare, this one is in public glare, and if he gets away with it, they will burn that hotel down, and they should burn it down irrespective. I'm never one to advocate violence, but they should burn that hotel down. Here is a eyewitness, Thomas, that speaks on what happened.
Ó jẹ́ ẹ̀dùn ọkàn fún wa ní ìlú Èrúwà láti pàdánù Timothy Olúwadáre ọmọ Àyìnkẹ́. Bó ṣe wà lórí fóònù mi nìyẹn, Timothy ọmọ Àyìnkẹ́ ni mo fi save ẹ̀ lórí fóònù mi. November 1, èmi àti Timothy ó send message happy new month sí mi. Ó tún wá béèrè wípé sista mi báwo ni wedding àbúrò mi o. Mo ní pé àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n rẹ̀ nílé o. On the 6th tí wọ́n padáre, mi ò mọ̀ tó Ọ̀ṣun state lèmi wà títí tó fi di on the 14th tí wọ́n pè mí nílé pé wọ́n ń wá Dáre. Mo wà níbẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí aṣojú, ọ̀kan lára àwọn aṣojú, nígbà tí wọ́n lọ yọ òkú Dáre jáde nínú ilẹ̀ ní shallow ground níbi tí wọ́n sin sí, tí wọ́n fi aṣọ hòtẹ́ẹ̀lì Adédoyin àti okùn tí wọ́n fi wé e. Wọ́n wá gbé sínú pálí fridge, wọ́n wá bò mọ́lẹ̀. We were just 4 tá jẹ́ family níbẹ̀. We wept, but we cannot save the situation. Nígbà tí a rí Olúdáre tí wọ́n wọ́ jáde nínú rẹ̀. Àwọn abiyamọ ayé, ẹ̀yin abiyamọ ọ̀run, ẹ dìde, ẹ gbé Àyìnkẹ́, ẹ gbé níjà o, ẹ gbé níjà. Lóòótọ́ a ti pàdánù Dáre o, lóòótọ́ Dáre ti kú o, ògo ni o nílùú Èrúwà o, lóòótọ́ ó ti lọ o, ṣùgbọ́n tí ẹ̀yin ìjọba orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tí ẹ bá rí ìdájọ́ yìí ṣe, Ọlọ́run òun ni onídàájọ́, yóò sì ṣe ìdájọ́ yìí láì ṣègbè lẹ́yìn ẹnikẹ́ni. Ó dùn wá nílùú Èrúwà, ọmọ ló jẹ́ sí mi, àbúrò mi ni, ọ̀dọ̀ wa ló gbé dàgbà, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi làǹtí rẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n ó kú ni ẹ̀jẹ̀ rẹ̀ ò sùn. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ yẹn sì máa fọhùn láti gbé ìdájọ́ yìí lọ síbi tó yẹ. Gbogbo àwa òbí, ìmọ̀ràn tí mo ní láti fún wa.
Okay, so Thomas, I said to you now, I referenced the words of the song of Orlando Owo that ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló ń ṣe big man lóde, iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ wọn kò ṣe rí. So ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló ń ṣe big man lóde. Thomas, watch this. Are you saying that that's voodoo money?
I saw it.
All protocols duly observed. We have come to celebrate the greatness of God in the life of Chief Mike and the.
So there it is right there. That guy should be stoned to death.
like the summary of what the lady is saying for people that doesn't understand Yoruba, that is this lady that's just spoken at that is one of the family member. He was there when they exhumed the corpse of this guy we are talking about. So one man is just, and the worst thing that I'm just thinking is one
And
man.
by the way, if you ever wonder what a ritualist looks like, it's like this. Even if you don't know that this guy is a ritualist, he just paints the picture of voodoo money. This is a voodoo. If you ever, you don't have to be told to know that. Just look at him. Is this not what you think of? Look at that. Look at that. Is this not what you think of when you think of voodoo money? It's always people like this. Look at
Yes,
that. They,
and
they've
that's
all come
Guru
to.
Maharaji.
It's all blood money. That's the guy right there. It's all blood money. Look at that. You know, as he is now, he has more charms on him than a babalawo. It's just pure
Yes,
evil.
and you even see the person sitting beside him, Guru Maharaji. That is
Is
Guru
that
Maharaji
no? Is
sitting
that not
beside him.
is that not another voodoo merchant?
Another voodoo man. So woman, if Nigeria government let this one go, no. Now we know that we don't have a country
But
at all. If
but
they
but
bury this case of this guy, now we know we don't have a country, because the every indication is pointing to him. Now the son has fled the country. The other guy too, the one of the staff have fled the country as well. One of the female staff in that hotel have fled the country. One man, the reception in that hotel is collecting 200,000 a
Yes,
month
in Osun State. I was
in
going to say
Osun
that here
State.
in Osun State. Even in Lagos, nobody collects 250,000.
No way. Even a manager collect 200,000 in Lagos.
but
Can you be a manager in Nigeria or in an hotel? A manager, even a manager, not a place of a waiter or a receptionist, collecting 200,000 in Ile-Ife. So you will know that that hotel is a shrine. They know what they are doing. Anybody that comes, they just take what they want to take. They will just, because this will not be the first one man. This is not the first.
you see, Thomas, is the problem. There's double standard. You know what I'm saying? There's double standard. Why? How? This three fair one. Why in the north they do voodoo? Why they don't get arrested? Why is
Oh,
it the
be
double
quiet,
standard?
man. Don't say
What I'm
anything, Charles.
saying,
If you don't have
you don't
anything,
understand
No, I
what
mean
we
to
are
do
saying.
it
do you
double
not
standard.
understand what's been this? Do you understand what's been
I
discussed?
know what voodoo money is. I mean, there's double standard in Nigeria.
Forget the
What is
double
the
standards. This is a particular case of this guy. He comes from a humble background and he's following an education pathway to elevate his family out of penury to a greater place. To sit an exam to propel himself in life, he goes to this hotel. This Babalawo guy, bastard guy, he kills him, drains his body of blood, and harvests his
Oh,
fame.
okay,
So
now I understand.
we're not talking about the North or
Oh,
anything. We are
so
just talking about the
oh,
tragedy of this
so
particular
I
situation.
thought it was a
So
problem.
forget,
Racist.
yeah.
Sorry, but
Racist.
Yeah.
That's who you
Huh?
are. I said Charles is trying to be racist now.
No. You know, Charles. Now everything he wants to attack the North, but we're not attacking the North with this
one man?
particular one.
And
Yeah.
when they went to the hotel, the police, the blood is still on the switch in the room of that guy. The blood stain is still on the switch, the light switch. So it's just so when we see them flaunting money around, big man, don't trust them. Don't trust them in Yoruba land, in Igbo land, in Aus. This is cut across all the tribes, or cut across all the tribes. I told you an experience that I experienced in Dugbe in Ibadan. The guy entered a shop. He wants to buy a cloth, and the senior brother is waiting outside. They doesn't know that they were two. The junior brother entered the room, entered the shopping mall, the shop to buy a cloth, and the brother is saying, somebody entered this place. The guy said no. My brother entered this room in Dugbe in Ibadan. If anybody know Dugbe in Ibadan, it's a big market in Ibadan. The brother said they entered these rooms. I said no. My brother entered this shop. The guy said no. Immediately he called police. They came there. You can imagine the showroom inside. If you want to wear the clothes, know how it fits you, they have dug a hole. The guy was there. He has suffocated down there. This guy is an Igbo guy. So the ritual money is cut across every region. In the north, in the south, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. We have to speak against this thing, one man.
All right. Hopefully this guy doesn't get away with it, but there's the fear that he might well do. But let's leave that and go on to the next one. Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, Bruce Fein, the American guy, is asking Ejiofor to withdraw from Kanu's case immediately for reasons of being compromised. So what are you then making of this bombshell in the Eastern Quarters?
The man, does the guy have the right to say this? Because I don't know how authority he has on Nigerian case, even though they said what they alleged the Bruce Fein or the other guy in Ejiofor, it has not been proven in any competent court of jurisdiction. So we can't say now that the guy is a criminal, or he collected the money they said he collected or so. So he has not been proven guilty to me. Oh, that is just my opinion. But I don't know why this guy is keep on putting his mouth in what is happening in Nigeria. And remember the other time he went to the court, he disrupted the court process, and people are saying the guy is among his lawyer. He has his every right to enter the court. And we even said here, the judge of the court has the discretion of whoever he wants in his court. The court can decide that I don't want you in my court. The judge, the court belongs to the judge. He has the discretion of anybody he wants in the court. And even so, this guy doesn't have the certificate even to practice in Nigerian law. You can't jump from Nigeria, a lawyer in Nigeria, and jump to America and said you want to be somebody there. You have to be practicing there. You have to have a certificate there. You have to have a certification in that space. So the guy, I don't understand his gimmick. Woman, let's just move on.
All right. And Abba Kyari, looks as though the extradition is finally something that is likely to happen. But what do you think is in play there? So Abubakar Malami has been touring the media spaces, sensitizing that they have approved the extradition of the criminal cop.
But one man, if they want to extradite him to the US, he has to go to court. It's a court process. Abubakar Malami cannot say that in his own office. I think extraditing process has to go to a court. He has to go to a court. He's a judge that will satisfy that this allegation.
No. Here, the way it usually works is if they want to extradite you, they would send notice to your ministry justice person in your country, the application for your extradition. They will look at that to see if it fits with the laws of their country. So that is Abubakar Malami's part, and then he would then pass it on to a judge to ratify it, which is what he has done.
So maybe they have gone to a judge to get the extradition application. Woman, I will tell you, they've already buried Abba Kyari case before. Because I remember those time you brought those news that they have exonerated the guy. I think it's because of the case of the drug cartel. So now there's no way they can hide to cover this guy up. That's why they fast track the extradition of Abba Kyari. But even I said earlier on before in our previous, I said even Abba Kyari should be even if it is innocent, as he claimed is innocent. Even is the one that even said, I want to go. Let me go and clear my name. As the super cop they call him, as the award he has gotten from the House of Representatives twice. They said nobody has gotten that award twice from the House of Representatives, as he claimed is a clean man. He should be the first person even jumping into the next available flight to the US to go and answer his case over there if it is really innocent of the case. So for this, I will give Abba Malami a little bit kudos. He did well this time around. Let the man go there. Let him go and solve iron his problem there. If it is guilty, fine. If it is not guilty, and come back. That is just my position, one man.
Oh, all right, thank you. And hold on. To the hold on.
Tinubu.
Okay, go to Tinubu then. Yeah, go to Tinubu.
Yeah, Tinubu. The man is just flying everywhere, man. He went to one Oba again in the Yoruba land, I think yesterday or so. The man has started campaigning already. So the politics has started. As Obe normally said, all na politics. So the man continued to campaign and his enemy is going out there as well, talking against him. But anybody wants to fight Tinubu, they should go to the polling booth and go to their party, get your own ticket, and let them face it in the primaries. The man is campaigning seriously now, everywhere, day and night, going everywhere. So I wish him best of luck. That's just my position, one man.
Oh, all right, thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, let's go on from you. Let's go to engineer. So, engineer, good to have you. So, before I come to you, engineer, I want to just acknowledge that engineer has been one of the more generous donators to the platform. He donates regularly to the buy a coffee thing. He does that quietly, and he doesn't like a fuss to be made. But I just thought I should make mention of it because you do that fairly regularly. and when we were doing the whip round for Prof's mom, engineer, he contributed the most. So always a generous guy. So well done for that. But we know you for your generosity, but we know you even more for your forthrightness of opinion. So this American lawyer now, Bruce Fein, he is asking Ejiofor to recuse himself from the Kano case because he's already compromised by virtue of him having a case against him for fraud. And what this American lawyer is arguing is that the case or the fraud case that Ejiofor is already contending, which predates the Nnamdi Kanu situation, is a criminal case which puts him at the behest of the Nigerian state, and he would then be seeking the good eye of the Nigerian government, which then compromises him as the lead lawyer for Nnamdi Kanu, and that is a narrative of conflict of interest. So what are you then making of this America's audacious comment of Ejiofor to recuse himself?
Well, greetings to everyone, and greetings to one man. Wow. You see, there's something that we need to understand here. Something is not going right because when it comes to money issue, when it comes to money sharing, there are some of people on earth that that if they don't have what they want, or if there's a little bit delay in having their own money to carry on their own duties, they react. Because with this issue coming up now, I don't see any issue. If you dig the reality of this issue now, it has to do with money. It just has to do with money, because behind closed door, they always discuss a lot of things, discuss how this will get his own percentage, that will get their own percentage. And for the lawyer to drop that kind of comment, to my own observation, is he has done up to 65% of the work. He has done that. So that's why he have that strong-minded voice to come out and say drop that case, because things like that, it has to do with money, one man. It has to do with money. That's all I can say there.
All right. I want you to wrap these two narratives together, engineer. Nigerian government gives reasons for poor power supply, and they are saying because it's a dry season and the dams are not generating the power, and that is why Nigeria perpetuates in darkness. So, I mean, after all these countless billions, we know already the seasons. We don't have too many seasons in Nigeria, and we know when they occur. We don't have flash seasons. We don't suddenly during rainy season have dry. So we know the seasons and we know when they occur. So did they not facilitate for that? Is this not the lowest of excuses? So that's one. But then they have now started bidding for nuclear plants in Nigeria. That's two. So those two energy spaces are your thoughts, engineer. So that's your field, isn't it? So
If,
expand on that. Yeah.
if Nigeria wants to have electricity within, let's say, within 6 months to channel every light in Nigeria, they will do it. Because if they're saying it's because of we're not in Sahara Desert, that's number one. Two, I find this what they're saying completely foolish. The same Nigerian that supplies electricity to is it Cotonou or
Benin Republic. Benin
Benin
Republic.
Republic? We gave them lights. If you go there, you see light is 24/7, and it's the same Nigerian now that is crying, saying because of this and this and that. That's why. Come on, man. Is this how these people they're taking us again? Are they taking us backward or what? Come, these people should wake up. Whatever they're doing, social media is exposing them more and more and more and more. There's nothing they can come out and start giving that kind of selfish lies that is because of A or B or C. One man, these people will sit down in their houses. They have all this standby generator that runs 24/7 in their houses. So what else do you think they do? Most of them, they have solar panel. You understand? Because what is stopping Nigeria from getting solar panel? We have thousands of engineers in Nigeria. Send them to Germany. Send them to go and learn how to install solar panel, because Germans, they are the people that introduce solar panel. Send them over there, go for the courses, build them. These are things that they can create jobs in Nigeria for the youths to do. It's very easy tax. What is stopping them from that? Instead of that, you'll be hearing billions. Let's go take loan. Let's go take this. How long will these people be lying to Nigerians? That's the question we should be asking. Enough is enough. They can't be lying. The lying is too much now. It's to the stage now, whatever they're saying, they're just fooling themselves. Did they ever sit down, look at themselves in the mirror to say what is going on? No.
And they are also discussing the nuclear option, which is an option, but the industry space, the magazines, the trade area of energy is saying that it's not really nuclear that Nigeria needs, because the nuclear plant that they are after, it's going to provide 4 gigawatts, which will add to the mix, but they are already generating 5 gigawatts, which is not reflecting in the country. So it is distribution. It's not generation. We need additional capacity in generation, yes, but the biggest problem that we have tackling is distribution. So is it just the same thing again, that the problem is there, it's in the left side, and Nigeria will head to the right side, and then the problem is in the right side, and then they will head to the right. Why don't you figure out how to distribute the one you're generating first, and then generate more, or do those two in tandem?
Rahman,
So is it misplaced priority yet again?
I said it again. If we can supply lights to Cotonou 24/7, there's light there. What is stopping them from doing the same in Nigeria? That's the question we should be asking. Ask them direct question. They can't answer you. How long will they be lying? That's the question again. Who are they taking for granted? Are they taking Nigerian citizens as fools or what? Let's call a spade, one man. They know. You see, another thing you need to understand, election is coming, it's just around the corner. So they want to start using that kind of caricature talk. Let's get nuclear, blah, 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 blah. They can't be deceiving us now. That's just the truth. They will not deceive any Nigerians anymore. Unless
should we even be having nuclear plants in a place like Nigeria where we rot away and just bastardize everything? Do you want nuclear in that space? You know, for it to end up like the refineries, just nuclear waste all over the country.
If they install that in there will be no maintenance. That's number one.
And that's the last thing you want not to be maintaining.
They can't maintain that thing. No chance. I keep saying this. If they can install that, that's fair enough. That's good. But they need to be sending Nigerian citizens for more training for them to advance. You understand? So all those things, they need to put things in place before even thinking of installing things like that in that country. It's sad. It's really sad. But they can't be pulling us. If they can supply light to Cotonou, what is stopping them providing light in Nigeria? That's the question mark for them.
All right. It looks as though the extradition of Abba Kyari is afoot. But why at this time? And is this a soft landing for him? Because what he's been accused of in America is of a lesser degree and lesser provability than what he's been accused of in Nigeria. But they are now saying they are going to surrender him to the Americans. But why now? Why not before?
Do you know why now? Because he did something that Godfather will look at it and said, you know what? Enough is enough. You understand? In Hausa, they will said, Dan Iska, let them take you this time around. You understand? Because they have been covering him. He believes that nothing will happen to him because he has Godfather, who we call them Uncle Malami, Daddy Buhari, and co. You understand? But they never knew this guy is still a money hunger, money grabber, and he's not enough. You understand? So the good thing is he finished himself. So right now, for Nigerian government not to be ashamed of themselves, that video completely exposed who this man is. Because I could remember when America, they're after him, some Nigerian officers, they come out, oh, he's a honest man, he's a good man, he's this and that. One, he did the video, put it on social media. Oh, Abba Kyari is the most this and this and that. I would love to see that man coming out again to explain, is he still the same Abba Kyari, you know, or what else? So this is what is happening. I think 99 days for thief, 1 day for the owner. That's what happened to Abba Kyari. They should take him. They should take him. There's nothing like, oh, they should go to court and this. Forget about Nigerian court. Send him straight away. And I'm guarantee you, if they send him straight away, within 1 year, things will be happening. All the people in Nigeria, the top men, they will join him soon. I think it's time for these people to be exposed. And also the prayer of the poor masses in that country, God is beginning to answer their prayer. That's why things are changing slowly, but it's going to take time. But things are really, really changing in that country, and it's going to change.
Okay. Thank you, engineer. And to the narrative, I'm not sure if you have been following this story of this ritual money. Oduduwa University, this guy owns. He owns almost the entirety of Osun State. He owns also Hilton Hotel and Resorts. So a big man in town, but then that big man, he has K-leg. The K-leg now came out of the shallow grave that he buried it to now present this guy as a money ritualist. RAHMAN ADEDOYIN, his name is, killed this guy in his hotel, harvested his body, drained his blood, and then wrapped him up in his own hotel sheets and buried him in a shallow grave next to his hotel. Big man, ritual money. How many of these people are out there throwing naira and dollars? In fact, should anybody still be impressed with this praying culture unknown source of income. Owo Gigi, engineer.
Wow. Kai, one man. This is very touching. Very, very touching. Because at the end of the day, honestly, I was thinking maybe if I visit Nigeria with my daughter or go to a hotel, but with this news, Olomaje, I'd rather go where you're laughing. I'd rather go where mosquito will bite me. No problem. I'm all right. I'm alive. These people, are they vampires or what? Someone lodge in your hotel. So you're thinking you can have the access, the authority. I'm 100% sure they even drug his water. They drug his water for this guy to fall asleep, for them to go to his room and savage him the way they want to savage him. Come on.
You are right. You are right, somewhat, engineer. In Yoruba land, we say Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ká rìn níjọ́ tí ebi ń pa ọ̀nà. It means may God not let us be around when the road is hungry. Sort of like the prayer. Like you are saying now, if they want to get you, they will get you. It's not about you being clever. The guy goes to a hotel. He feels that's a safe environment. They bring him his meal. He will eat it now because he's paying for it. It's a hotel now. So it's not at some booker. It's not at some family that he doesn't trust. It's a hotel, And then the water, he drinks this juice, and then he's feeling sleepy. He say, I'm tired. He goes to bed. He doesn't know he's been drugged now. Yeah. And then they come, they suffocate him. They drain him, harvest his body, and go and bury him in a shallow. There's nothing that guy could have done. It's not... There's nothing that guy could have done to prevent that.
There's nothing. I must be honest with you. There's nothing. Because those are the very easy way for them to carry on their activities. They have to drug that water he's drinking. You understand? I was once a security man and do a CCTV in United Kingdom here. There was a guy. I think I was doing a CCTV. He tried to spike someone drink. And I caught him and assumed him properly. Assume the face. When the police get involved, I pass everything to them, and he got arrested. So things like that. And thank God that the CCTV in that hotel capture everything. I think this man has been doing this. Is ongoing something.
It's not his first time now. Not even the second time.
Imagine how many people they have been drugged like
Engineer,
that.
Let me shock you. They even destroyed the CCTV. The motherboard, the computer, they throw it in the bush. The police went to get the computer from the bush before they can get the hard drive of the CCTV. They even destroyed the CCTV in the hotel. Engineer.
Engineer, when you're thinking of a ritualist, is this not the sort of... because when I think of a ritualist, I think of people like this guy. So watch him. Is the guy in the white outfit. Do you have to be told that this guy is a ritualist? Look at him. Do you have to be told that that man is a ritualist, engineer? This one here. Is that not... do you have to be told? That's what they look like now. Bleach skin or over-embellished appearance, heavy agbada with all sort of onde around his waist.
Oh my goodness.
Blood money. It's ugly. Is
he a king?
Yeah.
Is he a king?
It's not a king, but he'll be chief something or the other from Osun State.
Oh, okay.
Oh my goodness me. Oh.
Baba he has a title. Osun State, Oni of Ife gave him a title. So that's why he's wearing that. But Oni of Ife has removed the title.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
With blood money. Oh my goodness!
Even that Oni is a bit suspect anyway. But let me move you from there, engineer, to a space that is even equally just as sad. House of Representative delegations arrive Romania supervise evacuation of Nigerians from the Ukraine. So that space, that evacuation space, is essentially being led by the House of Representatives and by their Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila. So they've now gone to Romania to see firsthand now what is going on. we come here often to rubbish the Nigerian institution and space. But is this a case of plaudits for them or too little, too late? So how are you viewing this evacuation of Nigerians by the Nigerian state, engineer?
When it comes to Nigerian leaders, I must be honest to you, I don't know if they are cursed or there's something that is following them. One man, you need to see the video how the Indian government they evacuate their citizens. You'll be shocked. You need to see a welcome home treatment. None of the Indian citizens now, you can see them in Ukraine because they already organized everything in, oh my goodness, you need to watch the video. You'll be shocked. And you'll be thinking, am I sure I'm a Nigerian? Those are the kind of questions that will be hitting your brain. Imagine you see people like that. The country value their own students, value their own citizen. And look at Nigeria. Oh God.
I heard that ALP is exactly.
Have we offended Satan? That's sad. That's really sad. That's completely sad. Nigerian, we have the money. We have the Nigerian.
There's only two things you need to evacuate people: is logistics and money. That's just it. And the logistics is essentially your embassy that is situated best for that rescue. So you notify that embassy to come up with a rescue plan, and then you notify the people that needs to be rescued that this is the plan, and then you provide the money to evacuate them. That's just it. There's no grand anything to it more than that.
This is a global war that people can see and can testify. Imagine your citizens are there. They went to study. And you don't value them. And you end up saying their parent to go. The first statement is parents should go and who does that in this modern generation? What is happening with Nigerian leaders?
And you know what's kind of sad? I watched the video about students in Nigeria. They're crying. They're stuck in Ukraine. They can't get out.
They're getting them out now, Charles.
Yeah, but some of them are stuck. Some say they can't get out for safety reasons because nobody's telling them what to do. I saw that.
They are being told what to do. They are being told to go to the borders in Poland, Romania, Slovakia, and one fourth country. And then that border, they've been notified to facilitate their entry so that they can be picked up by their embassy staff.
Yeah, but I heard some boys don't let them in. That's sad. Don't let Africans in.
Well, yes. That's racism, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what you need to understand, definitely, as long as you're a black man, you went there to study, they will value their citizen first before you. So everyone should know by now. It's not something of first experience or no. They will value their citizen first before even you, and that's what happened there. But it's quite unfortunate. And first thing, I must be honest to you, man, Nigeria should be the number one.
We should have mastered these things by now, because all these ministries, they should have coordinated templates. They should have processes that they have already agreed and mastered for all this sort of. Imagine if there was an earthquake in Nigeria, people would just die now because they have no plan for anything, and they should have a plan for everything.
Yeah, but the plan they have is to be taking loans
and be throwing agbada all over the place. That's just it now.
There are ways of creating jobs in that country. You understand, one man? Just like this thing that happened now. If we have, like, let's say 500 workers, young graduates, if something like this happened, they will be the one at the rescue. They will assign them straight away, go there, rescue batch one, come back, then the next set will go. This is how they will create a job for Nigerians. But instead of that, they end up taking loans. The money they even borrowing, you'll be wondering what is happening. There's nothing is being fixed in that country. It's just bunch of lies. It's well, man, if you look at Nigeria matter, if you put mine, your blood pressure will go high. I'm telling you.
Okay, so engineer, it looks as though rescue is on the way. 2023, I am contesting to make our children's future great. Tinubu speaking to what he has in store for Nigerians, and he's saying essentially he wants to replicate what he considers to be his successes in Lagos State at the Nigerian space. So Tinubu currently touring Yoruba monarchs, seeking their blessing and their prayers. So he arrives now in Ekiti to speak to their lead person, or at least to their monarchs, with his plan. So what are you making then of this whirlwind, relentless push by Tinubu? He was in the north, now in the southwest, on the way to the southeast. Yeah.
I sent you a video. You see how booster shot has expired in his body and the hand is vibrating. I sent you that video. I sent it to you on your WhatsApp. So someone like Tinubu, I must be honest to you, my advice to Tinubu is go home, sit down and relax. Because Tinubu can't stand for an hour. He will collapse. That's one. Two, the way he's speaking, hand vibrating.
But can we say that, given you travel a lot, engineer, and you know just how grueling travel is. You know, to the journey to the airport alone, grueling, the flight grueling, and then coming out grueling, and then making your way grueling. It's a real toll on the body. But this guy has been non-stop all over the country for the last 3-4 weeks, from Sokoto to Katsina to Kano to Ekiti to Lagos to Ondo to everywhere, up and down, glad handing all the monarchs. So that is physically grueling, and that does not rhyme with what everybody is saying about this guy's health.
Yeah, because you remember he was in United Kingdom, so they gave him triple booster shot, and after taking triple booster shot, they will still give him some medication to be swallowing to make sure the medication control that booster. That's what is happening because the man can. I don't see that man become Nigerian president. My advice to Tinubu, honestly, people who knows him, they should advise him, just go home, relax. You made that money, you got everything you want. Just go home and relax. That's because one man, the guy can't stand for an hour, half an hour, 30 minutes. Let's say 30 minutes. Tinubu can't stand. So it's something that if we're crying of Buhari, that means if we put Tinubu there, Nigerian money will end up finishing in United Kingdom. That's what is happening.
Okay.
It's sad.
But they say politics is not do or die rather. It's do or die with this guy, because I don't think nobody's going to convince him to back down. So he will have to be forced down. And if he's forced down, there will be consequences. So
no, the thing is, one man, I'm so sorry. If Tinubu needs to be very careful, if not, he will collapse. Because I can see that man coming to collapse. And if care is not taken, he's going to collapse. That's just the truth. He will end up collapsing. Because right now, what people are after him, they're after his money. The last video, like I said, I sent to you, if you look, majority of the youths there, if you see the way they're even shouting, it's like they're fooling him. You understand? They just need that money. They need the money. Because that man, I'm telling you, no, man, Tinubu need to go home and relax. Just go home and relax, honestly. That's my advice.
All right. Is it this one? Okay. I the one that his hand was shaking, Abby. All right.
It's vibrating. A whole man that said is coming for Nigerian presidency. You're talking, your hand is vibrating. What is happening? Are you becoming Michael Jackson or what?
No, it's cold now. Engineer,
that is Parkinson. That is Parkinson.
Are you a doctor? I thought you were an engineer, Thomas.
That's a
No,
sign
that's
of
a
something for
Parkinson.
me.
No, no,
That
no.
is
Are you a
Parkinson.
doctor? Are you a doctor? I'm
What
asking
kind
you
of
now.
Parkinson?
It's
Huh?
Parkinson. Your hand will be
No,
shaking.
no. Thomas, are you a doctor?
You
My
don't need to
siblings.
be a
Are you
doctor
not?
before you know
Are you a doctor?
I'm not a doctor.
So what qualifies you to diagnose this guy remotely, just on a video? What qualifies you
One
to
man.
diagnose him?
We
If
know the
your
sign now.
hand
What are
is
you doing
shaking,
now?
that is Parkinson.
Your hand is
That is
shaking.
Parkinson.
My hand shakes sometimes. Does your hand not shake?
One man with your hand they shake.
With your
Look
hand
at look at
shaking.
look at it now. Look at
Just
it now.
because
Look at it now. Look
just
at it
because you
now.
want to
One
defend this
man.
Tinubu, you're bringing yourself
God
into
will
this show.
forgive you, one man.
Does your
God will
hand not
forgive
shake?
you.
Does your
His
hand not
hand
shake
they shake.
sometimes?
Eh?
Now,
Play that engineer
do.
video. Play that
Nah,
engineer
do.
video for us.
Ajale
Engineer.
Koko, you're a businessman.
Engineer.
If you count too many US dollar, is your hand not shaking?
Engineer. Why will I do?
Tinubu
No,
calm
I know
be
down
they
that
now.
kind of
shake when
shaking.
you dey count money. I know they shake. And
No.
they strong. They
Engineer,
count the
one
money
man
they
need
go.
to pay us that video. We need to see that video.
No, it's a video you've already seen. Tinubu shaking, and so it's on WhatsApp. So I have to download it to represent it. But I don't think it's a new video that you've not seen before. But what I'm noticing is that people have already decided on a narrative for Tinubu, and they are curating all manners of incidents, and then they're putting it together to tell a body of work. So they will show him stumbling. Everybody stumbles. We saw Buhari stumble on the rostrum. I've seen Rotimi Amechi stumble. Even Jemi Oshibajo, I've seen him stumble. And then but they will put it together. And then they will say he misspoke here. He stumbled there. His hand shook there. His cloth was wet there. And they'll pull all these isolated incidents together to present a man that is hemorrhaging. But then the counter is that this is a guy that is on a well-winged flight right across Nigeria. Private jet or no private jet, it's a grueling experience going on a flight. Sokoto, Katsina, Kano, Lagos, Ekiti, Ondo, then back to Bauchi and everything and everywhere in between. Plane after plane after plane, high profile meeting after high profile meeting, fleshing out his plan and trying to rally people around him. That doesn't tell the story of a man that is just at
You
death's
see
door. It doesn't tell the story of a man at
I'm
death's
sorry.
door.
Tinubu's the next Buhari. I'm sorry to say this. Tinubu's the next Buhari. You have to face
All right.
with the truth.
All right, and the truth shall set me free, won't it, Charles?
Yes.
All right.
He will be going to some private place that we don't know about, a secret place that we don't know about.
To do what?
No, as in, there are some places he will go we don't know about.
Yeah,
I'm just clarifying what you are saying, that he travels very well. He may be going to some
that's not the sign of a
know.
man that is at death's door now, and they are telling us he's at death's door, and I don't think I can handle that grueling. Even Charles, who's in his 20s, I don't think he can handle that grueling a schedule that this man is, and they are telling us that he's going to drop there just any minute from now. You come on now. You'll be prepared. This is a Tano Yoruba people. I fear you. Engineer, round off your thoughts, and then we go on to Ajale Koko, who is going to Tano some more.
Man, yeah, I must be honest to you. Tinubu is under booster shot. That's all I can say. Because if he's traveling like that, well, all the best. Wish him good luck. But I keep saying this. There's a way you chase money, you chase power, and you end up, you break down. So I don't pray such things to happen to him, but to me, he just needs to go home and sit and relax. He has made everything he wants, honestly.
All right, thank you, engineer. So thank you, engineer. So let's go on from engineer to Ajale Koko, and we start Ajale Koko off at that Tinubu space. So you keep on telling us that, his clothes was wet, his hand is shaking. Look, he said 50,000 instead of 50 million, this, that, and the other. So anybody, they can do that to you. They can do that to me. They can do that to engineer or anybody. Instances where we stumble, I've tripped over and I've fallen when you miss a step. You know, I think we all have. Our hands are shaking in instances. So, but if people put all of these things together, they can tell that story that we're all telling about Tinubu. But this guy now, you've traveled, you're a well-traveled man, Ajane Koko. You need a 2-day rest coming off a plane. In most instances, most people, but this guy schedule after schedule after schedule after schedule, and they keep telling us that is at death's door. How do you marry those two narratives, Ajane Koko? And by the way, he has a rescue plan for you.
Can you hear this campaign manager for Tinubu?
No, he has a rescue plan now. Is he not discussing his rescue plan? Is he not discussing his rescue? I'm just saying, let's give this guy a chance. He's a Yoruba man now.
The one man, the eagle, the energetic man, campaigning for Tinubu in international space. That's good, one man. Good of you. Look, I don't know the rigorous schedule that you are talking about that is going from places to places. Somebody that fly jet from one place to the other and just drive some few kilometers to the Abba Palace and come out from there and fly back to Lagos. You said that is a rigorous this thing. Why are we trying to lie to ourselves?
Katsina, Kano, Bauchi, Ondo, Lagos, Ekiti, Ife, Modakeke, Oyo.
Yeah.
Everywhere, private jet or no private jet, he still has to. You've been on flights now. Meeting upon meeting. You know, high profile, high octane, high energy. Is this a man that is dying like you people are telling us? Does that sound like somebody that is dying?
Oh, high energy, right?
Is it not high energy?
Then why didn't you show that high energy in him on the video that engineer sent it to you?
You've all seen it now.
Let us watch the high energy now.
No, because it's a whole process. I have to go on WhatsApp to download it and then re-upload it. You've all seen it.
You cannot find it now.
You sent a similar video now. You've seen all the videos, but the videos that people are curating, is a mixed bunch now. It's a potpourri. It's a you know. They just throw everything in it. You know. Yeah, using the Lalasekpo to damage this guy.
Well, somebody like him that is contesting for the highest position in Nigeria open up that space for people to interrogate him and to ask him questions. And what we are doing here is not that we hate him, but we just asking him questions. And the question is what is very obvious. It's what we are seeing. But some of us, just for being what we are, that we wouldn't like to say the truth or stand by the truth and condemn what is not good for us. We want to continue to chant for what we know, we can see that is not good for us. This man, it is clear to everybody. It is obvious to everybody that he is not healthy.
No, you can't say that now. You are not in a position to say that. How can you say that?
Well, one man. This man is not healthy. You can see. We have seen video about video. One of them is the one that Egina is talking about. We have seen it. Seen the way he was. That's a sign of Parkinson. And
no, you can't say that now. You are not a medical doctor.
We don't need to be a medical. We don't need to be medical. So we know
to diagnose somebody's health. You don't need it to be a medical doctor to diagnose somebody's health.
What makes your hand consistently shaking if you are not suffering from Parkinson? Look, we don't have to. Yes, that we don't have to. Just continue to push for what we know that we are not. It's not good to push. We have had bad experiences in that country right from the time of what is the name of this man? Yaradua. Yaradua was not healthy. Some people ask the same question. People that knew this man, people that, people ask question that this guy is not healthy for this show. What happened to us? He died 2 years in office. And the man that is there now, the same way they package him, some people were asking that question. Some people were talking about it then, that this man is not healthy. We saw what we went through. Do we have to be, I believe in once bitten, twice shy, and not I'm not a person that open up for beating and allowed to be beaten to death. When you are talking about this man that is healthy or is good for this job, it's like we are opening up ourselves to be beaten to death by these criminals, among whom is Tinubu. This man is not the right person for this job. And none of them, Atiku and all these people that paraded themselves around, or rather parading themselves around to be our president, they are not good for this job. We have seen what they have done to that country, what they have taken us through in that country. These two parties are military created party. And that is why you see some of these bastards that before they do anything, they have to go to this old general that created this party to go and pay homage and get their blessing. Those are the people that they are responsible to. They are not responsible to us. And that is why they never done anything good for the people in that country. PDP, the first president that they have, that they gave us in that country, was a former military man in the name of Obasanjo. By the time he was assuming office, or before he assumed office, he did not even see the constitution of the country. He assumed office and they gave him constitution that is never good for the country. And that is the same thing we have been complaining of that constitution up to today. The constitution they gave to us, which is a fraud, is killing that country, is killing us, is taking us down as a nation. And we want to continue to support that constitution that will bring Tinubu and these people that are coming up now to the office again, so that they can continue to kill us and slaughter us. The same thing APC, when they formed this APC, is these military people. Buhari, the first president that they presented to us is a military man.
Okay. So hold on, Ajale Koko. Let me just address Dr. Thomas, who tells us low blood sugar, Dr. Thomas, that can lead to your hand shaking. Stress, it can lead to your hand shaking. If you're some antiviral drugs, they can lead to your hand shaking. There are 14 reasons that are found here why your hands can shake. But you, Dr. Thomas, remotely diagnosing this guy that you have never met in your life, you are telling us it's Parkinson's. So Parkinson's is just a subset. Multiple sclerosis can make your hand shake. Stroke, dystonia, that can make your hand shake. Mercury poison can, liver or kidney problems, anxiety, panic, some asthma medication, seizure medication, cancer medication, certain antiviral drugs, specific antibiotics, caffeine. But you, Dr. Thomas, you've concluded that it's fear God now. You this guy, fear God now. Dr. Thomas and Dr. Thomas and Dr. Ajanle Koko. You concluded because
most elderly people in that age, they suffer.
Is that your diagnosis as well? Most elderly people suffer from diagnosis, or some elderly people. Where are you getting that data from? Most elderly people suffer from Parkinson's.
Some, few.
Is it? Which one is it? Some, most, or few? What are Thomas, man? You're an engineer now, so stick to your field. Look at this guy now. Just
But if you have Parkinson, your hands too can shake.
Yeah, but as it can with 14 other, 20 other, 30 other diagnoses and ailments, a reaction to antibiotics can make your hand shake. You know, some antiviral drugs can make your hand shake. Too much coffee can make, and that used to make my hand shake because I used to heavily drink coffee. Well, I still do.
Hello, Woman, can I interject?
Because that fits with the story that you're trying to hang this guy with.
Woman,
yeah.
Please, can I interject?
Yeah, come in, Ife.
You've listed the reasons why somebody's hand can be shaking. So, which of these diagnoses do you want a Nigerian president to have?
Well, if he's drinking too much coffee, then maybe he should stop it. And if it's the antibiotics, then once they've run their course, maybe that should peter off. You know,
you see how man is picking and choosing. He pick the lowest and the one that it doesn't matter most. That is the one he's picking. Drinking coffee. How can coffee be making him shake? And he continues to drink that coffee. When you drink coffee and make you shake, you have to stop drinking it because it's not good for you. It's not good for your health. But this man continues to drink coffee. He's shaking. He's embarrassing himself. He's embarrassing himself and we the people. And you are saying that we should allow him to continue like that, woman.
Okay. Do you know what this cup is? This is a cup of coffee, black coffee. Do you know what time it is here? It's 11:30. It's clearly not healthy to be drinking coffee at 11:30, but that's a habit I have. So if he has a habit of drinking coffee, if that is the worst sin, then, I think that is forgivable.
But for him, as our president, if he's addicted to drinking coffee, that make him shake, we don't want such person to go to represent us in an international conference and be shaking and be shaking. And we start running up and down, have to call ambulance.
I've never seen him shaking. I've never seen him shaking except in this video, particularly that our engineer sent to me, which I've seen before.
Yeah.
So they are recycling all these things and trying to make it viral. But that doesn't rhyme with this guy's schedule.
It's the same problem. They have to start sending it, and they have to send it hard that this is not the man that we want. We've seen a sign that look like it's not healthy for this job. We don't need this person to head us, because if he head that country, he won't be able to do the job well. He won't be able to do it well because the health, there's limit he can do. The health will not permit him to do the job right. We don't want that. Nigeria is in crisis. We need a president that be ready to work hard day and night, that is healthy, to go around and solve problems, and not just sitting down in Aso Rock sending some miscreant politician around that were all they're after is how to make money, and they will come and be lying to him. President, everything is okay. They go, see, we have finished the job. It's okay. And he will sit down there and he will come to television and be saying what they told him, and everyone of us will be looking at him that this man is a liar. What is wrong with him? Doesn't he know what is going on in the country? Is that the kind of person you want us to lead us? No. We need an energetic president that can go around. We have seen it before in that country. The country is in crisis during the time of Murtala Muhammad. Murtala was going right, was disguising and catching people from offices to office, and they expelled them. He fought corruption within 6 months that Murtala led that country. He transformed that country. He got rid of corruption in that country, in the civil service. We saw it. When that guy was killed, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. When Murtala was killed,
back in the day,
well, if those people in Britain, the forefathers in Britain back in the days, if they are not governed well, you will not be all of us there in Britain today, and the Britain as it is today will not be a great country. So, but you people deviated from championing good leadership, but you want to continue to champion criminals, and you think it's going to be good? It's never going to be good. So what I'm trying to say, all this campaign that this man went there to do at Ekiti, is just blabbing, man. It's just...
That's when Nigerians are dumb. They're dumb. They can't trust them bad leaders.
Yeah. Ajale Koko, one man. Yeah. Can I seek your indulgence, please?
Yeah.
One sec. Yeah. Parkinson disease has 4. Somebody is echoing. Parkinson disease has 4 symptoms: trembling in your hand, arms, leg, jerking, or head, stiffness of the limb and stroking, slowness of movement, and the 4th one, impaired balance and incontinence, sometimes leading to falling. So that's the 4 symptoms of Parkinson. So you can link all these to what is happening to Tinubu.
No, you cannot. But to what Ajale Koko was saying, you say you people keep referencing the United States, the United Kingdom. The Reformation Act that made the United Kingdom a democracy. Do you know when this was formed? When they have been practicing democracy? 1832. 1832. This is how long the United Kingdom has been a democracy, and I think the United States even longer. I think that was 1630s, wasn't it? That the United States started their experiment. Who's making that funny sound? You know, they started their experimentation with democracy. So Nigeria, even the country, started in 1960. So quite this parallel with somebody that's been doing something since 1830, with somebody that did not even have any concept in 1960. I don't quite understand. Nigeria is a nascent democracy. You know, it's a fledgling democracy, and it's a mixed blend country. You have to understand, we're trying to form the most unique thing in the planet is being formed in Nigeria. We have 260 odd ethnicity come with just divergent worldviews coming to form one country and vest it under a democracy. Something that has never been done in the history of mankind. So that's it. So this America, United Kingdom, forget it now. Hundreds and hundreds of years, these people have been a democracy. So horses for courses now. Yeah.
Sorry, one man. Just a quick one. Alexander, he posted something on the chat. I was just laughing off my head. So I rate him for that. I rate him, honestly. I give him
what
credit.
Is it a medical battle, or what is he saying? Thomas, Thomas is a conspirator now. This is it. They are funjas are plentiful in Yoruba land.
Okay, let me tell you this. Nigeria have not just started democracy. We practiced democracy in the First Republic.
Right.
And it worked well for us. We had a constitution that worked well for everybody. Okay? Before the military came, truncated that democracy, and here we are today. We are saying, let us go back to what we did that worked well for us. But the military did not want it. They don't want it. And we are telling you that these 2 parties that you people are championing, that you see these criminals parading themselves in it, they are military set up political parties. They are not people's party. That is why you will see all these leaders going to the military, how do you call them? The military, the former military juntas. They will visit Babangida. That man that killed what will have given us the best democracy. He killed it. The man that won the election, he killed that democratic process. The man that won the election, they ended up killing that man as well. And they succeeded in giving us their own party. And we don't want to think that these two parties cannot work well for us. That is why they never allow us to draft our own constitution that will work for us. So what I'm telling you, this Tinubu that you are talking about is one of the most treacherous.
How many countries drafted their own constitution?
How many do you know that did not draft their own constitution?
I'm not aware of any that did.
But
you see, sometimes you I know you want to play.
No, don't say no. Please don't keep doing that. I'm presenting an argument. If you have counterfacts to it, just present the counterfact.
No, I just want to say.
No, I am not aware of any country where the people drafted their. Not even in Cuba, I'm not aware that they did. But if you are aware, then just present it now.
Not every country has a constitution. There's a country that don't go by.
Well, so there you are. Countries that have
hold on.
How many of them draft?
If we are practicing federalism like we are practicing in Nigeria, we are modeling it after the United States. Why are we copying it half? Why don't we copy it full? You see, you cannot copy something that is a template that is half and expect the result that the original template will give. I mean, the original one will give to you. That is the problem with that country. The Americans, they drafted their own constitution and they sent it to be ratified.
James Madison drafted the American Constitution.
Yeah.
One man.
Somebody drafted this. Hold on now. You let me speak. And then they sent it to every state to be ratified by every state.
Yeah, the Constitution was ratified too. Don't worry. Somebody drafted it.
Oh my goodness. Somebody drafted it. People drafted it. Hold on. I know that. But they had to agree upon it. It was not imposed on them like the one of Nigeria. The military imposed it on us. They never saw it until 1999 after the what was it called? After they installed Obasanjo as the president. That was when they saw it, and they've been working with it ever since then. So the point I'm trying to make is that they saw it before it was ratified, before it was agreed upon by every state of the union here in America. But in the case of Nigeria, if you listen to what this man said yesterday, this learned lawyer, Falana, he said it was a decree by Abdul Salam that brought about the 1999 Constitution. A decree. So if it's a decree, it tells you that it was a military-imposed constitution, not by the people. And if the constitution lies against itself by saying we the people, where are the we the people? How many states went, send their member of House of Assembly or send their people to go and represent them when it was drafted? And everybody has to ratify it. For each state of the union in that Nigeria has to ratify it. None. They impose it on us. And the constitution is not workable. Look at what they're doing in the National Assembly right now. They're amending everything, amending it, and then it's still conflicting with itself. Go and listen to what Falana said yesterday. Was it early this morning or yesterday?
Don't worry. Falana is somewhat a pedestrianized lawyer.
I know you will say that. I know you will say that. I know you will say that, one man. But he's a learned man, a lawyer. Not just him. Ozekome said the same thing. Many other learned, even this idiot that is here right now. What's his name? Buhari. Did he not say he's going to bring about the restructuring? Is that what they campaign on? Yeah. They do it. So what are we talking about? Let us not just sit down here and start dribbling around and trying to spin things around here. And it's sickening.
You see, what's your mind? There's a point I have with Nigerians that just all support bad leaders. So Nigeria can never move on. People here supporting bad leaders. Come on, man. Why can't you support people who are sick, who don't help the country? We need good bad leaders, strong leaders, not weak leaders. Come on, man.
Thank you, Rational Man, for chipping in those points. One man, yeah.
One man needs country that what's it called, that have drafted their constitution by themselves.
Yeah, mention it to him. I trust you.
Chile is an example. Recently, Chile removed their former constitution and sat down to draft a new one. Another one is Barbados. Barbados removed the Queen's Constitution and drafted a new one.
I had that on the news.
Who drafted it though? Who drafted it?
The people. Like the people.
What do you mean the people?
They have elected representative now.
It was drafted by an elite group, was it not? The Chilean, the Barbadian, the whatever.
No.
They are elected people that
don't want the people. Yes,
Wait
they
now,
rejected. No, they rejected the colonial.
One man, you asked
Oh, yeah,
one
go
man,
on.
wait, you asked the
But
question. Let
okay,
me
but address
explain
the
myself.
question though. Not the people has no meaning. The people
Wait,
is not an answer.
One
these
Oh,
man.
yeah, go on.
countries, these countries were countries colonized by another country. Do you agree?
Yes, go on.
Beautiful. Now, the populace, since you don't want the people again, the populace or the citizens of these countries said we are no longer slaves under our colonial masters. Let us come together and draft a new constitution that we feel will work for us. Automatically, their representatives will be the ones that will spearhead this. Everybody cannot go into the parliament to talk, but no constitution is perfect. They will come together and draft something. So I'm giving you countries that have
No,
changed
no,
their constitution.
yeah, no, but how? No, yeah, no, that wasn't the question
You
though.
see what you are saying? Yeah, no, yeah,
No,
yeah.
what you are saying? No, hold on, Ife. What you are saying is not the question. We are not saying that the constitution should or should not be changed. It should be changed. But people are saying that they want a people's constitution, as though the people will gather and write a constitution for themselves. So the constitution will be written by an elite group and be presented to the people. So that is what happened in Chile, because as we were talking, I just went to check, because I always check. It was written by the elite and presented to the people.
No. You are one man. You are dabaruing everything. You
All
are
right.
talking as if those elite are just some group of people that just gather themselves, as if they are not people's representative. They are people representatives.
Well, there you are, but still an elite group.
What do you mean by elite? Some of them will be might be student union. Some of them might be student union part of the elite. Some of them might be some engineer. Some of them, different all interest group in that country. Surely must be a member of that constituent assembly to drive the constitution for the country. So don't just say it's elite as if it's some people at the top alone that did it. No, one man. And some of them be now.
Yeah, one man, can I say something?
Hold on. The president of the republic, the ministers of state, the deputies and senators, those were the people that wrote the Chilean constitution.
Okay, the senators, are they not representing the people? Were they not elected by their people?
So there you are. But
all of them were elected by their people.
Another country.
No, you are mistaken, Alexander Gomez. I'm never rattled. I'm always on top. Yeah, but
let me give you another one. Another country that is in Africa, even to show you that we are shameless, is Mali.
Mali has a constitution. What are we
Malians
talking about? Look at this guy.
One man.
I was expecting you to say Rwanda because they have a constitution in Mali. Is this what you are telling us?
Malians
it's not easy for London there or engineer.
One man. Let me give one man. Malians came together and said the two chambers we are running is ruining our economy. No, is it Mali or Senegal? The two chambers we are running is ruining our...
Mali or look at this guy.
Wait.
You are telling the story, but he doesn't know. So you've defeated yourself already. You look at that. Is it Mali or Senegal?
No, Senegal.
Are you sure it's not Togo? Are you sure it's not Togo? Because you are not sure of what you are saying, but you want to build on something like this guy. You are a suspect. You are a suspect.
Senegal came together and said,
I'll say one more to you.
The two chambers of government we are running is wrong. Let us scrap all these things and just run one chamber and reduce the number of representatives we are having. It's part of changing the form of government, listening to the carrion call of their fellow citizens. That's what we are saying. Everybody in Nigeria knows that the two chamber we are running is more of waste of time.
You see,
and they want everybody to change. So, one man, it seems as if people in Nigeria will need to come and bundle you back to Nigeria so that you live in that Nigeria.
You can go and work.
Ife, I am not unmindful of what is going on in Nigeria, just the level of decadence and just decay, and the hopelessness of it as well. So I am not unmindful of that. And this is really why we're doing this, because I think pretty much 90% of us, if not 100% of us that come on this platform, we're all reasonably okay where we are. We are not especially put upon in any sort of way. So this battle really is for the country, just so we can have it as our country. So I'm not unmindful of that. And I am not unmindful that Tinubu is a corrupt, of questionable character, who has probably some health issues, but not in the mind. So I'm not unmindful of all of that. But we cannot, if we're saying we need to get rid of them, there's nothing in the horizon that is a viable possibility. So I'm not never going to, even for a moment, give any thought to somebody like Showore or Mogalu or Duro Toye, or what is that one that talks like a pastor? I'm not going to give consideration to people like that, because those are not viable people. Those are just, I said nonsensical people the last time, and Ajale Koko was offended. So hold on, Charles. I said nonsensical people, and Ajale Koko was offended, and I withdrew it, but that is really how I see them. So we don't have any other choice outside of these people at the moment. So unless we have something that is viable, that has meaning, then we have to hold our nose and pick one of these people. It's not going to be Showore now.
No, I disagree with you.
Showore is just.
I disagree with you,
In
one
fact,
man.
that guy is an annoyance more than anything else.
I disagree with you,
what choice
one
do
man.
we have? What choice do we have?
I disagree with you, one man, saying that we don't have any other choice. So what you are saying is that we should continue with these people. We should just follow them. They should just pick some of them,
I'm
themselves
not
out
saying,
for us, and we
hold
just
on,
vote for them.
Ajale Koko, that is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we don't have viable options outside of these people. And please don't say Showore, because people don't see Showore as a viable option. I don't see him. He has been in the last landscape long enough. Nobody is running scared of Showore. Nobody is interested in Showore. He just forces his voice onto that space. A lot of the things he does, they are good, very good things. He's a very brave man, and he puts himself in harm's way. All of that is good for sensitization and to alert to the things that are going wrong in the country. So that is his space to alert to what is going bad in the country. But he is not the solution. The solution will be somebody of that generational space, but just more substantive, not Showore. So there's nobody. What is the other choice? You
So
say vote them out or vote
let me
in.
ask
It's
you
not
a
going to be
question,
Showore
one
now.
man.
So
Let me
what
ask
are
you
we
a
talking
question.
about? We're just wasting time when we're talking about
Let me
all
ask
these
you a
people
question.
like, yeah.
Between Showore and Tinubu, who is more honorable?
Showore is more honorable by
Okay,
clear
why
distance,
don't
yeah.
we want to follow somebody that is honorable, and we want to follow the honorable person?
Who has more? Oh, Showore, look, man, don't say honorable. Honorable has no meaning, really. What is honorable? We're talking about the governance of a country. You're saying somebody is honorable. What is Showore's antecedent? He runs some flaky magazine online that is half there, no more than some madam that is running a successful shop in Idumota. Does that qualify her to be? Come on, man. We're not. Why that guy just takes up space, man? That is really what annoys me about it. We don't have anything. We don't have anything
I
coming
believe,
through.
one man, you read the story about President Lula of Brazil. Do you know how he started his campaign? Do you know how he started his campaign? He started his campaign on the street, campaigning like a one-man campaign, giving people flyers, going to train station. And before you know it, people of like man started joining him, and boom, he became the president of Brazil. What did he do for Brazil? It transformed the economy of that space. He brought Brazil to the limelight as one of the economic power in the world. That is the kind of person we need in that Nigeria. That is the person that resonates with people. That is the person that know how, the pains that people go through. We need everyday man to be the president of Nigeria, not one of these bourgeoisie that you see around that have loaded themselves with billions of our money that they can throw around to bribe traditional kings and bribe their way through to power. We cannot continue
not
to
so
follow this kind of people.
But not so
I don't want to.
Look, nobody, I won't say nobody, but not me. I don't disagree with anything that you've just said, but the landing point of what you had just said
you
is
don't
what
have to.
Is not Showore. It's not Showore now.
Fine. Fine. One man.
Showore doesn't have a following. He has been in the space long enough. He doesn't have a following.
Well, let me tell you
nobody has confidence in him. It's to sensitize and to alert to the wrongdoings in the country. That is his role, to sensitize the people to say this is going wrong and we must not accept it. So that is where Showore is, but to present himself then as the solution because he runs some flaky online magazine, it's just
one man.
It's a ludicrous idea.
Let me give a good example to one man, because one man, I think one man is not understand it too.
I don't understand, but you will break it down to me.
Because once you go example, one was a genocide country, but they let the good leader. We can't keep elected bad leaders, one man. Why are you saying, one man? Come on, man. You know the truth. I'm surprised you're saying this.
But what am I saying? What am I saying? I'm not disagreeing with anything, but I'm just saying that the solution is not immediate and accessible.
We have to.
But one man, I want to ask you: can you mention 2 persons out of these people we've mentioned that you at least can propel us to the? I know Showore is 0. Showore cannot even leave local government chairman. 0. Just mention 2 persons that can even propel us.
You see, that Akinwumi Adesina, the African Bank guy, he would have been a good person, because he's rounded off enough, but I'm not sure if he's strong enough to handle insecurity and all of that. But in terms of his economics and his broad view and his antecedents, so this is a guy that has been a minister of state in Nigeria and he transformed the agricultural sector. It would have been a boom area if Goodluck Jonathan had gotten a second term and that guy held that space. He was I said before, he was distributing just cheap mobile phones to farmers all over the country so that he can direct access them and cut that fertilizer scam and boost. And he was creating just an ecosystem for an economy for that space, which they are replicating, by the way, in other places, including the Rwanda that Charles always comes to tell us about. So much so that propelled him to the African bank space. So he has a good body of antecedents that shows that this is somebody that you can vest confidence in. A banker, a minister of state in the top 25 economy in the world, and now the chairperson once returned to reserve as the African Development Bank. So an African-centric person that has held senior positions right across the board. So he will be a good person, but I'm not quite sure if he's able to manage the ethnic mix and the insecurity in Nigeria, but maybe he can. But that is the nearest to a close thing of a new generation chief.
That you mentioned,
but not Showore and all these Morgan.
I know him
and all
personally.
these are just noise people now.
Well,
it's
one
my
man.
in-law. It's my in-law, my sister's family.
Look at that.
Man,
don't worry. Alexander Gomez, he knows the next governor of Lagos State. So don't come and do one-upmanship here. Look at that.
That man will do a good job.
You want to chill with it because it's your relative now. It's a good. You see,
yes,
this is it. This is it because it's
my sister married from their family.
All right.
One man. What I'm telling you and what I'm telling everybody listening to us around the world is that we have to look outside the box. We cannot vote for these people.
Right, but who do we vote for?
Okay. We cannot vote for these people.
Mm-hmm.
So, Sowore has offered himself there, and I believe some other people will offer themselves there.
Like who?
Don't worry.
When?
The
election is in 11 months' time.
Look, they will surely come out.
They are still in bed, Abi.
Where
are they?
That is not the issue. 18 political
that
parties.
Is the issue. No, that is the no.
That is not the issue. That is not the issue. They're gonna come out.
That is exactly
one among them.
That is exactly the issue. You say don't vote for any of these people because they are corrupt and you are not expecting anything new from a busted flush. I agree with that. Tinubu, a busted flush. Atiku, a busted flush. Rinse and repeat. These people will come in and will be wishing for Buhari again. So I agree with all that. But if we don't then pick from these people, who do we pick? You keep going to Sowore, but Sowore, he has no antecedents in anything. There is no reason on earth for anybody.
What is the antecedent that Tinubu has that wants you to vote for him?
Tinubu has been a senator in the Federal Republic.
Twice
governor.
That is what we need.
Of the foremost state in Africa.
So that is what we need.
That is antecedent. What is Sowore's antecedent? Some online yam-yam, some online something from Makati Foundation.
Oh, okay. So, look, you can go ahead and vote for Tinubu, whoever that wants to. No, hold on one man.
What is the alternative now? You are not presenting an alternative.
That is the problem, woman. Nobody is giving us alternative.
I understood what one man is saying. You understand? Okay, let's keep Tinubu aside today. Let's keep Sowore aside. Who do you think we're gonna pick? Because we need people that that they've been into that political space, but not that too deep. Those are the kind of people we need. Because, like I said, if you keep Tinubu aside, keep Sowore aside, who are we going to pick? Do we have someone like a governing body that will come out and stand and speak to people and people will listen? You have to convince. If you convince people, then 100% things will go well. So those are where one man is trying to make you understand.
I am on board. I am on board for change, because if we pick any of these people, Atiku, Tinubu, even Saraki, we are almost to donation for another 8 years again, almost guaranteed. So I agree. But if we don't pick them, then who do we pick? We're not going to pick Yoruba now. Sowore has no capacity in anything, and he's lived long enough for him to have capacity in something. There's nothing to vest hope in Sowore. So forget Sowore. So who else?
That is you. Like one man.
Oh God.
Look at your platform. 90% of people on this platform are supporting Sowore. What are you talking about, man?
Those 90% won't even vote.
What are you talking about?
It's not even 90%.
If you are on this platform now, and you are listening to us around the world, if you are for Sowore, please just type Sowore outside there. We got to shame these people that are supporting these criminals in that country.
Out of 200 million.
Hold on, everybody. Ajale Koko has opened up a
put
space.
Sowore.
Okay.
If you are for Tinubu, put Tinubu.
Can you hold on, D? Ajale Koko, just give me one slot because you've opened up that space now. So people can do as you say, but we have a test sample right here. 10 of us on the screen. So we go, that's a rapid thing that we do. And if you feel that Sowore has capacity to be president of Nigeria, just say, yes, it does, no, it doesn't. So we do a quick sweep through just to see if that your 90% holds true.
One man, you said it now. Let us give the power to the people. The strength of this platform are the people. The strength of this platform are the people chatting behind the scene. They are the strength, not 10 of us. Not 10 of us on this platform.
No. 10 of us is the strength of this platform are the people chatting behind the scene. Are you afraid?
I'm not afraid. I'm just telling you, run democracy. You are trying to run it a military way.
we're a data sample now. We're a data
Okay, let's
sample.
go.
We're a data sample. So I don't think Showore has capacity. So Thomas, you answer quickly, and then we'll just do a rapid through.
No. I can't even give him local government chairman.
All right, there you are.
No.
A categorical no. Ajale Koko surprise us. Do you think Showore has capacity?
The best of the best.
All right.
That can take Nigeria to the highest, lift us out of how do you take us out from
out
the
of hell to El Dorado.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
No, hold on, Thomas. Hold on. It's actually because I said no, you said no. But Daniel Koko said yes. So, engineer, you know the question.
No for poser.
No for the poser. UK, are you with us? Did you hear the question and how would you respond? Is Showore the answer to the problem?
Yeah, I would say yes for Showore because Showore is a very fearless guy. He have done so many things which people underrate him, but for me, he's gonna be the best if he can choose because he will make sure he go to the grassroots, and bring change, and he will lock up these people. You see all these people. If Showore enter, all of them will go to jail. Believe me.
All right, thank you. So, Chief Apelua, you heard the question. Give us your response. Okay, we don't have a background for a moment. So, Ife, to you heard the question.
Yes, I heard the question. Given this are you giving this constitution? Right?
No, just as it is now. Knowing Showore in terms of his capacity, do you think he's the panacea to the Nigerian problem?
I'll take ADF Bank.
Yes. Okay. So no is the answer. So DOG.
Yeah, but if that's the case, given who are contesting with him?
No,
Tinubu and all the people we know now. Tinubu,
I'll take Showore then. I'll take Showore.
No, it's not about taking Showore.
It's not about
Showore win election.
Can you hold on? That wasn't the question. The question is that if we we don't seem to have somebody with capacity coming through, and that is why we're still discussing all the names in play. So Showore, they always conjure him up, and I don't see why they conjure Showore up because I don't see any antecedent in his past that would suggest that he has capacity to be president of anything. Certainly not to running an online magazine is the preparation.
What was the capacity of Yakubu Gowon?
Well,
when he became the youngest president.
No, okay, just answer the question. Do you think Showore has it? All right, brilliant. So DOG to you.
No, of course.
Okay, Jake, surprise us.
I pick Showore because we need a new leader. We're all old battle. We don't need
Thank you.
All right, and truth to power. Do we have you? We saw you unmute yourself. All right. So of the test,
you.
No, of the test sample we had yourself, we had Ife, and then we had UK. So there it is. So even on this platform, the majority don't see us.
Showore did declaration on his Instagram. He had 77 comments. Showore has 179 followers, and you think that one will win election?
And that is a reflection of his election results, by the way. 77 comments, 33,000 votes. People don't have confidence. They don't have confidence in the guy now.
Seun Kuti will win more votes than.
Wow, man! Look at the people on the commentary section.
Well, those ones are yam heads.
Those are the people that you should surrender to. Not
those are your people. Those
people are the strength of your platform. Listen to them.
They are your people. They are your people. They always follow you what you say.
Look at them. Sunday Igboho without campaigning, he will win election more than Showore. Without campaigning,
nobody has confidence. So
don't worry about that. We are on this platform. Showore defeated you, one man, on your platform.
How did he defeat me? You said 90%.
Look at people on the comment
We
section.
don't need the test sample down.
If you don't have those people, if we don't have those people on this platform will be zero platform.
Those people
surrender your just accept that they have defeated you.
Those are your people. They always
look at
what you say.
They have defeated you.
Those are your people.
They are good people. Those are people that really want change for that country. Yes.
Please, one thing you need to understand when it comes to Showore, nobody is saying Showore is bad. But in terms of that management, I don't see him nearby sitting in Aso Rock trying to change things. I must be honest to you. But when it comes to clearing of the land for the citizen, for better of the citizen, I classify him as number one.
There you are.
But when it comes to reality, that managing Nigeria, I don't see him doing that.
There is nothing in his history to say that. What the engineer is saying is just an Aluta guy. That's what the engineer just said.
What do you mean? Yeah, he's the man of the people, but he cannot manage Nigeria. What are you talking? Just listen to yourself, engineer. You know you are contradicting yourself.
I'm not contradicting nothing. Showore is someone that
man of
can hire him to go and do a job.
He cannot do the job.
You understand?
What makes him number one of the man of the
that
people?
Job, he can
is he
do
not
it.
the man of the people that's supposed to be there to govern the people?
He's an Aluta guy. This is what engineer just said.
Try to understand something. Showore has no background of those kind of political lifestyle in him.
No capacity.
You understand? We are talking about people who have been in who manage local government chairman, who have been in the Senate, who have been in the, all those kind of things.
Okay, you engineer, you are saying now, people that have been governor, have been senate, those are the people you want to be your president, right? Look at what they've done. Hold on, which experience? What experience have they put in play that better your life in Nigeria? Tell me, have they run the country well? Hold on, have they run that country well? Look at look at the amendment they just said, constitutional amendment
what has Showore ever run to give you the confidence that he can run a country?
What has he ever run?
Yeah, to give you the confidence
does he not have his own company that is running? A world class media house.
Say it now.
What are you talking about?
Where is that class taking place?
The police issue that was carrying jollof rice that we brought here yesterday. Is it not his own media house that brought it out? There are several things that this guy have done for that country for you people to support. You don't have the press that fight for you. This guy is using his media house to fight for you people to expose this criminal, and you people will say, he doesn't have capacity, he doesn't have.
Video from Instagram. Now we saw the video on Instagram before he went on.
It just look like you people like.
That's plagiarism. You know that's a crime. Plagiarism.
Plagiarism.
Yes.
What do you mean by plagiarism? Who plagiarized who?
One man, can you say
he plagiarized who?
This story you are crediting to him is not to his own credit now.
To whose credit then?
It was already on Instagram. It was already on Instagram before he following it now. You want a criminal to be president? Look at this guy.
I'm tired now.
Listen, after we've had Buhari for the last 8 years, I'm willing to try anyone. I'm willing to try.
Was that not what we said about Goodluck Jonathan? Look where that led
Goodluck
us. Jonathan
was actually decent. There was not. What was wrong with Goodluck Jonathan? He was actually pretty decent, I think, compared to the comedian we have right now running things. Where's the animus for Showore coming from? He's obviously fearless. He's progressive. He's obviously not corrupt. Why are Nigerians scared? Why are
because he's
Nigerians
preaching
scared to embrace
You
change?
people.
Well,
Why?
yes. How do you know it's not corrupt? How
That
do you
is
know
why
that?
they
Can't say
never
that. Come
they're
on,
never
man.
going to have a
Can you
good
say it's
This
not
is,
country
I
corrupt?
mean, it is
because
How
they
do
not.
want
you
to
know
continue
that?
voting for
Are you
criminals.
sure?
It's not.
They
Why
like
are
their
Nigerians so
oppressor.
scared? Nigerians are pretty much were people who are pretty bold when it comes to lots of things. We're risk takers. We're risk takers. But when it comes to our leadership, we're scared to try something new. We'd rather go with known criminals who are going to be predictably
Ah, yeah,
corrupt.
we
It
want to
makes
try
no
something
sense
new,
to
but
me
not
at
something
all.
like Showore.
No,
Showore
not
has
something
not
like
done anything to
he's not
impress
done
me
anything
to say,
now
oh,
to
I want to
impress
follow him again.
anybody.
He
He
has
just
been
is shouting
disappointment
and look
since
all over
after
the
his
place
last
and
election.
Let me
I'm
ask
sorry
Icon,
to
you know what?
say.
And when we told, and when we tell one man that when Chief Obafemi Awolowo governed in the 50s, he never governed before.
Exactly.
And we saw the miracle that he did.
I don't think we can
And
draw
that record
parallels
is still
between
there till today.
Showore and Awolowo.
And he will not, and they are so fearful of Showore that he cannot do anything. Awolowo that performed wonder that took Yoruba to where we had laid the foundation for us to be prosperous, to be international people. He never governed. He never governed before that time.
It makes no sense at all. Showore is hitting all
I
the right
don't know
notes.
what is going on with these
Pretty
people, man.
much
He's
saying what
ticking the right box.
Nigeria
What has
needs
it
to,
done
what
since
Nigeria
the
needs to
last
do. He recently
election
said
that shows that he's really, really determined for this? He's done nothing. He has no grassroots. Look at his declaration for president. Go and look at watch the video and see the caliber of people and see the numbers. Watch his Instagram, watch his social media platform. See the followers, see the likes. These are what will tell you, oh, this guy is making waves. How many people know Showore in the corner?
Sorry,
Only on
DOG. You
social
are
media.
always talking about Instagram. How many people are on Buhari's Instagram
It's
account?
funny because you're not even talking
What I'm
about
saying to you
Showore's
is,
primary
Showore is a
Instagram.
social media person.
You're not
Most
talking
people that talk about Showore are people on social media.
But
And
that's
look at his
Showore's
social media
constituency now.
as we
It's
speak
Showore's
at the moment.
constituency, not social media.
Okay, one man, let's go back to the main topics, please.
Yeah, let's go back to the main topic. Yes, thank you, Ife. It's just that Showore space. It's just maddening, you know. This guy not fit for purpose, and people.
Well, he's the one that you guys seem to talk about the most. So clearly.
No, it's Ajale Koko that pushes that narrative because he's a paddy man. You know, it's Pali.
No more Peter Obi Showore.
I am glad that the people on this platform, a generality of people on this platform defeated you, one man today.
Every time.
To tell you every time, you never back down. I don't know why you never want to back down.
Flash poll. That's why he won't put up a flash poll again. Because
no, we already did. Now we already did. We already put the flash poll up.
I mean, you did an elite people on the panel.
And Ajale Koko called on his people to back him up, and they did in the comment section. Ajale Koko's people. Now we know whatever the topic is. If you do a flash poll, they will always say yes, Ajale Koko is right because the comment section.
They are people of their own mind. They know the right thing for the country, and they support the right. They stay on the right position.
Ajale Koko. If Showore became president today, he would just run mad. Nigeria is too big for him. He will run mad.
Thank you, Thomas.
Buhari has zero education. This guy
will run mad.
What do you mean he has zero education? It's a lieutenant general from the Nigerian army. Do you know what it takes to get to that space?
Which general that does not have certificate, school certificate?
It does have school cert. It does have school cert. It does.
You see, he
has 5 credits and I think he has school cert.
You want to compare him to someone who was the student union president of University of Lagos? Do you know how skilled you have to be to attain that? And depending on
what do you mean? What skill does it? What skill does it take to be a student?
Go and try and become student union president of Unilag.
I know a lot of people that are student union president. They are following politicians up and down. They are boys.
Was Dino Milaye not student union leader in his uni? Dino Milaye.
Which
Abu.
Why are you comparing Abu to Unilag?
see,
Unilag pretty much has the most sophisticated students in Nigeria.
Do you know why
Who told you that? Who told you that? Look at this guy. When we call you a Yoruba supremacist, now you start to get vexed.
There we go. See, you're the one that is always trying to label me because you're always trying to everything that I say because I don't like the Yoruba supremacist.
He wants to be the Alaafin of Yoruba land.
I would be picking Tinubu no matter what. If I was a Yoruba supremacist, I would pick anyone in that country, even someone who isn't coherent over Tinubu any day from anywhere. I would even pick a Fulani guy before Tinubu. That guy is just such a waste of time. No, he doesn't need to be anywhere in the corridors of power anymore. He's done, and he's not healthy. He's just evil. We know this.
Do I keep saying that you're dumb? Do I keep saying that you're dumb? That you don't think? One good example.
I'm dumb and I don't know how to think. You know how to flog you for that. You're not too old for me to be flogging. Look at this rascally guy from the east. Look at this boy. Look at this boy.
I have one question for Charles.
Do you know what Boko is? This is the moral decadence in society that Ife was promoting yesterday. This is what you're promoting, Ife. This egalitarian. This is what Ife was.
You know what annoys me about Showore? He's just holding that space. That is my problem.
Yeah, he's
holding that space for genuine people. Somebody that is serious. You
like
should
who? Like
go back to your US and go to your campaign, Sahara reporters.
Can you just listen to yourself now?
I don't understand the hatred for this guy.
I don't know. Is it disturbing? Is it disturbing anybody not to come to the place?
It's not fit for purpose.
It's making the place look untidy. But let's abandon Showore because we do Showore too often. But
I have a question for Charles.
We've not Showore though, but because we will never agree on that.
Charles?
Yes.
Do you have a Nigerian passport?
Yes.
That means you're dumb too then.
No. Let me say why I say this.
But that's what you said, didn't it?
Engineer.
See one man tell me the reason Nigeria dumb, Nigeria don't want change. Actually, so every time.
But Nigerians do want change.
You just say Soros a bad guy. You hate him for
I'm not saying I hate him. I'm saying it's not
to be president.
That means you've not been listening to the conversation. Okay. So you've not been listening to the conversation. So let me tell you then what I am saying. I said categorically that Showore, the Tinubu, all of them, they are almost categorically likely to fail. Not categorically, but there's a high probability that they will fail because there's nothing that we know enough of them to suggest that they are sufficient enough to vest any hope in. So we need something different. But in that something different space, there's no person occupying it. And if Showore is the only name that people are coming up with, then that tells us that we are not ready for change. Because Showore does not represent change. It represents nothing other than to sensitize the space to what the problems are, but he not the solution.
If you want change,
that's what I'm saying.
If you want change, you must do it in a way. You must do it in a wacky way. You can't do it in software for change. You can't be doing that. What?
No, yes, we can be radical, but where is that radicalism? What's the arrowhead of it? You say don't vote for these people, then, but who do you vote for? It cannot be Showore now. So let's just, in fact, I don't really even want to be discussing that because, like Thomas said, he's just occupying space. It's dulling down the conversation. But
for president, we can't continue like this. We can't continue like this.
Yes, thank you, Charles. Charles, let me take Adanle Koko to a different space and to the American now.
Finish on Tinubu. He was there at the Palace of Igwe of Ekiti, and he was saying that he worked for democracy in Nigeria. He was part of Abiola. this man that was showing to the people back then as a person fighting for Abiola, at the same time, he was meeting Abacha behind to negotiate for administrator for Lagos State. I mean, that's the most treacherous person.
Well, that's a partisan view. That is according to a partisan view. That is a partisan narrative.
That is not partisan narrative.
It's a partisan narrative.
It is not one man. You are chanting outside that is Abiola for the people, and people were chanting. Some people were killed on that position. Some people were killed in that struggle, but you were negotiating.
No, you can't say that now. How do you know that? Because Abiola's son said so, Abi. Is that what you are?
So Abiola's son won't paromo. It doesn't get the fact. Why don't have paromo on the open space? Because he said it on the video, and Abiola and Tinubu never responded. He have the fact.
How do you know Tinubu did not respond?
Do you know that guy? Do you know that that guy is connected to all the military officers too?
Who?
That Abiola's son. Do you know he's connected to all the
how so?
Do you? His father always take him to all of them because he's one of the. Man. That guy was one of he was one of those managing his father's business. And he was very close to Babangida. He was very close to Abacha. He was close to all of them.
All right.
So,
all right. I want to move on from this Tinubu space because people are just
don't move on.
Then don't make up stories now.
This guy
but you are making up stories. Don't make up stories. No, say what you know, though. Don't make up stories.
I'm not making more stories.
You are making up stories. You are telling us that he went to compromise a political position because some random person said so.
Okay, so that is okay. Let me tell you another one. I'm going to tell you another one. The AD, Alliance for Democracy, this guy is as well the person that killed Alliance Democracy because the Afenifere people leadership in that party did not allow them, doesn't want them to use that Afenifere name and drive Yoruba and govern Yoruba land with corruption. They don't want it. So what he did, he moved against that party, destroyed that party to go and form his own. That party was particularly set up. Let me tell you.
No. Now that's just a prejudiced narrative. What you've just said.
Why did you say prejudice?
Oh, okay. I don't even know that space. But if he had political alignment and his political trajectory as realigned, then he evolved out of that space.
No. It is not alignment.
He had a political relationship with whoever, and he evolved.
It did not.
What are you talking about? He cannot have a different politic from the one that he had.
What man?
Is politics static? Is it static?
Okay. Let me ask you a question, one man. Do you think that Tinubu, as a politician, with all his political empire, do you think it represents the interests of Yorubas?
I think Tinubu represents primarily the interest of Yorubas, but secondarily, but a close second, the interest of a greater Nigeria. I think Tinubu, he feels that he has within himself what it takes to align all that needs to be aligned in Nigeria to evolve it to where that country should be. I think he feels he has that in him, and I think that is what propels him. That is what I think.
So primarily, as you mentioned,
yes.
Primarily, the interest of Yoruba.
I said primarily, but a close equal second Nigerian narrative. Yeah. It's not a Yoruba jingoist, if that is what you want to hear. It's not a Yoruba jingoist.
Primarily,
for the interest of Yoruba and for the
Yeah,
greater
but
good and
not
for
a
the
Yoruba
greater good
jingoist.
of
So it's not a
Nigeria, right?
Yoruba jingoist if that
Okay,
is what you want him to
primarily
be.
now it's not a Yoruba jingoist, but
Yes.
the position of president now, if they throw it to Southwest, he want to use that Southwest base as a constituency to grab
Yes.
that position.
Is that not the expediency
Okay,
of politics?
so that's
Would it
what
not be
tells
stupid?
you.
Would it not be
That's what
stupid not to?
that tells you that his primary base, his primary political power is Yoruba land, isn't it?
No. That's
Yeah,
the demo.
that is primary base.
That is his
primary
demographic grounding.
political. His
It's not. It's
primary
his
political
democratic
power is
grounding now.
Yoruba power.
No,
That is Yoruba land. There's nothing you can say.
No, that is his demographic.
Okay, tell me, his primary political power or primary political base. Tell me.
Well, look, it's a lot more complex than what you're saying.
No. One man, there's nothing complex.
All right. Okay.
Where is his primary political base? His primary political power. Where is it?
His demographic grounding.
No.
Is where he evolved from ancestrally. He evolves from the Yoruba cusp ancestrally. So that is
not ancestral. Forget about ancestral. We are talking about.
Is he not a Yoruba man? Is he not a Yoruba man?
His political base, his primary constituency.
No, is he a Yoruba man? He's a Yoruba man. So just by natural grounding and historical demographic antecedents, that is where he's evolving from. Is he not evolving out of the Yoruba space?
Yes, that is where his political base stand. That is where he derived his political power.
He is not a Yoruba jingoist, so you don't expect him to be that.
This is not about jingoist. We are not talking about jingoism. We are talking about his primary political base, primary political constituency, primary political power.
Tinubu is not Buhari. Tinubu is not Buhari. It's not an ethnicist. It's not an ethnicist. And we saw that when he was governor of Lagos State. He's not an ethnicist. He's not a Yoruba jingoist.
That is not what I'm saying.
That's where you're leading to. That's where you're leading to.
You quite understood.
You want him to be
Yoruba
first. You want him to be Yoruba first. That is what
I am not saying Yoruba. This is very simple. We don't need to dabaru everything. It's primary political power, political base, and constituency is Yoruba land. Right? And when we have incident in Yoruba land,
look at that.
And you cannot stand up, you cannot speak to it. But when it comes to presidency, if they throw it to the Southwest, you want to use that space to grab that power, right? And you are saying that we should not question this man.
Right. I cannot believe that anybody in this space is as politically naive as to be off that narrative, So that's naive. That's not even naivety. That's naivete. That's naivety. That's naivete. It's political expediency now. Political expediency.
What you mean is he's an opportunist. He's an opportunist.
No, he's a politician. Is what he is.
No, you can still not be an ethnicist and back your constituency. He's an opportunist, and he felt that if he in any way shows any support for Yoruba people, even if that support is valid, that somehow it may offend the people he's trying to win over. That is an opportunist for you. That shows that he has
no. There's nothing right about what you said, Ayo. Not a single thing. Firstly,
what is not right? That he's not an opportunist.
No, he's not an opportunist. It's a political landscape, and you have to play your ambition to that political landscape. If you cannot, I've already said that this guy, he doesn't present as an ethnic jingoist. So why are you then having the ethnic jingoism expectation of him? Why do you want him to be a tribalist when he has never put himself forward as a tribalist?
Being an ethnicist, an ethnic bigot, means you favor your people over everyone else. Being just a human being that understands he has a base constituency means that if hardship or if your people are being victimized, it's okay for you to acknowledge that. Why is it such a problem for him to acknowledge that Yoruba people were being slaughtered by Fulani bandits? Why was he so scared to say the obvious?
Come on, man. That's just I don't even know how to come at that, because I don't want to describe it as a pedestrianized,
and then to rub insult into injury. He goes
to Kano and gives them money. This is the recycled. Is it a mantra? Because this is just recycled stuff.
I didn't bring it up. You brought it up.
No. You see, I knew your landing point, because that landing point has been landed endlessly on this platform. But then he went to Kano and he gave them 50 million.
So since he wasn't, is that a lie? Is it a lie?
Why would he do that? Since he doesn't want to take any sides.
Is it a lie?
Since he doesn't want to take any sides,
the people being killed in the West does not matter to him. We should be killed. We should be slaughtered. That is his position. That is what he means. If they kill Yoruba people, I don't care about it. But when something happened to the northerner in Kano, in Kebbi, he have to let. Those are my people. He carry money to them. Yoruba people are not my people.
I'll be surprised if the overwhelming largesse of Tinubu's generosity is to the north. I would suggest that his largesse in terms of generosity and charitable output will be overwhelmingly predominantly within the southwest. That I suspect.
My head is about to explode. On that last sentence, my head is about to explode. He gets his loot from the southwest.
Look at that. It's mantra chanting. This is mantra chanting now. And do you guys have is there a book that you guys read these things from? Are you reading from a template?
We're practical, logical thinking human beings that can see what's going on. This guy has looted the Southwest, specifically Lagos.
Right.
He has looted the funds of the people.
How so? What instance of that looting are you aware of? And that is to Ayo. That is to Ayo. Yes. What instance of that looting are you aware of?
Okay, the fact that he is taking a large percentage of the tax revenue for Lagos to his company, Alpha Beta. The fact that not only is he taking
How so? No, because you have to expand that space, because that's quite a weighty allegation you've just levied.
Okay.
It's taking a large percentage of Lagos state tax.
Yes, 10%.
How so? Yes. Yeah.
10%. 10% of Lagos's loot or Lagos's wealth is going to him because he's collecting tax. So he claims his company's collecting tax. But wait, there's
what do you mean he claims? Is that you have facts to the contrary that they are not?
Of course,
do you have facts to the contrary that this Alpha Beta company is not doing as they are contracted by Lagos State to do, and they are not justifying their commission? Do you have facts to state that they are not justifying their commission?
Have you ever run a business?
No. Stay within that space, because you made now this weighty allegation.
One man, have you ever run a business?
No, don't worry about what I have or have not done.
One man, it's a legitimate business. I mean, it's a legitimate question now.
It's a you can't answer a question with a question now. You've forfeited the position. I've asked you to defend it, and then you are asking a question to defend a position that you've already.
If you have run a business, you will know that no vendor, you will never pay any vendor, no matter what that vendor is doing, 10% of your revenue. Of your not your net revenue, your
have you seen the contract? Do you know the details of the
saying now? No. Have you seen the contract? Why do you think the contract is dodgy? Because the people who were trying to fight against his contract, Ambode, he removed them and put his stooges in there.
It's unbelievable, It's unbelievable. It's almost scary what you guys do. You are not aware of the contractual relationship between Alpha Beta.
The contractual relationship is phony because he put
How
his
do you know
guys
that?
in there.
Look at them. Come on, man. I credit. Oh, good.
Do you know how
it's scary, It's quite frightening.
Do you know how the people collecting tax for Lagos State, they are not collecting much. just say they are collecting 1 million, they engage this alpha beta, they started collecting 10 billion.
So he should.
Then they are
So he should
collecting
be collecting.
their commission. So this
So
is
then his
what is happening here.
His commission should be not only be 10. It started at 5%, went to 10%. Is now I think 20 or 25%.
But you are not the one that dragged the contract.
What do you mean you think? What do you mean you think 20-25%? Are you guessing at it now?
No, it's gone up. It's gone up since the last time. What you've actually didn't you have that conversation on here like 7 months ago when
look at that man, now you're man, unbelievable. This is quite scary, you know, when you stand back and listen to some of these things.
No, I think
you're just guessing at it, throwing at it, and just wishing at it,
I mean, this
and
is very
just
simple now.
you know
Parabolating
at it.
Are you Tinubu support? Yes or no? Ask this question.
What percentage is he currently collecting?
Can you hold on, Charles? And no, I am not. But I am not going to have somebody besmirched through innuendos and suppositions and guessing at it and throwing at it. This is
so you think so? No, this is. I'm not even trying to be funny here. I really want to know that you think that a tax collector, a private business, should take even it's more than 10%, but let's just say 10%. 10% of taxpayers' money, of taxpayers' revenue, not net revenue, their overall revenue. You think a vendor should be paid that much? It's a yes or no question.
No, I can address that if you let me. I can address that. So, firstly, you don't know the details of that contract.
I
so
know it's 10%. I know it was 10%.
How do you know
I
that?
don't know the details. This is not rocket science. Everyone knows how much Lagos generates in revenue per year.
You do? How much do they generate? How much?
Are you kidding?
You said everybody knows. So you tell
they generate 400 billion naira a year.
In what? In revenue?
In IGR of Lagos State for 2019 was over 400 billion naira.
Right.
So he gets 10% of that, goes to his company. Does that make sense to you?
You don't. That tells me you don't know. So if you don't know, then let me explain.
I'm giving you hard figures. You're telling me
no, you're not. You're giving me guesswork. So let me explain.
Okay, so you give me the right figures.
Okay.
Since I am guessing,
yes,
you give me the correct figures.
Do you know what IGR means? Do you know what IGR means? Because you are referencing it now, and you're just throwing a figure at it. 400 billion.
Internally generated revenue. That's what
yes. No. That's the literal. That's unpicking the acronym. But what does it entail?
It's the GDP of it's what's this.
Okay, let me explain to you. Don't worry, you don't. Let me explain to you. You see that IGR is not just tax. Is resources is the totality of what generates internally within the state. So you don't know and you don't want to listen because you want to
let him speak now.
You don't. If you want to, okay, you have the space and explain it. Go on.
No, you're going up on it. So it's very simple.
You don't know and you don't want me to explain to you.
IGR is not taxes. IGR is revenue that the state gets. States can only get revenue from taxes or from selling resources. Please, what resources does Lagos have to sell?
You don't know and you don't want me to explain. So
explain, but don't say it's not taxes because it is taxes.
No. If you don't know, then listen so I can explain to you.
Okay,
that way you
let him explain to us. Let us hear the one man.
You know, I'm going off what you just said. You said Lagos State generates 400 billion IGR. I don't know where you got your figure from, and I suspect you guessed at it, but let's go with that figure. And you are saying that Tinubu is getting 10% of that, and that is wrong because you are using the alpha beta generative. That's the narrative. So that's why I narrowed you to say, do you actually understand what IGR means? Internally generated income or revenue is the totality of what is generated within that state. A lot of it tax levy, levies on so many things from fishing levy. Land levy, etc. But part of it is also rents on a on state-owned properties.
Like what? Like what?
Like whatever property. Does Lagos State own property? Buildings?
No, not really.
The Lagos State does not own buildings.
The main revenue generators.
What are you talking about? Why don't you listen? You don't know and you don't want to. You know what you want to do. No. He doesn't know it. It's not that you don't know it at all. You don't know it at all.
Let one man finish now.
Hold on, Adande Koko. You don't. It's not that he doesn't know it all. You don't know at all, but you want to come across as clever. But that is not knowing is not saying you're not. So I don't want to personalize it. But let me talk you through it. You said IGR. A lot of it is tax, but the totality of it is not tax. The totality of IGR is the totality of everything. Lagos State owns a vast property portfolio. They collect rent on that. That is part of the IGR. The land that they sell, that is part of the IGR. All commercial activities that the state partakes in outside of tax generation, that is part of the IGR. So the totality of that is the IGR. It's not a tax narrative. So saying that they're getting 10% of 400 million, that's just a misnomer. That's completely off skew, you know. And whilst we are talking about that contract, if they are taking 10% of a performance-related contract, then that is the contract. If you are generating 1 million and somebody says that this space can generate 100 million, and you say if you generate that 100 million, 10% of that will be yours. And if you generate then 250 million, that your 10% then will ratchet by another 2.5% to 12%. That is a performance-related contract. It's a performance-related contract, and that is how contracts are done. So I don't quite know what this is. You know, it's just talking points, you know. So we have to be, you know, factual with what we say. That is why I said I don't think that the space fully understands. They just reach for that alpha beta and throw it. That is a performance-related contract. If they are delivering, then you cannot begrudge enterprise.
Okay.
You know, so that's the point.
Okay, can I respond to what you're saying? I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. So the bulk of the generated revenue in Lagos State comes from taxes.
It does. I would say that, yes.
So the assets you're talking about that generate a lot of revenue in Lagos, Apapa Port, that's federal. It's not state. That doesn't go to Lagos State government. That goes, Apapa Port generates a huge amount of revenue, but Lagos State doesn't touch a penny of it. It all goes to federal because it's a federal asset. As far as land goes, Lagos State doesn't sell land. Lagos State does not own land. Landowners in Lagos State own the land. They sell.
Lagos State does not. I've bought land from Lagos State. What are you talking about?
Okay. Anyway.
Yes, there are some land that are owned by Lagos State.
Lagos State Land Bureau, for years they were selling land until recently.
Maybe they do. But every state has land. And clearly, if it was an issue of land being the main asset generators, then Lagos State would probably be the poorest state because it has the least amount of land. It would be one of these states that have huge vast land and no one is living there that will, you know, be making bank on selling their land. The revenue generated in Lagos is primarily state tax. And a lot of mega corporations are in Lagos, and this is all digital anyway. It's not like these tax collectors are going around and it's not like they're going around from shop to shop and saying, "Okay, pay me tax for next month." Everything is now digital, and the fact that he keeps on trying to increase his percentage, and when you're getting a percentage of anything, that percentage never changes because the more revenue Lagos makes.
Come on, man. But what you're saying is false, though. You are saying you've run a business, and you are saying the percentage never changes. It does.
Okay. You won't let me land now. This is
okay. Go on, land. I want to move from that space because we are both frustrated.
So if I currently have a vendor in my business that I'm paying 8% on whatever revenue I'm generating, whether I'm making $100,000 a year, he gets 8% of that. Whether I'm generating $800 million a year, he gets 8% of that. The overall, the net income changes, the percentage does not. This is what I'm trying to say. It is almost
But that is but what we're saying is false, is what I'm saying to you.
What is false? That the percentage changes?
The percentage does change.
Why would the percentage change when if
I've just explained it to you, but let me explain it again. Contracts, or performance-related contracts, they are target-based and they are layer-based. They go in tiers. Go and speak to any business person; they will tell you exactly that. Contracts, performance-based contracts, they are layered and they work in tiers. If you hit this threshold, so this to this is this percentage threshold, and if you exceed that threshold to this threshold, then it is this percentage. Is to incentivize for you to generate more. That way you earn more. It's a performance-related layering. It's not. In all of my life, I've never heard of a contract that is a fixed percentage, especially a performance-related contract. Though that is a fixed percentage.
What you mean is, yes, you can. If you're starting off in an area you're trying to develop, you can give grants and concessions and tax credits. That's completely
no. That's not what I'm talking. That's not even in this conversation. What you just said. What is tax credit?
Completely different from a developed market. Lagos is a developed market. So what premium is a tax collector going? A tax collector is not making. He's not creating any businesses now.
Oh, okay. Let me explain it in the simplest way that I can, and then you will have the final word, and then we'll move on. So there's a contract. Let's use the 1 million. So you're generating 1 million, but the person says there's more scope in that space. So it says he can generate 50 million, but he will take 10%, and you agree. But then he says that he would generate 50 million at 10%, but he can ratchet that 50 million up to 150 million. But then the percentage will change because it's a layered contract. It's a tiered contract. So if you are able to get me from 1 million to 50 million, which I cannot do myself because I've been doing it for a long time, then I have 49 more million than I was able to generate. And if you are taking then 5 million from that to leave me with 45, I cannot begrudge you that. So if you're now telling me that you can take it from that 50 million to 100 million at a different percentage layer, then I will take that deal because I am only able to generate 1 million, but you are now. So it's a tiered contract. Okay. It's a layered contract, and that is how contract works.
Maybe this is why we're talking past each other.
All right.
Alpha Beta is not generating anything. They're not. They're not a performance-based business that increases productivity. They're collecting taxes from existing businesses that they have nothing to do with. So you're confusing net. You can't confuse crisscross net with percentage. It's just not how businesses work. If you have a net income and then you have a percentage rate you pay your vendors, and that never changes because the more money you make, the more revenue you make, the more revenue your vendor makes. There is never a time where you'll say, well, you're collecting $10,000 today, but if you collect $20,000 tomorrow, then it goes up to 50%. Because why would that make sense? Because if you're collecting $10,000 today and I'm paying you 8% of that, and you now go to $20,000, you're going to get 10% of that, which is a lot more. So it makes absolutely no sense. You can't crisscross net with percentages. And this is why Ambode fell out with him, because he was trying to increase the percentage. And Ambode said, over my dead body, will you increase the percentage of take that Alpha Beta is taking from internally generated revenue in Lagos State? He used his agberos and his political machinery to remove him, and he put Sanwo-Olu there. And recently, within the last 4 months, he's increased his take again. And you're saying this guy is not looting Lagos. This is the guy you want to run, you want to vote for as president. And what do you think he's going to do now?
We treated it here that the money has been increased.
Exactly.
We treated it, one man brought that article to us here.
Exactly. And then you want to make this guy president. Next thing he's going to do is going to have Alpha Beta start collecting from Lagos ports, from the airports, all the federal assets that generate revenue. He's going to say, Alpha Beta should collect from this. You know what this guy is going to do. He doesn't care about the country. He's a rent collector. He's a rent collector. He's a criminal rent collector. So you know, I don't want to keep on going on about it, but the fact is, there's no contract that makes sense that would increase his percentage. And not
that tells me that you've never involved. Anyway, let me leave that. But it's a difference of opinion. Let's just say that is a difference of opinion, because it's crystal clear to me, and it's just. Even have run a business. I have run not just the business. I've run businesses, but even having not run businesses, just simple understanding of economics, just a rudimentary understanding of economics, tells you how the flow is. But let's leave it. I don't think we'll ever converge on that. But it's crystal clear to me what I am saying. And you are absolutely categorical.
And the fact that we actually have evidence of him removing a governor because the governor wasn't amenable to his...
You don't have evidence of that. You can't... Look...
But they said so now.
They said so. Go and pull it up where he said it. Pull it up and present it here.
You want me to pull it up? Okay.
Yeah, pull it up. But let's get back to Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, let's come back to you. This Nnamdi Kanu narrative, the American lawyer Bruce Fein is asking Ejiofor to withdraw from IPOB leaders' legal team immediately for reasons of conflict of interest, ongoing corruption case against this element from the East, which he has kept hidden from Nnamdi Kanu. So what are you then making of the American person speaking to the Nigerian Constitution?
He's the international lawyer for Kanu. He's the lawyer of IPOB in America. So he's part of the team, whether we like it or not. He might not be able to represent Kanu in Nigeria, but he is one of the team, and he knows better. If Ejiofor is having, a conflict of interest, he could, excuse himself from being part of the team. He could be part of the team behind the scene, but not in the open, because his corrupt position could be used against Kanu as well at the court, because he's a person of a questionable character. Is not fit to represent somebody at the court in a normal under a normal system. It shouldn't be allowed to represent somebody because he is a person of questionable character. So he could jeopardize the interests of Kanu. So that white man, I believe he has seen something that prompted him, to speak up, and the rest of the team of attorneys should look at it, and if Ejiofor have to excuse, not being part of the leading lawyer in the case, he should do it in the interest of Kanu. I support the American lawyer that's telling him that he should stop parading himself as Kanu's lawyer because of the corrupt case against him. We don't need such a person.
All right, thank you.
Quick sidebar. I just posted the reasons why Ambode was removed as governor, both on the chat and in the private chat. Look at number 6. He refused
No, I'm having a look at it as you speak.
Okay.
I'm not sure that this is.
Here we go. Here we go. You said I should find
anyway,
something, but now you're not sure.
Anyway,
this is from Ambody's own mouth. This is from Ambody's own mouth.
It's not from Ambody's own mouth. Oh,
he did. He said so in January.
I'm not. It's not. This is not from Ambody's own mouth. Oh.
Why I was removed as governor of Lagos. He gave a speech in January and he explained everything.
This is
Look at number 6. Look at number 6.
All right. I was expecting you to present a video or something, not some bullet point.
Video? What? There we go. Anyway, that's you can take it as you want, but that's
is this from his mouth?
Yes, he gave his speech.
Yeah, look at that. Okay, if he gave the speech, where was he captured? I'm not even aware of this publication. You should have gone to Nigerian News or something. That would have been a
Sahara Reporters.
Sahara Report. Look at Ambode said all this, and it's not on all the majors. It's from some.
He said it now. It was everywhere when he said it.
Okay, where is it from with the majors now?
So how did I hear about it? What do you consider to be majors?
You heard it from Suleja News or something. Is this Suleja News? Something? Don't come on, man. Okay, let's just leave that Ambode space. Let's leave that at, because I don't think we can, especially when we just had that narrative about how contracts work, and it's crystal clear to me how contracts works, and you have a different understanding. So we could argue it all day. We'll just shout and shout at each other, but I don't think we'll ever come to a common ground.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Yes. Yeah. So let me move. It's just controversy after controversy today. Chowore first, then Tinubu next. But let's go to what hopefully is safer ground. This ADEDOYIN guy, who purports to be a philanthropist in Osun State, but alas, a ritualist. ADEDOYIN, he is now facing the law. But will the law take its full course with this guy? Court remands Oduduwa University owner RAHMAN ADEDOYIN over death of OAU student. So have you been following that narrative, Ajen Lekoko, and what are your thoughts of this latest development?
Well, I think ADEDOYIN will he won't be spared by the law. Femi Falana has taken up, has suffered himself to take up that, to handle that matter against him. And Femi Falana will send him to jail. I know that for sure. Because
no, but Femi Falana is for him, though. That's the thing.
It's not for him. It's for the family.
Is it?
It's for the family of the guy that he killed. Yeah, Femi Falana is not for ADEDOYIN. So, you see, the Osun State Police, maybe the command or how should I call them? They're trying to cover up that case at the initial stage when this issue was made public, and because and because of that, the Inspector General took the matter up and took it to Abuja. But Femi Falana was saying it's not Abuja that has to answer that matter. He was pushing hard against that position. And I think as a result of that, they sent it back to Osun State. And what happened today, the rejection of his bail application shows that he has question to answer. I believe they are presenting some fact against him, and what he did to that guy and his team of killers is very, very bad. His son that was involved in the killing of that guy and the undignified burial of him in the shallow grave, has been on the run. Why is he on the run? If he has not done anything bad, if he has not done anything against the law, the guy has been on the run. So, and all the evidences that they have gotten in his hotel, the receptionist on duty has opened up, has told them what he saw, or what she saw. All the way they crooked up their record, they have discovered it. So he has a case to answer, and he cannot escape this. He will be sent to jail by Femi
Well, we are hopeful, though. We are hopeful, but we are talking about Nigeria. Thomas was just explaining to us how this guy was turning up in a convoy of SUVs to answer case. So this is a guy. I think it's only now that they've managed to get him to Osun State, that they've thrown him in prison to detain him. The judge that was brave enough. But the Nigeria that we know, this guy, even if they see him, video evidence, cutting up the guy's body, he will still walk away.
One man, let me shock you another one. The police are being paid. He will go and sleep in his house, middle of the night. They will bring him back in the morning.
You don't know that, or you come on, Thomas, man. You can't
No,
say that.
that's not the allegation. No, it's not me. It's those people that are saying it, not me.
Yeah,
that's what the person, the news, that guy, Oriyomi Hamzat, that's what he said. I'm not the one that's saying this. That they will take him home in the evening and they will bring him back early in the morning. He's sleeping in his house then before they took him to Abuja.
So they have discovered a lot of fact against him. The way they model up their hotel record, the CCTV, the way the CCTV that's supposed to be working, that ought to be working 24 hours, the way they manipulate that period of time that guy was in the hotel. I mean, they have discovered them, and it's going to be used against him at the law court, and he has to face the full wrath of the law. Such a person should not live in the midst of human being. He should.
No, it shouldn't. And he an example, but how many of them, especially in the interlands, I'm so dubious of. Yes,
they are thousands. They are in their millions back in Nigeria. You see all of them. They be showing off on Instagram houses in what do you call it?
And they build all these garish-looking mansions.
What kind of business? What kind of business does these people do? But these are the things they do. They do money ritual, and they be gallivanting around. They spray money to.
Ajanle Koko, I just naturally recoil from people who wear agbada, that lace agbada, and they wear traditional beads that drop, and they go by the name chief. I don't. You know what they call Onde. And they will have Onde wrapped around their something, and when they are speaking to you, is tashe. These are devilish, evil people.
Yeah, evil people. Yeah. So
and a million in the interiors.
Yeah. So he won't escape it. He has been doing it. There have been series of complaint about disappearance of people, just like Thomas
students
was saying.
In that is fake university,
and I think it's been caught. You know what the way they display Saddam Hussein when America got him. They said we got him. So that's what happened to him. They got him. So he cannot escape this.
You enjoyed that clip when I played it for the camera.
We got him.
Look, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. This is it.
Yeah. So that's my position on that.
All right, thank you. And Ayo, sorry if I was a bit abrupt, if my voice was a bit raised. I'm not sure if I came across as I have no intention to be rude. I know you are not shrinking
No,
violet, but
no, I didn't think you were.
you,
You're arguing your point very,
okay,
very forcefully as Tinubu's boy. So I understand.
That's Tinubu's boy. You see, this is my fear, because I'm reading the comment section and people are trying to hang that appellation on me. But I'm not opposed to him rather than being for him, and I'm more surrendered to him than accepting of him. But I don't see anything outside of him. I want a Yoruba man to occupy that space, and I don't see anybody else that.
Anyway,
go on.
That's a steep hill. I think you're trying to climb a steep hill, and Tinubu is indefensible. That's unfortunately for you. You're trying to defend the indefensible. I mean, anyone else would make sense. But Tinubu doesn't. There's nothing about him that is progressive. There's nothing about him that isn't scary for the average Nigerian. He's like Buhari, but with a brain. So
we'll probably pack him soon as APC abandons him, which is looking likely. But
right. So I mean, we know Buhari is evil, but Buhari doesn't really have much of a brain. Tinubu has a brain, and he's evil. He will personalize national assets like he personalized the assets in Lagos State, and that is a scary proposition. So if it feels like I am strongly against Tinubu, it's nothing personal. I know what he has done.
If Tinubu turns Nigeria into a 3 trillion economy and he keeps 10% of that, would you object to that?
Of course I would. It's not his money. And that is what a president is supposed to do. He's not supposed to be personally compensated for that. So this is I suppose we just have a fundamentally different outlook on what leadership is. The whole purpose. So, for instance, let's say the CEO.
No, you are looking for some egalitarian, utopian, kumbayaist. You are looking for a kumbayaist.
The CEO of Apple took Apple from a $500 billion company to over $1 trillion company. Did he get 10% of that?
Do you know what? Do you know what his share package is? Do you know what his package is?
His share package is he gets incremental stock options or whatnot, but nothing.
Oh, he gets incremental. Is that performance related?
It's performance related, but it's not.
Oh, right. So you don't know. Look at this guy.
That's what I'm saying. He's getting a net. He's getting paid by his net income or whatever.
So you know what a performance related contract is.
Paid a percentage of Apple's overall revenue. That's his job. So if Tinubu comes in and does a fantastic job and increases Nigeria's GDP from 500 billion to 5 trillion, that's his job. That's what he's supposed to do. He doesn't get 10% of the total revenue because he's done his job. This is where we're not sort of like meeting eye to eye, because you seem to think he should be rewarded financially.
No, I don't think he should be rewarded. I agree with you that is his job, but I wouldn't buckle at that as a price to pay. I think that's probably where we differ. You categorically insist that I find that offensive, that he should take anything for doing his job. I think it's offensive. So I think we agree with that. But I would not buckle if that was a price. If he's able to calibrate the Nigerian economy from the 600 billion economy to a 5-6 trillion economy, and he profits of that, I think that is criminal, but I don't find that unforgivable. But I think you find it unforgivable.
Absolutely. The reward in that is his name goes down in the history books forever in Nigeria. That's his reward.
All right.
Not financial. He doesn't get a cut of Nigeria's productivity because
So that's why I'm saying you are looking for utopia. You are looking for paradise.
This is not utopia. I mean, that's if every country. I mean, no country runs like that. I mean,
every country runs like that. Every president is profiteering.
What are you talking about? So FDR that grew the American manufacturing from what it was.
What is one man saying is profiteer? Every president is profiteering.
In every country.
Tell us example.
Every country on the planet.
Tell us example.
Do you have proofs to that?
Well, it just
one man does not.
One man doesn't have anything to say.
You don't understand public service. Public service sounds like a foreign concept to one man. I don't think you understand public service.
Just because you just want to defend Tinubu today, see all the bashing you are getting, front and left and everywhere they bashing you, one man.
No, it's because you are promoting that.
Join the people. Join the people.
I'm with one man. Oh, I'm with one man today.
Look at that.
All
right. Let's go to a space then that we can universally bash Ajanle Koko. Abba Kyari, it looks as though they're about to surrender him to the Americans. But what do you think is at play here? Sorry, Truth to Power, were you putting a question then? I think I may have missed. I heard your voice, Truth to Power.
No, that's fine. I was just asking whether you've got any proofs to how many governments in the world do what you think. If Tinubu does it,
I can name names. I can name names.
You have had facts to that, not
well.
Just
the facts are in common parlance. Tony Blair is profiteering. David Cameron is profiteering. George W. Bush profiteering. So
no, he's profiteering, or they did profiteer when they were in government.
They are profiteering still. Both
yeah,
in
but they
and
are
out.
Isn't it? They are out.
Look at this guy. Yes, Ajale Koko, take us to Abba Kyari. These people, I said it's not even naivety anymore. It's naivete. This is not naivety. This is naivete. Look at what I'm hearing from experienced international people. Better educated than me, all of you. And I'm the one talking sense. But Ajale Koko, you talk sense to Abba Kyari, eh?
Abba Kyari, it is good that they're finally going to surrender him to American demand. So, but why the Attorney General is telling us that they are going to surrender him, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. They just need to take action, surrender him, let him go, and just let us know that this guy has been surrendered to United States.
Do you think surrendering him to the Americans will be a soft landing for Abba Kyari?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think.
Do you know why I'm asking? Because what they are alleging that he did is just to be a conspirator in a fraudulent act involving an Emirati sort of person. So that I don't think is a life sentence or any sentence of significance. It's just
international fraud. Are you kidding?
Look,
he's not getting
fraud.
less than 20 years.
I don't know about that. The sum of money is
Woman, can I interject?
Hold on. The sum of money comes into play. They're not going to jail somebody that steals $100 for life, are they? So the sum of money comes into play.
$100 How are you comparing $100 to a criminal act cross international borders?
It's fraud. It's just fraud. What do you mean Americans take it very seriously? There's no American element in the narrative. What's the American element in the narrative?
The thing is, this guy is not going to make it here. You'll see. Just watch. In the next couple of months, he's going to mysteriously die. You say you.
I don't know about that. We're not advocating that. But if you wanted to come in,
I'm not advocating it. Of course, I don't care one way or the other. I have no dog in the fight. But the reality is, he has too much information on too many powerful people in Nigeria for them to just let him go. See, he's not going anywhere. You see.
No, it's too high profile for them to do away with. But let's hear from Ife. I think Ife wants to speak to that space. Yeah.
This is what I'm thinking. It's just I'm being speculative now. He has two high-profile cases. One is international fraud. One is international drug. He's being associated with international drug cartel. I'm thinking the money from the international drug cartel might have trickled down to some political or influential people in Nigeria, while the money from his international fraud may not have trickled down as much. So the question is, we have to weigh the balance. Which one suits us better? It's better for us to just let him go to America. He will use maybe some 50 years in jail. By the time he's coming back, some of the
He's not going to
generation.
go to 50 years in jail for being a secondary partaker. His crime, you know what the Americans want him for? They saw that he was used to intimidate a co-conspirator in a $1 million fraud against an Emirati. So he's not even the principal in that crime. How many years are they even going to give Hush Puppy himself? I'm not sure if his sentence has come in. That Abba Kyari further down the chain, the food chain, they are then going to jail him. They're not going to. Well, so what I am suggesting, let me just say what I'm suggesting. What I am suggesting when I'm suggesting is a softer landing is based on that narrative that is that much more removed from the primary crime that the Americans want him for. And his jail sentence is not going to be that much. But the drug trafficking is more of a major offense than the just standard by allegation of a corrupt fraud against an Emirati. So that's what I was hinting at. So if you want to tackle that.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is it's about weighing two options. Should we leave him here? And when this Obama start bashing him, he start calling us our names out, or we leave him to go outside the shores so that everything dies down. Because I'm not kidding you, Obama is going to really mess the space up. So it's better. And you know how corrupt the Nigerian police is. Unfortunately, he will have his own superiors that he's settling. So they'll be like, bad market lele ẹ jẹ́ ká filẹ̀ o, kó tètè yá máa lọ sí America. You understand? Because I'm surprised too. Nigeria was not ready to leave him. All of a sudden they just say, overnight they said they granted the extradition. So it raised suspicion.
I don't think he's going to make it to the States. And there's a guy with a YouTube channel over here. It's you can look it up. The channel is called Fedit, Feddit. He used to be a federal investigator. He did one of his cases was on Hush Puppy, and he went to it in detail, like great detail. A lot of that case is redacted, and he said, "I have never ever seen a case like this with so many redactions." Now, the reason they redact cases, or they redact certain segments of a case from public view, is because really, really important people are involved, as in world leaders or people in high positions around the world. And Hush Puppy is probably going to do very little time. He's going to do very little time because he's cooperating 100% with the FBI. As far as they are concerned, he is a small fish. They're more interested in international players, especially in leadership positions in countries. Obviously, Nigeria is going to be among those countries where you have people running, using their international positions to run international criminal enterprises. So, I'll see if I can find the actual. I'll see if I can find the actual YouTube. What's the word? The actual YouTube broadcast where he was talking about Hush Puppy, but a lot of Nigerians are going to be implicated in that, and that is probably why that Abba Kyari guy is never going to make it to the States. Trust me, they say they're going to bring him here and they're going to extradite him. Someone will off him mysteriously. He's going to be kidnapped by some bandits somewhere. Just keep on watching, you'll see.
I think it's in the custody of NDLA now. And I believe it's NDLA that will surrender him to the authority whenever they're ready to ferry him to United States. He challenged that his detention by the NDLA at the court, and the court turned his application down. He was trying to get bail, but the bail was denied.
He was quoting fundamental human rights. Imagine the cheek of the guy. What was the fundamental human rights when he was opening fire in villages in the east?
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in, engineer.
Yeah, when it comes to Hush Puppy, I think they said he may end up having 20 years imprisonment. But when it comes to Abba Kyari, already he started saying he's a diabetic. He wants to travel if they can send him to abroad for treatment due to his health condition. I think sending him to America, that will
help him better.
Yeah, that will help him better. If not, that custody he is, he will hear you.
Yes, I think it's a softer landing for him going to America.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Yeah.
That would be the most.
The allegation, is it bailable offense?
It should be now. You mean the
drug? Yes.
Conspiracy to defraud. Oh, so the bail? I don't know.
Nigeria.
I don't know that. I couldn't tell you.
No. It's a well, he committed that offense of that money laundering before the drug cartel, criminal drug cartel case. So I believe when they get him to United States, the drug cartel, it's an international drug cartel enterprise. I believe that the United States will have got some information on him as well, and they might have a case for him as well on that. So this guy is in for it, and there's no escape. Nigeria, being a corrupt system, the police department try to cover him up. When they were investigating him, they actually exonerated him. When the Nigerian Police Commission set up an investigation on this matter while he was on administrative leave, they exonerated him. It was the chairman, the Minister of Police Affairs that said no. When they submitted a report to him, exonerated him of all the accusation of money laundering, he said no. He said another investigation team have to be constituted. And while that one was ongoing, this guy was caught with drug trafficking business. So on the side of MALLAM, I don't know why he has to tell us that he will be sent to United States when he has not sent him.
He's trying to throw the U.S. off the scent. So when something happens to when something happens to Abba Kyari or whatever his name is, he will say, I already agreed to send him. He's not on me. That's what's going to happen. Right. That's what they're setting up. They're like,
you're coming up with some very funky ideas today.
I posted that guy's episode on the charts. There's a section there. It says,
"Don't be listening to all these conspiracy theories."
What Malami did is very questionable.
There was a time that I thought the Queen of
conspiracy.
England.
This is all public record.
No, it's conspiracy theory. There was a time that I used to think the Queen of England was a reptilian, a shapeshifter. I was in that space when I used to listen to conspiracy theories like you.
Listen,
I was you would grow out of it. You would grow out
you know
of
what
it.
public record is?
Yeah.
Do you know what that means?
Is
Is
it a
public.
Davido track, public record?
This guy broke down the case using court records. This isn't second hand.
Right.
He used court records. There's a section on there, 231. Did Hush Puppy snitch? I was just listening to it. He said 6 people have been indicted since Hush Puppy's case started, and those indictments are sealed, which means there's some pretty major individuals that they're not ready to release. Trust me, Abba Kyari, whatever.
Is that what you are concluding, or is that what your party concluded?
It's right here now. You want me to play it for you? I
No, don't play it. I'm taking your word for it, but I'm questioning your conclusion.
That what?
You said that means they are serious people. That's why they redacted their name.
They were not going to redact names of everyday people.
Why not? Why not?
Because they don't do that. They only redact names. The only reason court documents are redacted are for national security or something of equivalent magnitude.
No, you are wrong. You are wrong in virtually everything you have said on this platform today. No, you are wrong. No. I'm not querying that what the guy said is what he said. If that is what he said, he is also wrong.
He's a Fed. He
can be fed. He can be fed and fed up, but he is wrong. This is what I'm saying to you. Let me tell you why. Okay, you asked me.
Give me 5 seconds. Listen to this.
I don't want to listen. Look, I'm not disputing that he said it. I'm disputing that what he's saying is not. It doesn't factually cohere and logically cohere.
This is someone who works with the FBI, and
he can work for the Ministry of XYZ.
Someone who works for the FBI who is reading public records, but you're saying he's talking nonsense.
Yes. Yes, and I can back it up.
This guy, man.
Should I back it up?
Go ahead, back it up.
Oh, okay, so he's wrong already to say that things are only redacted for national security reasons. I'm not an American, but I certainly know the law, and that is not how it works. You can. Okay. No, I don't want to listen. No, look, Ayo. You can copyright strike us, so please don't play it. But we're taking it.
It's for learning purposes. It's not.
No. You can. No. If he has a copyright on his content,
he does not.
You don't know that. Don't risk.
I
don't want to get struck, Ayo, just because you want to. I'm taking your word for it. I'm not even querying that he said what you're saying he did say, but I'm saying that he's wrong in what he's saying. That is where I am.
So someone who's reading public records that was redacted and is saying he has never seen a case in his 20 years.
He can read public record, he can read the video record, he can read a Wizkid record, and he can read anything. I'm saying he's wrong. He is wrong.
What are your credentials compared to this guy? This
okay,
is funny, man.
No, I'm just. Do you want to know why I'm saying he is wrong?
You can't just say he's wrong. You can't just pluck. You can't pluck that out of the sky.
No, but I can back it up. I can back it up if you let me.
Ayo, let him back it up. Let him back it up. Ayo, let him back it up.
Okay, let me back it up. He is wrong. So you can redact for several reasons. And the main reason, most instances, you know what redaction means. So if you have something, for instance, especially if you go through the history of countries where they publish something, if you go to that publication, you can read 2 or 3 paragraphs and they will black out about 3 or 4 paragraphs. And then you go to like about 7 paragraphs so that the person does. So the information that they black out, that is redacted information. And that's usually for national security reasons. But in most instances, when they do redact things, they redact it for investigative reasons. And this is what they have done in this particular instance. So they have redacted those names for investigative reasons. And the reason why they have redacted, and I don't even know the story, but I'm just going off the back of what you're saying. And the reason why they have redacted those names for investigative, those names is not because they are high profile names, but because they still want to harvest those people for more information. So they don't want it known that those people are in their custody. So that is why they redacted it. Not essentially to do with the profile of the people, but for the reasons that they want to harvest them for information. So that is why you and your party man, you are both wrong.
Okay. So the reason they redact things are twofold. They redact them, one, for national security, and two, to protect method and sources. Those are the only two reasons. So the investigation, this is already an indictment. These guys have already been indicted. The investigations are pretty much done. This court case is already ongoing. So there is no sort of like parallel investigation that is still going. In the court documents that were redacted, they're protecting either individuals to protect for national security, depending on whatever the sensitivity of the case is, or to protect methods and sources. Maybe they're agents, or maybe people who have revealed something, or people who they don't want the public to know that they revealed something. Those are the only two cases. And this is what this guy is saying, and this is his job, and he's reading public records. So I'm going to take someone who's actually in the field, who is expressing what's going on. I'm going to take his word over yours, one man, because he knows what he's talking about.
All right. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. But you know, that guy is a yam head. Just don't go to that place. No, he will just lead you astray and fill your head with nonsense. He's a nonsensical guy, whoever that guy is. If he's telling you that they only redact for national reasons, they redact mainly for investigative reasons, and that redaction is only temporary. It's usually just a few months until they get what they want, and then they publish. That's usually how it works. But back to Danle Koko.
So Abubakar Malami, that is informing us before action will be taken, I think it's a wrong step completely. We don't need to know.
Exactly.
We need to know after he has been shipped away. When they kidnapped and rendition Kanu to Nigeria, they didn't let us know before he was brought to Nigeria.
Exactly.
They make the announcement to us when Kanu is already here. So between Kanu and Abba Kyari, who is a criminal, is treating Abba Kyari as a king by letting him know that he will be sent to United States. We don't need to know. He's trying to jeopardize the interest of that effort.
Exactly.
Now they will hear that, as Ayo was saying, some criminal gang, that guy is a criminal, and he still have some criminal working for him. Some criminal gang could go and kill him, all in an effort to cover up something. Because if that guy is taken to United States, I bet you every person that is involved in this criminal business that he has been doing, it will mention everybody. So some people now that have been doing this business with Abba Kyari, I mean, they'll be scared to death now. And they might feel, well, you have to take him away. So because if he's taken to the United States, he might mention us. Something might come out against us too. So Abubakar Malami is acting like a criminal too. It must sound, what I'm saying now must sound offensive to some people. I know some people might be thinking, oh,
because it's a Fulani man. That's why he's talking like this to me. No.
Are you afraid of Jafar? Is this what you're doing? He's in the comment section watching you, so be careful with your words, Ajale Koko.
Oh no, not because of that. I'm just saying the way I feel.
No, I'm only joking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. What it's doing is not helping the matter at all. Criminal should not be honored. Send him away and let us know that this guy can be sent, and that's it. So, but Abubakar Malami, I don't know what is going to happen to him, because I know that what he has done, when he's convicted in the United States, he will get between 20 and 30 years. For sure. And we don't know how many, what else they're going to bring up against him other than what we know. So, but the question we have to ask is that after serving his jail time in United States, when he returned to Nigeria, would they still have case against him on the drug matter? Or will that case be gone by the time he returned to Nigeria? Will that case be gone? Do we have, what do we call this thing? There's this time they use for it for period of years.
Statute of limitation.
Status of limitation. Do they have status of limitation in Nigeria? Because this is the question we should be asking. This guy must not go free. He must be punished. He was empowered. This guy was empowered with the state authority to fight and prevent crime. But he uses that authority to be that number one criminal that is tormenting people around and was engaging in drug trafficking. It must be punished.
Yeah,
so that it can serve as deterrent to others. After serving in the United States, when he comes back to Nigeria, he's supposed to come and face that offense of drug in Nigeria and be jailed again, so that others in the service of the police or other uniformed men that are criminal like him will learn in a very hard way that whoever that is entrusted with the authority of the state, particularly when you are wearing that uniform, you must act honorably and you must not engage in criminal activity. This uniform has given them so much power, with the gun they carry to perpetrate criminality in Nigeria. We saw the way they did with the SARS and every other thing. So this guy, he must go to US. They have to now. What we should be saying now.
All right. Yeah.
One man, let me make this point. I know that you're for time. Yeah. What we supposed to be shouting now is that nothing must happen to Abba Kyari. Abubakar Malami, you are not helping the situation by letting us know that this guy will be good. Nothing must happen to him. He must be kept safe where he is now. And if anything happened to him, you will be held responsible, because he's not supposed to tell us before being shipped to the United States. That's my position.
All right, thank you, John Lekoko. So let me acknowledge some of the super chats that have come in. Alexander came in earlier to back up Ife. He says, Ife, I salute you as you got one man rattled. Somewhat. I'm never rattled, always outnumbered, never outgunned. So that's me, always outnumbered, never outgunned. I'm an Oyo man. But thank you, Alexander Gomez. And Ayos clansman, he comes in to back him up, Lord Michael. He says, at one man, that backup is whack. You just wasted our time. Ayo, please flow on, Jare. So yes, that backup is whack. You just wasted our time. Ayo, please flow on. So Lord Michael blacking up Ayo somewhat. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko, for that. Let's go from you, Ajan Lekoko, and let's go to Baba Kure if he's still with us. Baba Kure, are you there? Okay, Babakule has fallen asleep on us. Let's go from Babakule to DOG. D, are you there? D has gone off to change nappies. Let's go from DOG to Ife, who hopefully is not changing nappies. Ife, are you there?
Yes,
Ife
I'm
has
here.
gone.
I'm
Oh,
here.
okay,
Our,
okay.
our woman rights activists.
Our human rights. Look, Ife, you are under the court a little bit, oh, eh?
One man,
You that I
ti
thought,
fún ẹ lórúkọ ìfẹ́, human rights activist.
but look at that now. When I call Ayo the Yoruba supremacist, should we now call Ife the anti-Yorubaist, trying to remove Omoluabi from the Yoruba narrative? This is what you tried yesterday.
Is it not the Omoluabi that we?
I'm still not recovered. I still not recovered from what you said yesterday. I'm traumatized by what you said yesterday. Removing Omoluabi from Yoruba. Look at this guy.
Is it not the Omoluabi that we are keeping? It's not as if we should remove our Omoluabi. Omoluabi is a universal code, you understand? But we have to refine Omoluabi. It's the Omoluabi that some people want to do now, that they are doing ritual killing people around. So those are the things.
Okay, you're on the watch list, but go to that space then that you've just opened up. That man now, ADEDOYIN, whatever his name is. But that is the story. Anyway, you go to that space because it bothers me and it chills, it sends shivers through me. Because he is caught, but it's 1,000 more of him.
Yeah, you see, one thing is this, and I don't advocate jungle justice, but when justice is not served or when justice is delayed, these are the things that allow people to go taking laws into their hand. I will not be surprised when another type of incident is caught by the people. They will just administer justice the way they feel it to be. Because somebody has some influence in the space, he has committed a gruesome atrocity, turned people's wife to widows, children overnight orphans. And it's not a space that the government caters for people. You can imagine who is going to take care of the education of those children. He has left and he's gallivanting about somebody saying that he still goes back to his house. We have to bullshit this type of people, man. And I'll not be surprised when people start taking laws into their hands. Because
how many of those Baba Oloyes do you think are actually of this narrative? All these Baba Oloyes?
I think the narrative in Nigeria now is even going that there is no. If we take the rich people in Nigeria, all these people belong into one society or one of occultic group or the other. That maybe it's only 10% that you see that their hands are totally clean. Understand? Or maybe 15%. That the rest of them is either if they are not telling them to tie a wrapper in the midnight walking, they are either beating with goat blood or some form of ritual. It's an African thing. I want to suspect that it was because of this behavior when the other religions came that people saw some form of liberty, that they embraced these religions. Don't let us kid ourselves. The only reason Islam sold in Africa or in the African continent was, when you see people doing evil, there is a form of justice. Christianity, these type of practices will not make you, either for people that believe in hell or heaven, will not make you, because everybody in that space at that time understood, these were the things going on. And you have some people who were suffering and they want some form of liberty. And when people hear the word liberty, it's easily themselves, because by nature, nobody wants to be subjected to some form of oppression. So that's what I'm saying, because that's the same thing happening now. Somebody who needs to be sentenced to some form of either firing squad or death sentence, well, maybe the law will still take a course over the number of years or months.
It just it really makes me shiver when I read these stories and I see that guy. Their eyes always deadpan and deadly. Their skin always bleached yellow. They always wear this throw agbadas, usually white, and they always wear these long traditional beads. Baba Oloye, ritualist. It's just a
Woman,
this guy is just one example, but I would
I'm
say,
from a
yeah, yeah.
place that I know some things. You see, there's no religion that does not have the good part and the bad part. Or let's put it this way, where you have people who do extreme. When it comes to sacrifices, we have people who use goats, chicken, some eggs to do their normal sacrifices, and it works for them. But in these religions, we have some people who will go to the extreme of sacrificing to some form of deity that requires they killing humans. You understand? But one thing is this: I have my own grandfather who was a traditionalist. He never did those things. He will even
Otherwise known as Babalawo.
no, it's not Babalawo, but he
All
is a
right.
traditionalist in terms
All
of
right.
that is his own religion. He was a voodoo worshipper. You understand? Well, one thing is he will be the one. They have one of the best characters. He will be the one telling you that don't do this, don't do that. Even if you are bringing Bible to him, he will be telling you that, oh, is there any other thing you want to teach me? Do you see me killing people? No. Do you see me taking what does not belong to others? No. We have good traditionalists who are of
Do you
very
believe in
exemplary.
spiritualism, if I just believe that there's a parallel world that a lot of us are not even aware of, that we don't know? There's a portal through which a lot of us have not gone through. But, do you believe
Okay,
in spiritualism?
I have a direct experience. One of my extended grandfather um used to serve what's it called this water deity. There are
Yemoja.
sometimes there are sometimes during the year he would just go into the water and maybe for some months before he comes back. You understand? So
What do you mean go into the water?
and
Actually go
now
into the water or go on a boat? What do you mean? What does that mean?
that space I don't know. But we just know that during that time he would just go and he was this powerful person. But because my own dad saw this thing, so he became a Christian. He was like, even because he became a Christian, they stopped his education. Yeah, his education was stopped, but just stood and said, no, I'm not doing this. But one thing is, yes, we Africans, we don't let us shy away from that. There are forces that ìwọ tó bá rìn wọ́n ń pẹ́ àìrìn jìnnà ní àfírí àbùké ọ̀kẹ́rẹ́. It tells you that, yeah, if you want
You
to.
you know a
Oh.
lot of me does not actually believe really fully in that nativism, but
No, no,
I'm
wait,
clever
one
enough
man,
and
one man
experienced enough
is also in the
to be
Bible, right?
cautious of yes,
No, it's also in the Bible, because even in the
because I
Bible,
see it as somewhat like a abracadabra, sleight of hand, boju
Well,
boju.
I think me and one man are finally on the same page. I agree with you 100%. It's all fairy tales.
Yeah,
All
but
yes,
fairy
are
tales.
you cautious enough to treat it with respect, Ayo? Just
I do
so
not.
on the
You
safe
know what?
side.
yeah.
The way I the way
AY,
I
Eh?
the way I view
AY,
it
wait,
is
hello, please let me learn my point. AY, you are free
sorry,
to believe in
go
what
ahead.
you want to believe.
Go ahead.
We read in the Islamic narrative and in the Christian narrative of what transpired between Moses and the Egyptians. Moses threw his rod on ground, it became snake. The Egyptians too did their own too. It became snake. So magic has been as long as man. Even in the Bible, we read that
But
there was wait
if
now, yeah, there was an Israelite king who was sacrificing his own children to idols, Manasseh, King Manasseh. So the issue of human sacrifices has been long to man, even in the Himalayas, the Andes region.
No, the
Also the
sacrifices, yes.
Mayans.
Sorry, if let me just call him. Okay, you wanted to go before me. Yeah, later you're interject you, if yeah.
No, I was going to. I think you're pretty much saying the same thing. No one is saying people don't have belief systems. Every culture in every single corner of the earth has some sort of belief system, and that is all it is. Whether it is Ifa, whether it is Islam, whether it's Christianity, they are all belief systems. And as long as they serve their community, which is what belief systems do, it's fine. Fortunately, all belief systems are just that. They just make people feel good because as a human being, there's a part of your brain that needs to think something is greater than you and you're not in control of your destiny. So when bad things happen, there's a way to explain it. Or when good things happen to other people you don't like or whatnot, there's a way to explain it away. It's a human need. It's a belief system. As far as whether they are true, the stories are ridiculous. Someone walking on water, someone turning water into wine, someone parting the Red Sea. Give me a break. And I don't want to offend anyone here, but if I were to choose a belief system because I had to, I would pretty much choose a belief system that is native to my culture. I would probably more lean towards Ifa than Christianity or Islam because that is what my ancestors did and that's what served my community. That belief system is more true to who I am as Yoruba man.
Ayo, I agree with you, but I have a question for you. If you believe in a premise that somebody parted the Red Sea or did this or that, so what premise do you have to believe in our fathers who will say incantations and thunder will strike? Or haven't you seen it before?
I have not. It's once again, it's fairy tales.
Have you seen it? Wait, have you seen it before?
I have not. It's fairy tales.
Do you want to see it?
Yes, I do. Please show me proof. I will pay you to show me proof.
Don't worry. When it's time that the Republic of Beninois are celebrating their Voodoo festival, I would look for a time and maybe tell you the time for you to go. You will see things that are supernatural.
On just that Beninois, how did they pronounce? How did they call it? So is it Beninois?
The Beninois, yeah.
Yes, the Beninois. On that Beninois space, there's a huge voodoo culture in that space. And I heard this narrative once that when commercial those intra-country buses are carrying people to Benin Republic from Nigeria, that there's a particular village, there's a particular community that people do not look at. So when they are coming up to that space, they either pull the shutters down or they tell people not to look at that community. Are you aware of that narrative? It's a narrative I heard a while ago.
Yeah. There's a part in, I think, around Semi-Aziz. If you go there and you laugh at people, you start laughing until they come and maybe appease them before you be normal again. So there are some things you don't do in some communities. I think in some Ijebu communities too, there are some things you don't do there. You don't see people and laugh at them.
It's all urban legend.
Look at this guy.
Any of that was true,
you better be careful.
I'm being careful.
I'm sorry for you.
Listen, I've been questioning this thing.
Ayo, what you don't know, you don't know.
Just be careful.
Say that all this does not exist.
This is the problem we have.
You have
to. This narrative since I was 17.
I'm skeptical too, but cautiously so. I wouldn't,
And I would like for someone to prove it to me. Someone, please hex me, put a curse on me or something.
Look at that.
I have been questioning this narrative since I was 17.
Don't say that. Don't say that. No, you can be. No, hold on. Be skeptical in your private thoughts, but don't challenge the space. So don't challenge the space. I wouldn't encourage you to do that.
Àwọn Yorùbá sọ pé ọmọdé ò mọ.
But the thing is, if this was so true, why is Igboho still in jail now? Why isn't he free now? Why haven't we summoned all the Yoruba magic that we have that is so powerful to get him out? Can someone explain that to me?
The question my answer to you, how did Igbowo escape when his house was surrounded?
But why can't he escape now?
Okay, why he cannot escape now? Do you know when he got to the public court, they actually passed him, the immigration passed him. It was the wife that was held behind. And he couldn't leave his wife, and he went back.
And the reason he escaped, this is what I heard. The reason he escaped the first time was because he was tipped off that they were after him. And
what of tipped off? He was in the house. Didn't you listen to some of his?
You know, he was shot. You know that. You know, he was shot. You know, he got some shrapnels from the attack.
He was there. He was in the house. How did he escape when the house was surrounded and everybody and all the troops were there? How did he escape? You think it was Ojulasan?
I don't believe any of that. Like I said, I'm
skeptical too, but cautiously so. Yeah.
We don't have to be saying a lot of
things on here. Yes.
On here, we don't have to be saying a lot of things. But this guy just told you now that when they are doing that festival in Benin, he would like you to come so that you can see for yourself. There are a lot of things that they do in Yoruba land that we can. Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Okay, it's just that we flow some of our culture. If you follow, have you gone to hunting expedition before, Ayo? If you go to hunting expedition and follow all those hunters into the bush, you will see some things that you.
I'm not saying I know for sure that there isn't, but it's very unlikely, and I just don't see why there isn't any proof till today of something tangible that is reproducible.
So you're looking for, you think it's scientific? You're looking for proof?
Well, it should be.
We are talking of something that is spiritual. You are talking scientific.
And these people are going around.
Which proof do you want to see?
And this is the concerning thing for me. People who believe this stuff go around and kill people and think.
Should we on Yoruba Ayo? Because I think we've lost Ayo. You know, should we just on Yoruba him? I think we've lost. Have we lost you, Ayo? Have we lost you?
One man, Ayo is not Yoruba. He's another
American.
person.
He's from California.
Really?
Yeah?
Really? Don't
don't challenge tradition. No. I'm skeptical too, but I wouldn't. I want my word. So
I'm not challenging it. I just said I don't.
I'm a Christian, but if you are talking of this thing, it's real. One man, it's real.
The only thing is you don't want to project. You don't want to project it beyond what's it called? It's efficacy. You understand? Maybe from the religious standpoint.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying evil. I'm not saying evil does not exist. Evil does exist.
So what is evil in your own definition?
Supernatural. It's the whole supernatural aspect that I have.
Yeah. No. Yes. If I asked you a question, if I ask you that question again,
Yeah. My question is, what is evil in your own definition?
Yes.
Evil is.
Hello, I want to give you an example.
No, let's hear him first. Hold on. I think he's going to just describe it as a bad deed.
Wait. Okay.
Exactly. Evil is usually an unspeakable deed against.
Look at that. We know how you're now. We know.
How do you explain this? A woman wakes up in the morning, and 4 of children died on the spot.
Maybe they were poisoned. That would be the likely outcome. That would be the likely reason. I don't know, but what is your explanation for that? What is your explanation for that?
It's a year now. He's told you now. All of my Amio, you know. I used to say Amio. Just say Amio. You have to cover both bases. So I'm skeptical too, but I wouldn't go.
I guess the reason is. I'm happy. I don't know. I don't have anything against belief systems, but when people start to use it for evil, like killing people, human sacrifice, because they think it's going to bring money. There's a guy, Yoruba. I'm not the only person. No, there's a Yoruba guy on Twitter that says anyone who can prove that to him, he put down the money in escrow somewhere. He said anyone that can prove it to him should come and collect the money, like $100,000. The money has been sitting there for years. No one has collected it. Why? Why is it that this cannot be subjected to logical testing? Why? Because
okay, Ayo,
it's
have
a
you
way to
seen?
control people.
So, Ayo, you are expecting somebody to come and show up his face that right?
But listen now, but people are doing human sacrifices.
Hello,
right?
Ayo.
So,
I want to ask
yeah.
you a question. Do you believe people make rainmakers? Do you believe people make rain?
Of course not. Now that's a fairy tale. Now, come on.
I rest my case.
No, you don't
That's a
believe that
fairy
people
tale.
stop
That's
rain
the biggest fairy tale of them all.
falling. Eh?
Rainmaker for what? Which kind of rainmaker is that? That's a huge fairy tale.
Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a scenario.
Yeah.
It was in I think somewhere in I think it was in Oyo State or somewhere. That was a long time ago. It should be around 30 years ago or so. I went to a party, and those people that are rainmaker, they came and told them that, yeah, they have to give them something. Otherwise, they will call on the rain to come. It looked like it was a joke. The guy who we went to do something, from Lagos, who's going to give them something? Let them go. They are just talking. The weather was clear that nothing's going to happen. Man, rain started. And throughout, from afternoon to the next morning, the rain never stopped. We couldn't do that party.
Maybe they looked at the weather forecast before they.
What are you talking about? About a mile away.
It's also
What are you talking to me personally? I don't want to say this.
We went to those people back there to stop the rain, to stop. They said,
okay.
no. I want to
hold on, Ajanle Koko.
Can someone post a video?
Hold on, Ayo. Do you respect Wole Soyinka, Ayo?
Of course.
Okay. So Wole Soyinka once narrated, I was just looking for it now, I probably will find it later. Wole Soyinka narrated once that he was skeptical about this space too. And then he was in the company, I think either of the Alaafin of Oyo or the then Ooni of Ife, the one that passed preceding Obadeyeye. And he was telling him that, look, Ogunwa now, and that there is native powers, and he was refuting it. And the man would say, okay, I can make it rain for you now. And he said no. And the Oba then made it rain just at a particular spot, just to. He said he recalled from that and he was staggered. This was Wole Soyinka. If I can't find it, then I'll look for it the next time you come. I'll either, if I find it in video form, you see it, or in.
Hello, let me tell you.
I would really like to see.
Because you never seen it. That doesn't mean you should be saying that it does not exist. This is what we have witnessed, and we are telling you, you are still saying that.
These are Jebota people now, Ajanle Koko.
It's looking, you think that power is a scientific power? Yeah. It's not scientific. You are looking, which proof you are looking for?
Ajanle Koko, let me tell you
I'm
what
not saying I don't have all the answers. Maybe it's true. I just don't see it. I haven't seen it.
All right. Let's hear from Ife.
Man, let me tell you what happened to Tinubu once upon a time in Badagry. He came for campaign. That was during AD time, during his governorship time. Go and check the statistic. Badagry did not vote for AD. You know what they did? I've never seen that type of rain since my life.
Listen, see, this is what I guess. This is when people say things like this. This is what
wait now. I'm the one telling you a personal experience. Wait.
Go ahead.
You see the type of rain that fell when he came to do campaign.
Yeah.
There is a word people who are close to Tinubu will know this. That normally says about Badagry people will say Awara Badagry Ugbadun.
It is true. It's true.
That word Awara Badagry Ugbadun was because of that incident that happened.
Do you know what the climate in Yoruba land is called?
Oh, look at that.
Oh
Tropical
God!
something.
Just stop this, man.
Ayo,
They are talking to you like American, man.
one man, can I say personal
I mean,
experience?
one man
you.
just told you what happened to Wole Soyinka. You still don't want to believe.
listen,
No,
And I told
I
you
have
what
to
I
look for the
experienced.
proof because I
I'm
will
not
not
You
being
still
accept
don't
it.
want to
blasphemous.
believe. And
I'm not being
if
blasphemous.
guy is
Can I say
telling you
personal
what he saw
experience?
that happened in
Hold on,
Badagry,
Thomas. Yeah.
you still
And
don't
this
want
is
to
what I'm
believe.
saying. I'm not being blasphemous. It is literally called the tropical rainforest.
Okay,
Ayo, let me tell you this now. Ayo, calm down.
Oh, no, you
One
Ayo,
man, can
calm
I
down.
say something?
Ayo,
Hold
Ayo,
on,
are you
Thomas
married?
now. Yeah.
Listen,
Ayo, are you
Yoruba
married?
land,
I leave
Ayo,
him now.
calm
He
down.
can be married or not. What do you want
Wait,
to do
calm
with
down.
this?
Wait.
You
Ayo,
want
are
to
you
marry
married?
him? Eh?
Huh?
Yoruba
Are you
land is
married?
literally in the tropical
No,
rainforest. Are you
Please
guys
just answer me. I want to give you
hold on,
something
Ayo.
practical now.
Hold on, Ayo. Leave
Are
if
you
he's
married?
married. Leave that one. Just go to the point because that's
Wait,
like
see,
personal.
bring
Yeah.
your wife. Let us use that to test
No.
touch and follow.
Oh,
No,
no,
this
no, no,
here
no,
you know
no,
the
no.
year word.
That's
Make we do touch and follow. No.
Where
Whether you
should
go
I
clear
bring
for your
that
eye.
to? Where should I
Touch and
bring that?
follow.
I'll bring that.
Okay, bring
Where should I
one girl.
bring that?
Make you see touch and follow. Christian sister.
One man,
Make
can I
they
say
use touch and
something?
follow. Make
Hold
you
on,
know whether it
Thomas
not go
now.
work.
Listen, I've been hearing these talk tales or these fairy tales since I've been a kid. Be careful, oh, if they touch your
All right.
genital.
Let's just leave that space. Ayo remain
Fairy
skeptical.
tales
So
that
yeah.
people are believing. I'm not saying there isn't evil.
We cannot change your position. That is his
Yeah. Let's
position.
just move on for reasons of
Yeah.
time. Let's take Thomas's anecdote very quickly, and then we just move on from that space. So yeah,
Sorry,
Thomas.
please, before Thomas. Hello,
Yeah,
let me just
yeah.
clear my space.
Yeah.
Though I believe it's one thing to believe in something, it's another thing to put faith in it. I believe these things exist, but I don't put faith in them. So that's why I want to clear.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, because I believe the powers that control that space is not something I can associate with.
They're diabolical.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Is that what you mean? I'm asking. Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
No,
Yes.
make
Thomas.
Jafar give you slap and fall now. Your eye go clear.
No,
My-
Jafar. Jafar is
my
a
whole mom-
runaway soldier. Yeah.
My
that
own
one,
mom
na
tell me.
Magani,
And can
My
someone tell me
own mom tell me a story.
why is there only juju in Yoruba land? Why is there no juju in Hausa land or Igbo land?
There is. Do you not see the Hausas tying this thing round there something? What do you think that is?
Isn't that their coin, their little coin?
Okay, let me ask you one thing. What do you think Odeshi is? The Odeshi that Fela used to think about. What do you think Odeshi is? Is
what?
Juju now? Odeshi.
I don't know.
All right.
You don't know. So
all right. Let's leave the juju space because all right. Let's just move on. Or let's hear Thomas's anecdote, which I think is quite key.
Yes,
So
let me just say this, please. Yeah, my mom told me this. This is a real life story. One of his family member was killed, and they said, "Ejeka loro okwe." That means they take him to somewhere. You understand what I mean? Then the person came back to kill the son of the person that was killed in the first instance, and they said the thunder come down and rain fire on that man. This is not this is not story. This is a real life story. So I get out from that. That's
Thomas,
your mentality.
Thomas, once again, it thunders in the tropical rainforest.
Just let's move on. One man.
All right. Thank you, Thomas.
No,
let's move on. That space is. All right. Let's move on and go back to Ife. So Ife, let's come to you and just a quick thoughts on the Abba Kyari narrative. I was suggesting that they are giving him a soft landing, but people have a different thoughts. But what are your thoughts on that extradition now that is being proposed?
Yeah, like I think you've asked me before. So like I said earlier, I think if the cocaine trial is being tried in Nigeria, many people's head will roll. So it's better for him to go and dance to the American space, which will not affect the Nigerian space. I think that's what's happening. Because earlier they did not want to release him to America, but now cocaine is coming into play, and Olori Doriemu. So they'll be like, let us just push him away to go and face the American thing. Yeah.
Okay, and to Nnamdi Kanu's American lawyer asking his Nigerian lead lawyer, AJ4, to recuse himself for reasons of being compromised and conflict of interest. So what are you then making of this American then asserting law in Nigeria?
Yeah, you have to understand the space he's coming from. He's looking at things has to be diligent, processes has to be diligent, and that's discipline. Maybe what we really lack in Nigeria. You know that you are not fit for a purpose, but you want to just push yourself into that space, maybe because of the monetary gain or the influential benefit you get from it. What's it called? Sabotaging or jeopardizing the real cause of what it should be intended for. So if there's something fishing, for him to have said that, I think the best thing for him to do is to bow out of the case. Yeah.
Oh, all right, thank you, Fair. And finally, Fair, the Nigerian government comes up with reasons for perpetuating in darkness in the country. They are saying it is the dry season and the dams are dry. So that is the reason why there's no electricity. After
Even
20 billion spent add on
yeah,
top of
even a 5-year-old knows how to, he may not be able to implement it, but understand that there are many types of technologies that can give electricity. I just feel that they want an average Nigerian to still be in some form of poverty, because what Nigerians are even telling the politicians is fix only light. Nobody cares about the amount of money you are taking in Abuja. Just fix that light for us. But I found out that most of our politicians are investing in the oil business. If there's light, it will affect their own business. So, and the way you can affect people is to make them poor. I will not be surprised if there's light in Nigeria and people that there's election, people will not come out to do any election. They will just be glued to their television. It's that bad. So it's just a way to torture Nigerians. That's the way I see the whole thing. And it's irresponsibility. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Fair. Always a delight. So if every joins us, so it's coming now more frequently, and we're all the better for it. So let's go to Truth to Power, who hopefully is still with us. Truth to Power are somebody that speaks with a lot of sense. So Truth to Power, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Yeah, brilliant. You see, this is Truth to Power. He will never interject or interrupt, but he's always there. So Truth to Power, good of you to stay. So to that topic, let me take you to that space that seems to be generating a lot of conversation. This man in Osun State that is human sacrificing people, harvesting them from his hotel. He looks as though he might get his comeuppance. But then the Nigerian judicial system, how much faith do you place on that? Truth to Power.
Yeah, I think many people have, many this evening have said so much. I greet everybody on the platform, and I think it has been productive. I think I've not quite followed that story really well, but I've got I've caught snippets of pieces of information on that case, and I'm just going to speak as I see fit. So yeah, I think the biggest problem we have in Nigeria is when we think there are laws that are made for a certain category of people and a different one made for the downtrodden and the poor. And it's going to be a test of character for the police force and, of course, the judiciary if the man is brought to the book. And it's really bad that when the 21st century, by no means, I do not say that we need to jettison our culture. In fact, I'm a proud Yoruba man myself. I wear my heart on my sleeve about my identity. But anything that really does not make us progressive, does not make us move from darkness to light, I think it needs to be jettisoned. So it would be it would be good riddance to bad rubbish if the man is brought to book, if he's found guilty, because it looks like it's until the person is actually brought to the book, it's an alleging. So if he's found guilty, it would be good riddance to bad rubbish, and that will serve as a deterrent to many other people who think because they're high and mighty that they can always get away with murder or get away with things like this. So it will be an interesting space in the next few, say, weeks, say, months for the police force and of course the judiciary. But I'm hopeful that if up until now it looks like everything is running progressively, they're not sweeping it under the carpet, because as we know, the Nigerian police force is a funny space. They could have just done anything and said, oh, there's really no case and all that. But it looks like this might see the light of day in terms of justice. So we'll keep our fingers crossed, and we'll hope that he's really brought to the book.
All right, thank you, Truth to Power. So, Truth to Power, just these two sequences happened in tandem. Nigerian Drug Agency NDLEA slams 8-count charge against disgraced DCP Abba Kyari. So that happened in tandem with the narrative that the Nigerian state has now opened that window. Federal government approves extradition of Abba Kyari to face charges in the United States. So two different headlines pointing at one same person. So it's a pull now, a talk between the Americans and the Drug Enforcement Agency. Abubakar Malami signs the release of Abba Kyari as the drug agency Buba Mawa closes in. So what do you think is in play there, and who do you think will win through Truth to Power?
Yeah, Nigeria is really a funny space. Once upon a time, it looked like Abba Kyari will not be extradited. It looks like Nigeria was covering him up. It looks like nothing is going to happen in that space. And suddenly, the man was alleged of a bigger crime, so to speak, within the international drug space. And it looks like there are a lot of Nigerians. So this is what I think is happening. So I think there are very high and influential people in the Nigerian society that would definitely be connected to him with respect to the drug charges. And I just see that there'll be too many heads that will roll if he's actually tried in Nigeria. And so possibly that's why Malami is speaking now and talking about extradition. So I think I want to agree with Ayo that we don't know where it's going to land yet with respect to whether he would even make it to the States. Because like everyone knows that if the Nigerian government is really serious about extraditing him, they really need not say a word about it out into the public space. They just need to do it. So for Malami to say that they are going to be doing this, I just hope that we're not going to get another sleight of hand from either the government or people in high places. I hope that it will truly be extradited to face the music in the States. But this is what I really want. So as Ajanle Kuku has said, that even if he's gone to the States and served his time there, yeah, if there is really nothing stopping him from serving the consequence of his action with respect to the other crime, then even when he gets back to Nigeria, he should still serve his time there, because then again, we don't know what kind of landing he will get in the States. But I think that will be a softer one compared to the kind of landing he will get in Nigeria, because I think in the Nigerian one, heads will roll and it will really look ugly for people in high places. And I think people in government might also be complicit in some respect. So I think it's an opportunity for Malami to say, oh, yeah, we would have released him anyway. We were already talking about it. So an opportunity for him to give himself a pat in the back that, okay, it will look like the Americans will have faith and believe in us. But rather, if they do extradite him, I think it's more because they don't want edge to roll. There are things that they might be hiding, and it's really convenient for them to do so. Just not to labor that space for too much. It would be interesting to see that he will actually be extradited. It will be interesting to see, but I'm not going to put anything past some shady things happening in the next few days or few weeks regarding Abba Kyari.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Truth to Power. So have you spoken on the Nnamdi Kanu lawyer thing?
No, I haven't.
Oh, yeah. So the American lawyer now is asking the Nigerian lawyer, the lead one, the one that is always peacocking in front of the cameras, Fein, Ejiofor, to recuse himself because he is somewhat compromised by a fraud case that was instituted against him by a private person. The American lawyer was quite labored to make the point that the case that Ejiofor is facing is not at all led by the Nigerian state, so it's not a conspiracy to undermine him. This is a case that predates his involvement in the Nnamdi Kanu narrative, and that this case, this fraud case, which is essentially a criminal case that puts him at the mercy of the Nigerian judiciary, compromises somewhat his ability to lead Nnamdi Kanu's case. So what are you then making of this invitation to recuse by the American to the Nigerian?
Yeah, I think on first impulse, we might want to say that what's the American's own? Why is he trying to speak into a space where he's really an American and he's trying to speak to the Nigerian space? And I think he's looking at it from the place of morality, from the place of you're trying to win a case here with respect to Nnamdi Kanu, whereas you've got maybe one or two things hanging in your head. So I don't know what that case, I don't know the details of what Ejiofor might have had in terms of his personal dealings with people and in terms of the other case that he had. But if there's any element of truth in it, I think it makes absolute sense so that it doesn't weigh negatively on the outcome, because it can have a way. The judge, you never know who is going to bring one or two things and open that space and challenge that space and bring a Ejiofor into Nnamdi Kanu's case, and before you know it, might undermine whatever Ejiofor or the entire group might be bringing as evidence or to actually make their case for Nnamdi Kanu. So if there's any element of truth that Ejiofor has a case to answer, I think the right thing to do would be for him to recuse himself. He can be championing and giving advice from the back seat, while he sorts himself out, instead of showing himself or showing his face and actually hampering the chances of Nnamdi Kanu's case coming to a positive note like we all expect. So makes sense that Ejiofor should recuse himself if he has anything going with any other person with respect to the judiciary system, or judicial system rather. One man, are you there? I don't think one man is there anymore.
You can speak to the next topic.
One man has gone to eat granite.
You can speak to the next topic.
Yeah, what might that be?
What is the next topic?
Tinubu, speak on Tinubu.
Yes,
Tinubu's visit
Yes.
to
after Tinubu,
Way of
Voodoo
Ekiti.
What about him? I really didn't get that talking point.
I think
He
they just want to know if you support him or not. That's pretty much what this is.
Yeah, I'm not.
So
No, he went to Way of Ekiti to solicit for his support. You know, the transitional institution in Ekiti to support his presidential destiny, and he was telling them there how he participated in the June 12 struggle, how he fought hard for democracy that we're enjoying in Nigeria, how he did this and that, and what he has done to people from Ekiti, how he helped, what do you call this, the present governor of Ekiti, Fayemi, when they were fighting June 12, and he was studying in the University of London, and all the rest of it. So it was just there to solicit for their support, and you know.
And did he get their endorsement?
Yeah.
He got the endorsement of the Way of Ekiti.
No, that one just wish him well, and that's it.
You are not the right person to be saying this.
Anyway, personally, I think Tinubu is not done. He's not done himself proud within the Nigerian space. That's just my personal opinion. Anyway, I think it's done more harm than good, especially to the ordinary person, the ordinary man in the street. I was in Nigeria when it was governor between 1999 and I think shortly before, just around the time he was finishing his tenure before I left the shores of Nigeria. So I really know what he did. Of course, there were a few things he did, but in terms of value to the people, in terms of what we can compare to what we see in even places in North Africa, I'm not even looking far afield into Europe or into the Middle East. I think these people, they have shortchanged us too much, that when they give us sweet with one hand and they take so much with the other hand. That's what they do. So personally, I don't think there's no way on planet Earth that I'm going to vote for Tinubu anyway.
Oh, thank God.
To power. Do you have any candidates?
Thank God.
There is
Do you have any candidates through to power?
Yeah, there are more credible and more honorable people to vote for.
Exactly.
So it's not about the choice is not going to be my choice because I'm not politicking, so I'm not going to be bringing anybody up. But wherever the political space throws up, we need to look out for certain qualities amongst the candidates, and it is really supposed to be about issues, issue-led conversation. Personally now, if Tinubu was going everywhere to say, this is how I'm going to solve the electricity problem, look at my blueprint, this is how I'm going to solve the security problem, look at the plans I have with the Northeast, look at the plans I have with the Northwest, this is how I'm going to repay the Niger Delta, this is going to be the new formula in terms of the regions and the spaces where we get resources. These are the things we want to hear. So if he's not saying these and he's just pushing the cheap narrative, oh, I'm a Yoruba man, there are so many legitimate, credible, honorable Yoruba.
But true to power. His campaign has not started. It's just consulting now.
Oh, okay, I agree. Okay, he's consulting now, so he's not really supposed to be showing his hand or making campaign
manifesto.
Yeah, exactly. Making campaign promises or revealing manifesto. I do agree, but be that as it may, I I don't really think there is anything credible that is going to come from Tinubu. This is my own. I don't think there's anything
Okay.
because
When you say Tinubu has done a lot of bad things, can you please just tell us a few, if you know any?
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna say something. I have never said this before, but I'm just gonna hint at a few things and just to now in. Okay, this is how I'm gonna put it. My dad of blessed memory, he was a very strong politician in Nigeria. I've never said this on the platform before. If anyone knows I don't mind saying that here. If anyone knows the Badmus family of Lagos State, my dad was the commissioner for commerce in 1975 in Nigeria.
What did you say? What did you call your dad name?
Mumin Adio Badmus.
No, you don't need to. You don't need to.
I know. Yeah.
That is my dad. I never said that. So
okay.
my dad worked with Jack Conde and the like. So I'm an insider, even though at times I don't really say that here, but I'm an insider. When Tinubu came to Nigeria when he came and then wanted to be governor, my dad was one of those people. I was there. He came to my dad's hotel. So I know these things inside out. And when my dad became commissioner for education in 1999, because my dad actually passed on, he died intestate. He died serving the state government in 2001. He died of stroke. So between 1999 and 2001, there were a lot of wranglings, even in the party, the so-called, was the AD then. So it was at that time I realized that Tinubu reneged on many of the promises he had with the caucus, with the big wigs of the Afenifere and then the people in the AD party. He reneged on many things. He started towing his own personal ambitions and doing his own things. So I do know that Tinubu wasn't working for the party, so to speak. He was working for himself for the most part of his administration between 1999 and 2007. Tinubu himself made some passes. He was there personally. I know him personally. I know him. I have his phone number. So even though I've never said that on this platform before, it was there at my dad's burial. So I know Tinubu firsthand. He's not a good person. He's since changed and become this overlord. I'm not going to say that maybe if my dad was alive, maybe he would still listen to him. But he was just a small boy when it comes to the kind of politics that Jack Conde and my dad played in Lagos State.
Okay. I want to take you back to another thing you said quickly. Let's
no. Let him finish on that.
No, Ajale Koko, let him not get so emotional about this.
No, not emotional. Let him run through, man.
Let him speak his mind.
Let him speak, man.
I mean, I don't think he's getting emotional. He's speaking his mind.
Let him speak his mind.
Please continue, Truth.
Yeah, so I really am not going to say too much about Tinubu, but he's for himself. He's a man for himself. He doesn't do anything really genuinely for any other person. You see, his second ambition, the second time he was supposed to run, the 2000 and from 1999 and 2003. In 2003, he was supposed to run. I dare say, and I can say it even before Tinubu, if my dad was alive in 2003, Tinubu will never become the governor of Lagos State the second time. But you see, a lot of things happened. Like I said, my dad passed in 2001. I know the big weeks of AD, I do know all of them. From the Amzat family, the deputy governor of Lagos State now, Femi Amzat, I do know him personally, and even his dad.
That's Baba Amzat, the former commissioner for transport during Jack Conde time.
Exactly. So Baba Amzat, I know him. Oftentimes I will go to their house, I will dobale and all that. So I do know them. But I'm not going to expose so much. But Tinubu is a man for himself. He has nobody's interest at heart. He's oftentimes he will come under the cloud of we're doing this, we're championing democracy. When you leave him, you see, Ajale Koko was saying things about while they were championing democracy, he was going about behind discussing and trying to curry favor to become administrator in Lagos State from, was it Buba Marwa? So he's that kind of, I would not say treacherous, but he's a man for himself. So there's no way I am going to vote for Tinubu. I plan to go in 2023 to vote. I really do plan. I've laid the groundwork. I will go in 2023 to vote, and there's no way I'm going to vote for Tinubu. So I'm just going to drop that here anyway. I don't want to go too far regarding Tinubu.
Thank you, Tinubu has made your dad in a way, in one way, isn't it?
Has he done what?
As at least he chose him as a commissioner, at least is a favor
No,
to
he
you.
didn't. My dad was bigger than him. It was my dad that opted for that position. My dad he was the one that begged my dad to become a commissioner for education in 1999. Tinubu was a young man when my dad was
He was nowhere his dad.
My brother, you have all these secrets. You don't tell us things.
Well, this is so good though, because this is great. Because
you see, people don't know this man. I don't want to reveal much about myself. You know, this is a man I've worked with too, politically, and I know who he is. But what we are saying is, where is one man? He's not here now. I'm glad that
this is super refreshing to hear.
I'm glad that you are saying your own experience, particularly your dad that worked with him.
Yeah.
And I call him the most treacherous man to Yoruba land. But one man don't want to hear you. Some people don't want to hear you. They don't know him. All these people don't know this man. They don't know him at all.
It is so refreshing to hear someone
havoc he has done for Yoruba land.
Someone who has first-hand information on how this guy is. He's really much just confirmed all my suspicions about this guy, that he's just selfish. There's nothing about him that is for the people, and there's nothing he has to offer anyone anywhere but himself. So I'm really glad that Truth has first-hand account of how this guy really is, and he's pretty much just confirmed people who don't like Tinubu.
Were you being blasphemous when I was away? Truth to power.
One man, see, if you missed anything, you
need to listen to what he said.
Again. Don't take us back.
Listen to what he said.
We have moved forward without you, and we have done well. So
and I'm kind of glad that one man wasn't here, because one man would be interrupting this guy. I will never let him land and speak his piece. So,
no. Were you putting words in his mouth? We know what you're like. Eh?
I wanted to stop him. They asked me to keep quiet and let him continue, and he flowed very well.
So it's these kind of first-hand accounts that people who are thinking that maybe Tinubu is a good choice.
What first-hand account? Truth to Power is a UK-based man now.
Okay, Truth to Power, please.
Yes,
for God's sake. For God's sake.
Apologies, by the way. My system dropped, and I'm sure you all concluded that my system dropped. And let me just tell you this quick thing. Once my system dropped, and I was trying to reboot it, I saw a fleet of air flights passing through in numbers. I counted about 7 to 10. So I don't know how this permutates for what is going on in the Ukraine. Well, it wasn't number flight.
You mean jets?
No, they were aircraft, so I couldn't really see what they were.
Were they jets? Were they fighter jets?
No, I couldn't really say because it's in the dead of night. But what triggered me was they were in a convoy, and it's not
numbers.
Yes, so it was a convoy of them. About 7 or 8. So airlines don't fly in that movement.
Don't worry. NATO got you one man, your sis.
No, I'm safe. Nobody will bomb the UK. But,
okay, all right. Truth to Power, can you just do what Ajale Koko pleaded with you if you can? I have another question when you are done.
Just please. A quick recap.
No, you can carry on. I mean, I don't have to be. If you are convinced by what you are convinced by what you are being. You have
He
been
has.
preaching to the
Listen,
converted. You put to
one man.
power.
No, one man. This guy has.
Yeah.
He has first-hand accounts.
He
with
doesn't have
Tinubu.
first standard. It's UK based. How can he have first standard account?
Oh, okay,
Exactly.
listen to him
This is
now.
why.
Listen to that's why he have to say this one more time. Let please
Truth,
due to
truth.
power
Please, can you just recap? And one man, please don't.
So one man, yeah. So yeah, although I'm UK based now, but between 1999 and 2007, I really was there in Nigeria. And so regarding Tinubu, I'm not going to label the point, but I have personal dealings with him. Tinubu was there at my dad's, the laying to rest of my dad, so I do know Tinubu well. I've been to round what's the house, the round housing where he lives in Marina those days. So Tinubu is really a man for himself. You see, I've never said this on this platform before, but I'm an insider. My dad was the commissioner for education between 1999 and 2001 before he became the commissioner for local government and chieftaincy affairs. I'm not bragging about that anyway.
You know, you've just outed yourself because people will quickly start Googling that, but carry on.
Yeah, you can. So, yeah, but my dad had many children, so you wouldn't know.
No, carry on to the greater point here.
So Tinubu is a man for himself. Like everybody had always thought in this on this platform. Most people had always thought, and when people like Ajanle Kuku says we can't really put or best the life of the Nigerian space or the country that we have in his hands. I think the antecedents are there. This man, he is reneged on the promises that he made, as far as I know, especially with my dad. So it comes under the cloud of,
is this a personal gripe?
No, it's not a personal. I've never said this before, so it's not. I'm just saying.
Right.
I'm saying it the way it really is. It has nothing to do with. It's not personal because if I still go to Nigeria and I want to see him, I'll just make a phone call. I'll go to the house. It's not anything personal. But I don't. I've since kept my distance away from him and all that. So there's nothing really personal. So what I'm saying is that the AD platform that they both started and formed and went into the elections in 1999. This man hijacked the party, basically, as far as I know. He hijacked the party and he led for himself for the greater part of between that 1999 and 2007. He led his own way. He led by himself. He did things for himself and for himself alone.
Yeah, he trusted his own judgment, the attributes of a leader. So yes, I'm still waiting.
No. I don't have any problem with that. But what I'm saying is that it was treacherous for the most part. So, like seizing power, grabbing power, and not even allowing the leadership of the party to advise or steer him in any direction. He did everything virtually by himself. So, and as far as I know, there's nothing honorable about Tinubu because when it comes to corruption, I think is a byword for it. I'm not even mincing any words. It's a byword for it because I know. So I'm not going to say too much about that. But come 2023, I'll go back to Nigeria, and I will not be voting for Tinubu because it's not.
No. That's that. You see, you started so well, but you ended so badly. This is somebody that you say is a long-standing friend that you know personally.
Yeah, but
you are willing to shaft him.
He didn't say that. He didn't say he was a long-standing friend.
Oh, he has long-standing association.
Yeah, but he gets my vote because I don't vote along the lines of. I don't vote along the lines of whether I'm a Yoruba man is a Yoruba man. I vote for what is right. I vote for my conscience. I vote for so he's not to be trusted at all. I'm not. whoever
That's
was
good
to
enough
vote
for
for
me.
him and invest their life.
Do you think he's competent? Do you think in the greater balance of it, he did good for Lagos? Would you say that?
The greater balance of it. So what? How do we?
Net.
So do we compare with? Okay. You know, our people have low expectations.
Are
So
you reluctant to say yes because it
He
sounds as though
already
you
said
agree?
no previously.
It's not said no. Yeah, go on.
No, before you when you were there, he
I
said
did say you were putting words in his mouth,
no.
and I
my
wasn't even
Go back
here.
and
I know
listen
you
now.
now. You
no,
led him now.
my
Anyway,
expectation.
one man,
By my own
we can
expectations.
always predict you. We knew you were going to do this.
Do what?
Exactly.
Thank you for what you said.
Yeah.
Let
By
me
my
take you to my other
expectations.
question, please, so anybody else can continue. So when
By
you
my
talked about
expectations.
Barrister Joko,
Sorry. Let our truth to power land. Sorry, Lord
So
Michael.
by
Yeah.
my expectations, he didn't do well. He didn't do well for Lagos State. By my expectations, he didn't do well. So, but again, people have low expectations of what their leader should be, what leadership should be. So the vast majority of people who are clamoring or championing or chanting or singing his name in that political space now in Lagos, perhaps they're getting one or two peanuts and all that from him. But those things they get, they are just crumbs from the wealth or the mass of wealth that he's been able to amass to himself in Lagos. So by my record, he didn't do well for Lagos. But again, for those who have low expectations, they can look to one or two things and say, okay, he did.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Truth to Power. You see, you were saying as though he presented something convincing. This is just
That's a
no.
that's a
I mean,
real
I don't know what else you
Lagosian
need to hear.
talking.
One man,
I don't know
one
what else you need
man.
to hear.
Yeah.
I don't know
That's
what
a
else you
real
need to hear. One man to
No,
okay.
I
convince you that
haven't actually heard
Tinubu is the right
anything.
choice.
one man, there's a saying that radio not they talk two times. So now make you don't miss out, you don't miss out.
Yeah, okay,
So
okay, I accept that. Eh?
my brother, true to power, please, I want to ask you one question.
Yes, sir.
It's about Barrister Jofo. Why do you think he should recuse himself? Don't you think he will be putting himself in danger with the accusations that has been leveled against him if he recuses himself? Don't you think the populists, or I would say the Biafran people, will hate him more and probably want to lynch him if they get him?
Yeah, but it depends on what exactly is the case he's had. Because if the case is hard, he's still in court, for example, or he has an unfinished business in some court somewhere, that's the more reason he's supposed to step back away from the Nnamdi Kanu's court case. Because otherwise, if anything does happen and his character is brought into question in the court of law, or some persons present evidence against his personality or his character, then that will not bode well for the Nnamdi Kanu case. Or what do you think?
Truth to power. I have a question from what you said. You said you won't be voting for Tinubu. So who will you be voting for?
No, I don't think between now and 2023 a lot can happen. I've not made up my mind about who, but certainly I know who I will not be voting for, but I don't know yet who I'll be voting for.
Truth to power, do you have a PVC?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
You know, a lot of votes are anti-votes these days. You know, globally, a lot of votes are anti-votes. People don't vote for candidates; they vote against candidates. We saw that in America, and we see that in a lot of instances where people vote to spite a candidate rather than to vote out of confidence.
You're absolutely right, because I'm going to go vote in 23, and the only reason I'm going is to make sure I vote against Tinubu. If he's not on the ballot,
I'm doing the same thing too. I'm gonna do the same thing.
This is what they call
etanos. We have to save that country. We don't have to allow that country to go down.
Now, if he's not on the ballot and I can stomach the other candidates, then I may abstain. But if Tinubu is on that ballot, I am definitely going to vote. Definitely.
Ayo, who will you vote for?
To say Baba
well,
again.
Right now, it depends on what the choices are. My
You know what the choices will be? Atiku or Tinubu?
No, we don't. We don't. I feel like I'm hoping Oshibajo runs.
Oshibajo is a busted flush.
If he runs, opposing Tinubu or Atiku, then I'll vote for him. Showore, depending on who else he runs against. If my choices are Tinubu and Showore, which are the only two real choices right now, then I'll definitely vote for Showore. Absolutely.
Me too.
The Tinubu is a non-starter. The guy is clearly evil, and every single thing that I have suspected about this guy has been shown to be truth. Has been shown to be true by truth, because he has a first-hand account of how this guy's personality is, and nothing is more powerful than someone who actually knows.
That is from one man's prism. That is from
his actions. All Tinubu's actions have pretty much led us, or should have led us, to know this. But it's all the more refreshing.
Is this a bit of bandwagoning? Are you just jumping on this bandwagon?
No, the thing is, I'm actually hoping that Nigeria improves, and it's not going to improve if we keep on installing criminals like Tinubu. And the other thing is, what do you need to hear one man to change your heart?
All right, I think so. All I want is I want an alternative, not just an anti-vote. But let's say I saw this question for you.
You said that from all you've gotten so far, you realize that Tinubu is an evil man. What specifically made you decide that he's an evil man?
Okay, how much time do you have?
Just in short, we are at the tail end now, but yeah.
Okay, all right. So, the main problem I have with him is that he has empowered thugs in Lagos, the Agberos. He's used them. He's installed them as his personal army. He's taken 20% of the internally generated revenue of the Lagos state. He awards contracts to his cronies and people he knows are going to push his agenda. He wants to install his son, Sheyi Tinubu, as the next governor. Please let me know when I should stop. If I can keep on going, I can keep on going.
No, it doesn't have proof of anything. It's just it's a bit like Radio Biafra. This is Yoruba Radio Biafra.
All this information is
one man. You should stop that before I come for you.
Ayo.
Can
I say something, Ayo? All those things you've mentioned, those are the traits of a businessman. Somebody doing business. Yes,
this is the kind of
doing business.
This is the kind of mental bankruptcy that kills me.
Ayo. You say
he doesn't know how government is run. That's why he's talking like that. It's a business. Is government services a business?
This is the kind of talk.
Is government services a business?
This is the kind of talk
that has. Are you saying they don't do this, America? Nancy
what? Tell me, hold on. What you don't know about America, don't say it. You don't live in America.
I'm mentioning names, but you said
okay. Hold on.
All right, settle down.
Hold on. We don't have. Hold on. Our inland revenue here is the one responsible for collection of taxes. We don't contract taxes out to private company in America.
How do you know that? Do you know what obtains in all the 50 states?
It doesn't happen. I'm telling you. You guys don't know about America. I run a business and I pay my tax. We don't pay to private company.
Yes,
our revenue department.
Yes, within your states. Do you know what obtains in all the states in America?
Yes, we do.
They don't do it. That is a sheer corruption right there. Where do you think they're going to do it?
A private entity of taxpayers' money. If a quarter of a percent is going to someone's personal pocket,
you don't pay your tax. They will know immediately that you don't pay. If you are due to pay your tax in a particular month, depending on the kind of business that you run, they know, and you will get.
We're not saying not paying tax. What Sol is saying is, what I am saying rather is, do you know that they don't subcontract the tax collection?
They do not in America. They do not. Every state have their own Department of Revenue.
It is
Yes.
Department of Revenue that collect all the taxes in the state. They don't
Right.
contract it. It's a sheer corruption.
No, the IRS is at the federal space, but we're talking about the state
Department,
level.
I am telling you, at the state level, Department of Revenue. State department, like my own state, is my state Department of Revenue. You go to New York
And
State
you are speaking
Department
for
of
the
Revenue.
totality of America. You are speaking
Yes.
for the totality of America.
Why is one man doing like this today? What
I'm
is it?
asking now. I'm asking. Because you can't ask us to suspend this debate just because we live in America.
Kí ló dé pé òbí ò dẹ̀ sílẹ̀ gbẹ̀ǹbẹ̀ tá a bá sọ pé bóyá ó ti ẹ́.
But sorry, you see all this. Hold on, hold on. You see all this. You see how all this woofing down.
That he doesn't understand that an open government doesn't require any mystery. There's no mystery.
Okay, let us ask him in
Nobody's
Britain.
talking about mystery.
In Britain, do they give contract of collection of the assets to a private company?
No, they subcontract government functions, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did elements of
so
that.
you don't know. But we are
but
telling you about
I
our
am
own
not
law
going
is
to
not
say
done.
that I know just because I live in Britain. Equally, can you not say that you know just because you live in America?
And then Solly is saying he's a businessman. Is he a businessman? A businessman has his personal thug, his personal army of thugs. What is this guy talking about? We are completely hopeless in Nigeria. Because Solly is a young man, and if he's thinking like this, that country has no.
That is the problem now. Let's go back to truth to power, Gary.
Okay, let's go back to truth to power. Round off your thoughts, and then hold on, sorry. No, just hold on, because we are now 5.5 hours in, and I want to start to speed it up. So, truth to power, round off your thoughts, and then I'll start to speed it up.
Yeah, so I think for the most part, I've captured the essence of the questions. So I would those who want to go back home and vote and who wants to, I just want to say that personally, we should really count the cost, and if we want real change in Nigeria, we must backtrack from all these so-called.
So you are not especially fixated on a Yoruba president.
Not at all. Not at all. I just want, you see, if a man comes from Plateau, a man comes from Kwara, a man comes from Enugu, and he can replicate what I have here in the United Kingdom, I will go back to Nigeria and stay.
No country on the planet has ever become great because people favored one ethnicity over the other. None. Not in the
Not about that. We need to move past that
Exactly.
point.
It's just all these blankets. You make a lot of blanket statement, or Ayo. You just say category. It's sweeping.
One country.
I cannot immediately name, but you cannot categorically state. Well, you just make blanket statements now.
I can categorically state that most of the superpowers, most of the successful countries on the planet have a diverse community. Their first impulse is nationalism, not.
They have a diverse. How diverse is Germany?
How diverse is Germany?
How diverse is Japan?
How diverse is Japan?
Yeah. What are you?
Are they not Jews in Germany? I'm not talking about race. I'm talking about ethnicities.
Yes.
So there are no Jews in Germany. Is that would a German have a problem voting for a German Jew?
A German would not. Hold on. No. Listen to what you just said. Would a German have a problem voting for a Jew?
Yeah, would a German Jew have a problem receiving votes from a German non-Jew?
No, man. I'm staggered. But then,
there are ethnicities.
I'm asking you now. It's a question. Would they have a problem?
What was the whole premise of the Second World War?
That's what I'm saying. That's gone.
They moved on.
They've moved on.
Exactly.
Where?
Name another country. Name any other country.
That is not ethnicity.
I don't know what
religion.
All right. Thank you. This is just. I'm staggered, but then I don't know, man.
You got to get out of your ethnic thinking, one man, and you've become.
No. No,
You have to step away from
no, I don't. Look, I'm happy to stay there. I can be as ethnic and as egalitarian as in equal measure without conflict. I can be Yoruba and still be nationalistic. So there's
Well,
no,
no, because what you said is completely contradictory to that statement. You
which is
said
what?
you want a Yoruba president.
Yes,
and
I
you're
do.
putting someone with a
I
criminal
do. As
history.
do the Igbo man want an Igbo president, and
No,
the
but the
Northerner wants a
question,
Fulani
one man, the
president.
question would be
Not at the expense of
exactly.
Well,
Not at
it
the
doesn't
expense
have
of
to
good
be.
government.
Why would it have to be?
You're saying you want a Yoruba man at all costs, even if it's at the
No,
expense of good government.
no. Where did I say that?
That's
Don't
what
put
you're
words in my
saying. That's
mouth.
what you're
No,
implying.
no. I never said. Oh, come on, man. Now, your man. I can articulate my own thoughts. I never, for one time in history,
So you think
ever said
Tinubu
at
will
the
be a good
expense of
leader
good governance.
after everything we've heard? You
And
think Tinubu
and
will
that
be a
is why
good
I
leader?
said the two are not diametrically opposed. Me wanting a Yoruba president and wanting a competent president as well. There's no break in that chain, in that link, because one does not conflict the other. So I don't see. Are you
Yeah.
saying the Yorubas don't have the competence to run the country? Is
So
that what
one
you're
man,
saying?
the thing would be
How
you
did I
want
say that? That's not what I said.
Yeah,
Having a
so
Yoruba,
why
there
are
are
you
many
then saying me wanting a Yoruba president is in conflict with wanting a competent president?
well, because you're willing to choose a leader that has been shown has a history of being corrupt and incompetent.
By your
Because he's Yoruba,
definition.
who is fleecing? He's fleecing the coffers of a
All right,
state,
okay.
and you want him to progress to start fleecing the coffers of the nation. And you don't have a problem with that because you feel he's Yoruba man, and somehow that impacts positively on you. It doesn't. It doesn't
No,
impact positively on you.
but I've never said maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's a case of selective hearing or you listening with prejudice or something. But I've never said any of these things that you're attributing to me. And to state clearly, those things that you're attributing to me, they are not my thoughts. So that might
Can I,
well be how
can,
you, yeah.
can I ask
But you
one
just
man
said
a
you wanted a
question?
Yoruba president.
I
One man.
do, but that's not in conflict with wanting a competent president. I do
One
want a
man, let's
Yoruba
actually go
president.
to ask the
Why don't you
question.
just say I want a competent president then?
No, I want
If
a
it's not in
Yoruba
conflict, you can
president.
just you
As
can
a
easily
Yoruba
just say I
man,
want a
that's it.
competent
Because
president.
let me tell you why I want a Yoruba president. Because I am Yoruba and I'm confident in the Yoruba way of the Yoruba worldview, which is all encompassing. We see that in Lagos where they gather everybody.
Which is
Yeah.
believing
So,
in.
hold on. So just you must allow space for.
I'm
Other,
sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'm confident in the Yoruba way, which is all encompassing and egalitarian and just humanistic, and it's a balanced way. Fair play is what underpins the Yoruba fair play. So that's that instinctual fair play instinct of the Yoruba ideology is what I think. I think the best person to manage Nigeria is a Yoruba person, just because of our worldview, the way we see life. We are progressive, we are balanced, we're humanist. We're
But the funny thing is,
enterprising. We are.
but the
Oh,
person.
hold on now, Ayo, please.
Okay, sorry. Go
We are
ahead.
the embodiment of all of these virtues that
Like
lends to progress.
Obasanjo.
Can you just let me finish it? Then you can debunk. Okay,
You
go
are
on and
not telling
debunk it.
us what is good now.
No, you're not. You're not. Okay, go on. Because you are challenging, and I don't see all those virtues in conflict with competence. In fact, I think those are the virtues of competence.
But
Yeah.
one person, the one Yoruba person you are putting forward is antithetical to everything you've just said.
No,
Which makes no sense.
that is your view. Because if I thought that, then I wouldn't suggest him.
Let me ask one man a question.
And by the way, I'm not thrustingly Tinubu. I'm reluctantly Tinubu. Oh, okay, all right. Let's
Sorry.
just. I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, you are now
One
telling
man,
me what I'm thinking, and this is how you put words in people's mouth.
I'm sorry.
one
I'm
man,
sorry, Robert. I'm sorry.
one
Oh
man.
God.
Let me ask you this
Yeah.
question:
Mm.
do you still regard Tinubu as Jagaban of GBT, or you have shifted your position now?
The Tinubu is a gangster, first class
Yes. Yes.
gangster.
Yes.
So,
Ole. Ole paraku. Ole. Yes, yeah, there's no, I mean, come on, eh? Ole paraku now is a criminal to the core.
Okay,
Nobody's
you answer
denying
the
that
question,
fact.
That
right?
means you are not supporting Tinubu. People have that notion you are supporting him. You are not supporting Tinubu, but people have that notion that you are supporting him.
I
Because
don't
he's
know.
always speaking in defense of him.
No,
I
I'm not
think I
speaking.
understand what one man is trying to do. One man is trying to say that, okay, somebody can be corrupt, somebody can be, it might have doubtful character in terms of fleecing on state's money. But if the person can at the same time be competent to lead and change the
Yeah,
fortunes of Nigeria.
truth to power. Let me put a question that I
Yes.
put to Ayo to you, but let truth to power address it because you've heard from him. He's supremely intelligent, very articulate, so he can handle the question. The question that I was putting to Ayo is that Nigeria is a 500, 600 million economy, billion economy, dollars. So if Tinubu can propel it from a 500 billion economy to a 5 trillion economy, but
Yes,
he
he can.
creams a good percentage of it, would you be accepting of that?
He can do that.
Okay.
No, I said truth to power.
Yeah. So I think I'll go one step further. So if the economy expands in that dimension that you mentioned, and it translates to the fortunes of the everyday Nigerian, then
It cannot bot now. It
yeah,
cannot
but
bot
then
from a
I would
500 billion
then
economy
yeah,
to
because you
5
never know,
trillion.
but you never know whether these people will just keep on looting the money. But if it is substantial enough to so that we can see the dividends in terms of infrastructure, school, then I wouldn't really, I would hold my nose and just allow him to stay.
And thank you very much. And
This is what
that's
we are
where I
doing.
am. That is where I am. But Ayo doesn't get that concept. He just wants us to tie him to the stakes and throw stones at him.
But I don't think he understood. I don't think he understood what you asked him. What you asked him, or what you asked me was, you said, would you be okay with Tinubu taking 10%?
No,
of
whatever.
our GDP?
I mean, don't worry. Why
You
are
said
you
a percentage,
fixated
but
on
you said
10%? Forget
10%.
10%. Corruption
If
is
he
corruption. It's still a lot of money. So leave the 10%. It's still a lot of money. It's still a lot of money. So it's still a lot of money, but calibrate the economy to like top 5 in the world.
Yeah, why not? I would yeah.
There's no way that way it's gonna happen. When you
No,
put
we
the
are
money,
talking.
you
No,
think
we
it's
are
gonna
talking in
come.
hypothetical. We are talking in hypothetical terms.
Okay.
Just to test where your threshold is in terms of, your repulsion by this guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Truth to Power. So I'll do. Let me see who have I. Okay, let's go to. I'll just go to Lord Michael and then I'll start to round off from there because we're fast approaching now the 6 hour. And it's just, these conversations are so interesting. You wonder where the hours go, but then you look back and you say, have I really spent that long just talking nonsense with talking heads? But another talking head, Lord Michael. So, Lord Michael, then take us to this. Let me take you to this space. House of Reps delegation arrives Romania to supervise the evacuation of Nigerian evacuees. So, but Jabi Amila sent this panel now, this high-powered delegation to go to Romania to go and bring back our boys and girls. So bring back our girls, but this time around, Jabi Amila is actually putting that to effect. So what are you making of this delegation that has been sent? Is it just a needless exercise and a waste of money? Or is it something to overlook just to look at the greater good of this rescue mission? What are you making of that space, Lord Michael?
Well, Mama, this is what I'm just going to say. Very simple on that space. Whether they steal the money or you call it a waste of money, all we want is for them to bring our people back. We know if this money doesn't even have a name that they are putting to it, they're still going to embezzle this money. So it's better they have a name tag for it and embezzle it and go there and have a jamboree because there's nothing happening in Romania. Whoever they want to get there, let them get them back. We just want Nigerians back safe and sound. If they want to go there and spend time with their girlfriends and lie to us, it's their business. But at the end of the day, I know someday a government will come whereby everybody is going to answer for what they have done. Be it 10 years,
Do you
20
think
years.
that they will come? Do you think that they will come? We've been waiting for that day since
It is very
1960.
close. It is very
Really,
close.
it's
Once
always
you
been very
start,
close.
yes,
So
once you start
many are here
campaigning
so far.
against all these criminals and find a just person, that day is close. But if we keep supporting and finding an excuse why one criminal should be there, why we should close our nose and just allow them continue, that day will never come.
And to the American lawyer asking the Eastern lawyer to recuse himself from the lead counsel to the lead man in the IPOB narrative.
Yeah.
Bruce Fein versus Ejiofor.
Good.
Where
You
you on
know,
that? Yeah.
there's been a lot of talk that Ejiofor has been compromised, that he tried to get Kanu to change his mind, to sign a plea, to have a deal with the government. This whole thing has lingered on for a while. And to the fact that they have never allowed Bruce Fein see Nnamdi Kanu. So for some reason, they want to believe that that man, that one you call that he bleaches, that he has a hand in it. Because he too can even try to fight for Bruce Fein to see him. But that has never happened. So which means there is something they are hiding. A lot of people have been saying this, and for me, I would only say Ejiofor should try to clean his name. If he knows he has eaten the Adam's apple, he should spit it
No,
out.
Jacob's porridge, according to
Yes, or come for cleansing. Because you see, a lot of blood has been spilled in the Eastern Corridor. And you don't just think people will just let everything go like that. There are some people who are even waiting for the Alpha One to mess up so they will take him down. This has gone beyond human capability. Some people are already angry. Like, for example, those kids who died in Ukraine. Are you going to tell me somebody in their family is not waiting for a time for vengeance? So
vengeance against whom? Sorry, vengeance against whom?
Against somebody who led to the kids' demise. It could be against the Polish people.
Putin.
No, maybe it could be Putin. It could be the Polish. It could be Nigeria. Anywhere.
IPOB wants to declare war on Putin. Is this where we are now?
Really? Where?
You want to declare war on Putin?
Who will fight that war?
Is that not what you are saying? That they are waiting for vengeance?
Do you usually go out to go drag some of OVA stuff?
Don't worry, but I have my own stuff. It's called coffee.
Maybe when one man gets that time, you don't go do that thing.
There is one video that has been circulating by some mischievous people where Putin is speaking Russian and they are writing there. Somebody is just there putting some interpretation that Putin is warning the African countries, especially Nigeria, that they should stay away from their war, that it's none of their business. Otherwise, he would descend on them.
No, this is the nonsense that that space is not so much the war, but what comes after is really what this for me. It marks the beginning of the end. Well, it even marks the end of Putin, but it marks the end of Russia also.
You're right.
Yeah.
You see, I won't be surprised if somebody takes out that guy.
You mean kick him out? You mean even take him out? I think they might take him out even.
Yeah, I won't be surprised.
Yeah.
Because I was watching one channel yesterday, and they said over 7,000 people have been arrested for protesting against the war in Ukraine, in Russia. So they are even arresting their people.
Do you know the war is so badly planned? There are Russian tanks stuck on Ukrainian. This is not one or two isolated instances, but enough to concern tanks stuck in Ukrainian territory for reasons of running out of petrol. This is what.
One man.
One man, but that is what you heard from Western
Western
media.
propaganda. Yeah. We can
You
always don't worry
don't
about.
actually. They
No,
don't. You
forget
don't.
all that. We can't
Wait,
always say
one
Western
man now.
propaganda. We go
Wait,
okay. Go
one
on.
man. Wait.
All right.
Don't actually know why they stop, because they are about 40 miles long convoy of military truck. Maybe the commander asked them to wait while they are still bombing there, and they will clear road before they make it in.
Hold on, Ajanekoko. Hold on. That's not true, because somebody was driving past them, and it jocularly it was struck. The one of these instances, it was struck, and the person asked, do you need me to push you or something? And I said, no, we ran out of petrol. So who's that hoofing? So if I please mute yourself. So he said that in Russian, which of course a language that is widely understood. So the tank driver himself was telling to the sympathizer that he ran out of petrol. So at least one instance we know that actually happened.
So you think they cannot be framed
Hello,
up? They can be.
One man.
So can I speak?
If you are in a war
please?
and the opposition
Okay,
asks you a
you can
question,
say
will you
something.
tell them the truth?
I think a lot of generals have actually spoken on this issue in different media outlets. There's no strategy that involves you staying in one spot for 4 days, because these people are sleeping and it lowers morale. They don't have that many MREs without a supply line. It's just not conceivable that is a strategic plan.
Hello, Ayo. I have a question. Hello, I have a question. You see, I believe we are old enough to dissect information. The Western media is telling us that.
Are you sure? I haven't
supply
listened to
chain
Ayo
is-
for 4 hours. You're still confident that you can dissect. Ayo,
No, wait now.
you've captured another one.
Wait now.
Sorry.
The Russian media is the media is telling us, say Russia is losing troops, they are running out of way. But at the same time, the next morning you hear that they've taken
more
a
land.
city,
You're taking more territory. They're taking more ground. I mean, how can a 40 miles long convoy of military vehicle run out of oil or gas? Is that tenable?
That isn't the only reason, though. That's not the only reason.
Do you know the story that is happening now? As we are talking at this point, you know that Vladimir Putin's Klitschko's brother is now lamenting that Russia has killed everybody in the region.
So who is the Klitschko's brother?
The boxer.
This night now, he's lamenting that Russia has killed all the men in the region, that they actually
Hold on.
This isn't Russia's first war. They've been doing this almost like, pretty much for the last 200 years. So these generals who are commenting on what's going on with Russia, they know exactly how the Russians fight, what their strategies are, and how they tend to conquer territories.
There's a lot of hold on. There's a lot of background noise that filters through. So unless you're looking to make a comment or you are in a conversation with somebody, then please mute yourself. I think that's coming from Prof. That's Prof. Yeah. All right.
So you have to understand that Ukraine is doing something that is actually wrong. First, giving arms to civilians to fight.
No, that's wrong. That's evil. That's evil.
Time in itself.
It is. No, that's human shield. That's human shield.
People who are not trained, you are giving them arms to fight a trained army.
Oh my goodness, there's nothing wrong with that. Have you ever heard of conscription?
It's not going to come off it, man.
Listen. And you don't have to go
even Ayo, 1 minute. Do you hear that president of Ukraine said that he's going to release prisoners and give them arms to fight? Did you hear that?
Sorry. Let me just come in here on that space that if I was saying. You see, that thing is wrong. I consider that to be a human shield, but then people think differently. Hold on.
Wait,
But
sorry.
after the war is over, it's going to be almost similar to what we had in Iraq when a lot of our weapons just cascaded through the Sahels. So this is
No.
almost everybody armed in
No.
Ukraine now. That is going to
This is
the spill out effect of that is going to be felt all over Europe. Gun
so
crimes, criminality, arms trafficking, all of that will be in play.
okay, but the thing is, the worst proposition for them would be to be subjugated by Russians. So it's like someone, for instance, and I'm not trying to be funny here. I'm just using this as an example. Let's just say, I shouldn't. Let me use a different example. Because I don't want to create any whatever here. But let's just say a group in Nigeria is trying to claim your ancestral land. Don't forget,
Okay,
this
Fulani. You want to do Fulani?
no, I didn't say Fulani. I said a group in Nigeria is trying to claim it. This isn't. They're not being nuanced about it. They've declared war on your land. This is your ancestral land that you've been inhabited for thousands of years, and you know that if these people subjugate you because they've subjugated you 40 years ago and you are under their rule, and you know what kind of tyranny they impose on their people. And the only option, the only way to prevent this from happening is to give every abled man a weapon to defend his family and his land. They don't have any option. Of course, that's a great strategy.
Hello.
If the US can, let me just finish this quick point. If the US during the Vietnam War, people were conscripted into the military. This is not even a war defending their land. This is a war defending an ideology in a far-flung place. But the rule of the land in those days was, you're 18, we're going to conscript you. You have to go to Vietnam. If that was acceptable, why isn't this? Of course, it makes complete sense. I would gladly.
It makes no sense. Okay, sorry. Somebody wanted to come in.
But the other option,
thank you. Just for reasons of time, let whoever wanted to counter
let me quickly put this history to you, Ayo. The word slavery, it came from the Slavic region, right?
Yes.
And the Slavs were the Eastern Europeans, right?
Yeah, Russians are Slavs too. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Now, when you said history, that's why I came into that point. The Eastern Europeans and the Western Europeans have a history that is not good, because the Western Europeans have at some point used them as their slaves.
No.
Then
you're wrong.
Oh, hold on now. You must let other people. Yeah.
He's wrong.
Well,
sorry.
In your opinion, let him paint his narrative then.
The Western Europeans, the Western Europeans used the Slavs, and that's where the word slavery came in.
No, it was the Arab, not the rest. Not the.
Ayo, were you there? Not be tell and tell
this
you.
This is history now.
Oops, not the person right now.
What?
I let the guy
makes
finish
absolutely
now.
no sense at all.
Like,
you can't
the
just
way they
change
talk now,
history
that makes sense.
This is documented history. It's just like
Who
saying,
document them?
Sorry, carry on. If sorry, I want to excuse Ayo. You won't let anybody finish a sentence. Ayo, you must let people finish. Sorry, carry on, Ife.
Yeah. So under, I think, Pope, I remember the name of the Pope. He was using the Western Europeans as slaves. So the Eastern Europeans as slaves. Later, the Eastern Europeans had to come together and fight the Western Europeans. So this issue we are seeing now has some form of historical leaning. That's why you see that the Eastern Bloc, they have one thing and one thing in common: repel any Western influence. Now, when Napoleon wanted to attack the Eastern Europeans again, he came through Poland. The Polish, who are also Eastern European, repelled him. World War II, Germany came again. The Siberian bloc of the Eastern European repelled him, but the Ukrainians allowed the Germans to come. But luckily for them, they repelled the Germans again. So after World War II, where Africa had the problem was to settle all this costs. They came to Africa to share what we now have: Nigeria, Republic of Benin, South Africa, blah, blah, blah. But let's go back to that space. Now, they formed alliance with the US, NATO. If you look at all this history, the only thing the Eastern Europeans, which later majorly form part of Russia today, has been fighting against is influence of their space by the West, because they've already have a history that over the years they don't agree. Even when it comes to Christianity, their own form of Christianity, you know that we have 3 popes before: the Roman Catholic Pope, the Eastern Orthodox Pope, and the Coptic Pope. These 3 people have different ideology of Christianity. And that's why when you look at all this history, you find that there is a bit of commerce, there is a bit of military, there is a bit of religion. And if you look at some sincere Western news outlets, they are actually saying that is the West that is aggressor is now how to, what's it called, calm Putin down, that they really need to work on now. Look at what's happening is, you see, I'm just laughing at Zelensky, the Ukrainian president.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on now, Ayo. So let him,
in life,
because
when you are being pushed,
go
when
on,
you are being pushed in life, you have to look at your history, the past antecedents, and what the future holds. 2 things will happen. Russia may later leave the country, but the damage they are going to do infrastructure-wise will be monumental. Now, this night, the largest nuclear plant is on fire in Ukraine. Automatically, it means if that thing goes uncontrolled, every region in that place will be uninhabitable at least for the next 100 years. What's it called? This other place in the northern part of Ukraine, Chernobyl, Russia is already there. So I think what what's it called, Putin is doing is that buffer that you don't want to give us. It's either we create that buffer by nuclear power means, such that even if we blow up or sabotage the whole land, nobody will be able to stay there. I just hope it does not go to that extent.
All right, thank you. So, Ayo, you wanted to debunk what?
No,
was
I actually am pretty. I know he went into history, which is fine, but I'm talking about today. Ukraine is an independent country that they're currently enjoying the pro-Western democracy, and Russia has a problem with it. So, I suppose my question to Ife was: so you think this is the West's fault? Russia is right for invading Ukraine.
Shall I just say something funny? Yeah. As Feb was talking and you were talking, and we were saying, and just off the back of something that Dan Lekoko said, that's just Western propaganda now. You know, RT News, RT, the Russian something. You know, I wanted to go on there to see what they are saying. Do you know that it's been blocked?
Yeah. That's been blocked since yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah,
Good.
it's been blocked
Just because
everywhere.
they don't want people to hear the Russian side of the story. So they are still fighting information war. But I will tell you this: Indian news is on, and Indian is carrying Russian news. Indian, after the proscription of Russia with the sanctions, Indian still received ammunition from Russia. So which means Indian has kind of taken their own paths that will support Russia. And they said all the ammunition is still going to continue. They still have about six of them to be delivered, and they say they're going to be getting one at every 6 months, and nothing is going to stop their supply. So what does that mean?
We think
wait. You said something about democracy now, that Ukraine is enjoying democracy. Do you know this president of Russia, Viktor Yanukovych?
Do I know him?
Yeah.
Yeah, go back.
Do you know his story?
Yeah, go on. Just tell us. Yeah.
Yes, Viktor Yanukovych was Ukraine has Russian speaking parts.
He's a pro-Russian. He was a pro-Russian president. Yes.
Because
but
he was
he
a
lost an
pro-Russian.
election.
Oh,
You know
hold
what
on.
happened?
Since you,
Wait now.
I'm
if I
trying
know,
to summarize because I know we're trying to move
no,
on.
no, you don't, because you didn't even say you knew the man. So let him tell us. What, yeah.
So Viktor Yanukovych was a Ukrainian Russian, but because he did not wanted to do deals with the Americans and Western parts, they topple his government, which is even a democratically elected government.
Okay.
Now, when they toppled that government, they brought in this guy now, Zelensky.
Who toppled the government? Who?
Western powers.
Yeah, the question
it was an
is,
election now. They had an election, he lost.
No, he did not lose.
No. How? Ayo, you don't disappoint me now.
No, Ayo, do you know that political space? If you don't, just say you don't. You're allowed not to know things. So if you don't know that's political,
please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
This guy you're talking about, I don't remember his name, but I'm assuming the guy you're talking about was the last president of Ukraine, right? He was the last pro-Russian president of Ukraine. Is this the guy we're talking about?
Yes,
No, please let them answer. Lord Michael and Ife.
To
make sure we're talking about the same person before I say what I know.
He was toppled by insurrectionists.
Let him answer now, please. Lord Michael and Ife. Are we talking about the last president of Ukraine that was the pro-Russian president?
Yes.
And you are saying that he was toppled by the United States. He didn't lose an election.
He didn't lose election.
No, he didn't lose.
He didn't lose. He was in power.
Man, please check the link I sent in the private chat. That's Ukraine's president dancing.
All right. Well, sorry, carry on. Let Ife expand that space, because Ife always says knowledgeable.
How did he lose?
Let him. You have to let Ife have the floor for a bit. Ife, carry on.
So Viktor Yanukovych won an election, democratically elected president, won that election. But because he did not become a pro-Western puppet to allow all these Western ideologies, Hillary Clinton, they used the CIA to topple his government.
How?
Wait. So after they toppled the government, they said
we can't run. I'm sorry, guys.
Wait,
we get there now.
How now?
So because there was insurrection everywhere, they had to run another election. Then came.
Oh, okay. It was an election.
Now, but he did not finish his tenure. That's what the point.
Good.
You are talking about democracy now. Don't you finish?
They suspended the constitution. Remember that too.
Listen, you said, I'm sorry, guys, and I'm going to be quiet. But for me, I just have a problem with people just saying things and not challenged.
So let me just say this. A lot of people comment a lot in this on this platform, and everybody has their own quirks. But the one thing about Ife, he rarely ever talks about things that he doesn't know about, and he knows a lot. If you listen to him, you might pick up something. Yeah,
I agree.
So when
Zelensky came in, do you know what he did? Instead of trying to help everybody, at least to douse the tension, for the first time, they passed a law to prescribe the speaking of Russian illegal, such that civil servants who were Russian speakers, they started removing them from the civil service. They stopped schools from speaking Russian, for admitting Russian as a Ukrainian language.
Okay. Now, can you please help me understand this? And I'm not trying to be funny. I really want to understand, because it sounds like you're very knowledgeable about this topic. So, you talked about this guy who was a pro-Russian president, and then the CIA toppled him and installed Zelensky, who is there now. And my question to you is, because that's a huge gap. So did they topple him violently? You said
no. Hold on, Ayo. They didn't install when the insurrectionists toppled Yanukovych. Pro-Western government came in
How now? You can't. You see, when you say they came in,
hold on now. When they toppled that guy, now that one fled. I think he fled to Russia.
Russia.
So yes. So there was they didn't have president for a while. So, but those that are in Western Ukraine, they took control and they organized another election and their own man won. So the people in Donbass region in Eastern Ukraine said, no, they did not agree with that person that they claimed that won the election, that Yanukovych, because in the Eastern Ukraine, the Donbass region, they were mainly pro-Russian and they were 90% Yanukovych supporters. So you understand the game now. The people from the Western Ukraine, they toppled the government, Yanukovych government. So the people that are Yanukovych people from the East, they said, no, they didn't accept that. And that was the beginning. So the Western Ukraine now organized another election and installed pro-Western president there. And that was the beginning of the problem.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying now, right?
Yeah, so now, let me
that
now
was the
take it
beginning
from
of
there.
the problem.
Adanle Koko, let me now take it from there. So what the Eastern Ukrainians now did was, okay, now, if you are banning our language, you are removing our people from the civil service, let's make a referendum and let's leave. Let's have our independence. They made their referendum and they voted to leave Ukraine. Ukraine started using the military to
attack them.
Do you know that since 2014 until last year,
those people have been under attack?
They've been under attack.
Okay. All right. Anyway, I know everyone is tired of me speaking.
And those people, that region.
No, but
You guys
Ayo,
are going-
hold on, Ayo.
This is
I don't
this
think
is
you
so
have the
long.
depth of the. But correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't think you have the depth of the knowledge that is being shared
I
by
thought I didn't.
Adanle Koko and Ife. They have a backdrop of the history of the space. So unless you have, do you have that backdrop?
You know, I thought I didn't, and that's why I was hearing them through. But they were
All right.
skipping over some very, very
like what?
major
Like
events.
what?
So in Ukraine is a huge country, right? Or it's a country that has a minority of Russian speakers. They're the minority.
Russian speakers make up about 40% of the.
Okay,
of
so
the whole Ukraine.
like I said, Ukraine has a minority of Russian speakers.
Well, you can't say that unless you are saying the 60,
No.
the remaining 60% have one. They call under one umbrella. So the remaining 60% is still subdivided.
But even the guy who is saying, he said they have a 40% Russian
No,
speaking.
no, they are my majority.
Hold on, Adanle Koko.
Definitely minority.
Hold on, Adanle Koko. If we say the Nigeria that there are 3 tribes, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and 40% are Yoruba speakers.
We're going with 2.
How is it 2 in?
Because you have native Ukrainians or you have Russian-speaking Ukrainians.
Do you know this? Do you know this? What you've just said?
I do. Actually, a lot of Ukrainians where I am. I do.
I don't know, man.
Actually, the Russian speaking are more in Ukraine.
What?
Even
I can't argue again. I'm done. All right, you guys just can continue because you know when you start saying things like this,
no, you can't.
Let me land.
I don't. You know, I'm curious about the way you argue sometimes. Ayo, these people are giving you detailed facts, and you are countering it with suppositions.
I was hoping so. I was hoping they were giving me facts. And
they are not.
So if it says there are 40% Russians pro-Russians, Adanle Koko is saying there's a majority pro-Russian. You are saying that 40% pro-Russian is not a majority, it's not a minority. So you don't even have a coherent argument. There's no way to finish. There's no way to expand on this topic because everyone believes they know what they believe. But I'm open to learning, and that's why I was listening. I was hoping that he would say something. And then you said
Can I say something?
You said
Ayo?
Hillary Clinton toppled. You said Hillary Clinton toppled the pro-Russian government. They had an election. There was a whole documentary on this thing a few days ago. They had an election, and the
On which news? On which news channel?
The pro-Russian guy wanted to be Putin's puppet. The Ukrainians didn't want that. They had an election, and he lost. And they
no, they didn't lose. Insurrectionists kicked him out.
Hello,
The insurrectionists are pro-Russian. What are you talking about?
Hold on. Can everybody hold on? Can everybody hold on? So, Ayo, what you just said then, you said they had an election and he lost, but he did not lose. The insurrectionists kicked him out.
The insurrectionists...
No. So do you concede that he did not lose, but he was kicked out forcefully? You said they had an election and they lost, and that is not the case.
Are you saying they didn't have an election?
Just listen to people now, rather than you are using suppositions now.
So they didn't have an election.
He did not lose an election. Did he lose an election? You said he lost an election. He did not.
Okay, so he got out of power how? I don't know.
By the insurrectionists, that's been explained copiously.
As far as I understand, the insurrectionists are pro-Russian. They're the separatists. They're
No.
You can't have a majority.
No.
The president himself is pro-Russian, so why would the insurrectionists kick out a pro?
This is why I'm saying
what
that
are you
this
doing
story
now?
doesn't make sense to me because the
how can it not make sense to you? It's just lined up in a sequenced order.
The insurrectionists
Hold on. Okay, can you hold on? There's a pro-Russian government in situation. They were kicked out by insurrectionists. So those insurrectionists, just by those two facts, cannot be.
Okay. I'm trying to understand. I'm just trying to follow your logic. You said the pro-Russian government was kicked out by pro-Western insurrectionists. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that is what is being said. I mean, if the pro-Russian government is kicked out, but let the people who know more about it, let them explain it to all of us.
You're saying the pro-Russian president was kicked out by the pro-Western insurrectionists.
Yes.
Is this your?
And you said it was voted out, which is so you can withdraw. You can withdraw that because that's not factual. But carry on.
Then another thing I want to correct Ayo on: they don't have 2 languages in Ukraine. They have approximately 20 languages in Ukraine. If you think I'm lying,
no, you said it's a 2 ethnic divide.
No,
when they say 40% is a majority, you are assuming that the 60% come under one monolith.
I said you have a 40% pro. He said I don't even think they're up to 40%. I said they have a pro-Russian minority and native Ukrainians, just like you say native Nigerians have a whole different bunch of languages. I didn't say they all speak.
The pro-Russians are indigenous to that space too.
So and if you go through history, Ukraine is the motherland of Russia.
Man. You have to know when to drop the dead donkey.
You guys are not proving your point. I am open to learning here.
One man, you can open this on Google and check how many languages are spoken in Ukraine. You will see.
Now, why are you guys always changing the topic?
Tom, let me ask you. Languages leads to, is it not ethnicity that brings language? Will you be an ethnic of somebody and speak another language? Can you be Fulani and speak Yoruba?
Mike has been waiting for this opportunity for years. Mike has been waiting for this opportunity for years.
Hey, Ayo.
Anyway, you guys.
Ayo, don't fall our heart today. Ayo, don't fall our heart today.
One man is happy too because I'm always proving him wrong. I am no Russian experts or anything, but you guys can't even get your facts straight. This is what I'm talking about.
No. If you had listened to Ife, he lined it up quite neatly. But
Ife said where Ife lost me was when he said Clinton removed or toppled the pro-Russian government and installed Zelensky. That is what he said. And that is where he lost credibility. Maybe everything else he said before then was right.
How did he lose credibility?
Because Clinton did not install anyone. Zelensky is there because he won an
He was
election.
there in Ukraine when the insurrectionists kicked out Yanukovych. He was there to jubilate with them now.
So how did Zelensky get into power? Did he get into power by an election, or was he installed by Western power?
No, he got there by election now.
So we're saying the same thing. So
No. We are not saying the same. We are not saying the same thing.
Okay, so what am I saying that is different from you?
It is
said
the same case with what we have in Libya today. Would you say they had a genuine election in Libya? How many people voted in Libya?
Okay,
is
so
it not the same way they took Gaddafi out?
Okay, that's a different topic. So you're saying that
No,
the election they
it's the
had,
same scenario.
the election they had that installed Zelensky was not credible. Is that what you're now saying?
Yes, it's not credible.
It's not credible.
Okay, that the
And
minority,
when the
that the
Eastern
actual
Part
minority
protested,
Russian
the
population
United
won that election.
Nations acknowledged it and put a stamp to it.
I'm sorry. Who acknowledged it?
The United Nations, through the Western powers, they acknowledged the election and put a stamp to it. And that man was sworn into power and he
So who
started
won?
creating havoc.
So who won the election then?
Is it not what we are saying? Is it not Zelensky?
No, who was his competitor now? You said he didn't win.
Ayo, just like arguments.
I don't know what Ayo is doing, man.
Hey,
But
let
this
me
is
put you
Ayo's
at
day.
this.
We finally nailed it. You
Ayo,
finally been nailed.
I don't.
Ayo, look at the commentary section. What the boy
you know, hold on. I am seeing two sets of comments on my screen. The comments from the YouTube and the comments from the Facebook. Ayo, they are they want to gun you down on Facebook. Let me show, let me highlight one of them. The one from Facebook.
Let me see.
This one is from Facebook. This is from Edo Tony. It says, "Is this how you're so dumb? These are the people that want to make Nigeria a better place." So
I never said I was smart. I never said I was smart, but I know that Zelensky.
You're talking yam yam.
I know that Zelensky was definitely installed, or he wasn't installed by Western power. He was installed. There was an election that he won. Now, if the argument is the election is not credible, then you can have that conversation. But as far as I know, and no one has disputed this, was that they had an election and Zelensky won. So everything else you're saying that the CIA removed the pro-Russian president and installed this guy is completely wrong. And that's the most impactful thing that you've said. Everything else you said, you went into their history, but to miss that very pertinent fact really just disqualifies everything else.
All right, thank you. So, gentlemen, we've come to just the deepest of the most unreasonable hour. So we will start to round off here. So very, 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 very rapid closing remarks, because I just want to speed through it. So we kick off with our Professor Data O, who is with us, but we've not heard from. Prof, are you there?
Sorry, before Prof, let me just go.
Okay, go on. Yeah. But rapid through it, yes. So go.
Yeah, thank you everybody for your time. See you guys tomorrow.
Okay, who is going next?
No, so thank you, Fair. If fast turning into a controversial figure in this space. So yeah, who wanted to go next?
Yes, I'll just say this one man, thank you. I learned a lot. All you guys have been saying, I'm just a novice. I don't know. I really learned a lot about that space. One man, thank you so much. May God bless everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ife. The person that's learned the most though today has been Ayo, without a doubt. So Ayo, give us an account of what you have learned.
I am very open to learning. I'm not an expert on anything. So, but if you're going to come with facts, please come with real facts, and we can laugh, we can make fun and whatnot, and that's all good. But if you're going to come with facts, come with correct facts. Now, I didn't realize that with so many pro-Russian people on this platform, it's kind of surprising to me, because I think everyone here lives in the West. But obviously, everyone has their point of view and their worldview. I just find it very crazy that a Russian government would invade another country without provocation because they're paranoid that they're going to join NATO. And people who are actually living in the West think that is okay for Russia. What do you think Russia is going to do if it
all right.
pretty much consumes all the countries around them, and then what do you think they're going to do with Africa? You think they're going to somehow be your friend?
Ayo, it was not without provocation.
No, sorry. I just want to, so thank you, Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. So Ayo, school resumes tomorrow again. Be prompt, be punctual. So that's Ayo getting a schooling today.
Guys.
All right. So from Ayo schooling to an education from Professor. Prof, your words.
Hello. Hello, are you hearing me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
It seems my device has a problem. I don't know if you're hearing me, but
yes, can you see me
based
thumbs
on
up?
my audio system, I
thumbs
think I'll
up. We
simply
can hear
say,
you. We can hear you. Thumbs
my
up.
last words would be that this entity Buhari blaming himself of electricity. We shouldn't accept that. We should go on to look for whom will rule this nation better. I rest my case.
All right, thank you, Prof. We did hear you, but maybe you can't hear us. So that was Prof. Short and to the point. So just as short and to the point as Prof was, we go to our Truth to Power. Truth to Power Rapid.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. It has been really, really good. Same show. There's never a dull moment here, and I would just say that Nigerians, we should wake up. We should open our eyes, and we cannot continue to do things the way we've done them for many years. We should turn a new leaf. Vote the PDP out. Vote the APC out in 2023, and then so that we can have a new lease of life. Every Nigerian is yearning for that new lease of life. So I'll drop it there, and I pray for the war in Ukraine, that it will come to an end speedily, so that there can be some sort of sanity again on planet Earth. I'll leave it there. Have a good night. God bless everyone, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, thank you, Truth to Power. So is this humanly possible? And I want somebody to really address this or think about it and come back. Is it humanly possible to be more rude than Mike Oluwole Olawole? So here he is calling Ayo a bloody Olodo. So we all had a chuckle at that. But I've never seen this guy's comment that is not laced with just some manner of abuse. So that was Ayo, a bloody Olodo. And here he is now. Christian Mumu Okechukwu. You are the only one that agrees with Ayo, and you are talking about brain with your Gary brain. This guy is just, I don't know where he's from, but he's not from this earth. It's not from this planet. But from this planet, engineer, your what?
Yeah, thank you, woman. I kept quiet earlier on because I'm hearing about Russia, this and this and that. But I'll leave that for next section. Well, when it comes to our lovely country, Nigeria, that the most evil and satanic man who savaged someone's child. I'll be praying that God should arrest him. He should face the final punishment of his lifestyle, and his son that is helping him to commit the atrocity, God will expose all of them. Both the workers there that commit all those atrocity, my prayer is God should arrest all of them and they should be jailed for life. This is how our country is becoming a savage country that people wants to make money and kill their fellow humans, no respect for humans. So at this moment, I just want to say thank you guys for coming in, and thank you, one man. And for people who still need to subscribe, please subscribe, thumbs up, because with this platform, I bet you we're going somewhere and we'll achieve it. So God bless us, and have a good morning to everyone.
Thank you, engineer. So thank you, engineer. And to that space, if you have not turned up because I keep looking at the numbers and they don't match with the viewing, we were reaching quite high viewing at some point, and I was watching the thumbs up, which you should be doing, and you're not doing it. You should do it because that is how you discover the channel. So thumbs it up and subscribe to the thing, and just do that as a matter of routine just as soon as you join the platform. So as you go about thumbing up, listen to the dulcet tones of Solly. Solly, your word.
Yes, I don't think we should worry about the electricity problem with Buhari because they did some amendments to the in recently about electricity that states will be allowed to, distribute and so on and so forth with the electricity issue. So I think in terms of electricity is going to improve in Nigeria with that amendment. And to Abba Kyari's case, I believe eventually he's going to get extradited. They can fight it all they want, but they just have to give him to the US. Whether people believe it's going to happen or it's not going to happen, with the processes that we have seen, with the FG approving it, they are surely going to. And he has a lot of enemies. He has a lot of enemies that really want him to go to the US. People in power, people in politics, people in high positions. So they will surely push for him to go to the US. And with that RAHMAN ADEDOYIN, I'm very happy that he's being prosecuted, especially in Nigeria, the way things used to go under the carpet. But let's see how this moves forward. If he's not going to jail, then it's all just a charade. With that being said, there were over 130 people watching live, and yet the likes were around 30 something. Most of the over 100 found it because of other people liked. So why don't you like also? Get more people like you to bring in suggestions, even if it's just in the comment section. And yeah, that's all I have to say for today. I came in late, so I don't really have much to say about Russia and Ukraine.
Sorry, all that spaghetti that you were eating, is that
munchies?
Is that munchies from Igbo smoking? Are you the new
No, I did not smoke. Oh, I'm traveling today.
You did
I'm
not
traveling
smoke.
today. I did not smoke.
Look at this guy. You very quickly start to look and sound like Ovie if you don't pack it in. Pack it in. Thank you, Solly. But also Ovie, an eloquent man, so I guess. So thank you, Solly. So from Solly to the mighty Lord Michael, my lead.
Okay, make a Russia like Russia today. I beg my people. Now don't see us with our logarithm they go. I don't know if they call logarithm for pidgin English. They send accounting where we take the do thumb up, they subscribe. I beg make una join, make una put hand for there. So that other people go see them, they go join, they go come meet us. Everything when I want to talk for conclusion today. In fact, if I say engineer and other people that just rinse my brain, talk I'm only say they can't go talk them for foreign language. But anyway, when I don't see I'm no time for me to the break them, the knock them as they do them before. Tomorrow, by the grace of God, maybe I go come early so that we go talk well. And that's when I want beg me say, I beg for this channel. Anybody when they talk something, make una they give a chance may talk. They say out of every nonsense, some sense they inside. So even though say the person they wrong, correct and when he don't reach one level, so that we go pick out one or two things. Other than that, my people make una day well, make una continue to the day strong. One love.
All right, thank you, Lord Michael. Story get belly and all that. So that's Lord Michael doing his thing. So I don't like Coco now to do his thing. I don't like Coco, just a very, very short round off. I don't like Coco, ladies and
gentlemen. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody that came on the platform this evening. Your contribution has been quite meaningful. And I believe our listeners around the world really enjoyed the session. If you are still listening, wherever you are around the world, please like it now so that we can come back another, because we just want to help the YouTube algorithm of the platform. We want this message and our reason for coming here every day, to go far. We have to change Nigeria. We have to be part of it. We don't have to allow this criminal from these two parties, to retain themselves in power and continue to destroy that country. Please you need to like it. And on the issue of Russia and Ukraine, a lot of sanctions been imposed on Russia. I hope that Russia and Ukraine negotiation, they have started negotiation. They've been meeting. I hope they will reach a conclusive position that will be good for both of them, and they can solve their problem together and not allow outsider to interfere between them. So, because the world belongs to all of us, we don't want third world war, and we can feel the effect now. It's spreading around. Gas is going up. Food is going to go up. A lot of the price of everything will go up as a result of this senseless war. So other than that, I want to thank those of you guys behind the scene chatting all the way through. Keep doing what you like to do best. You are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow. And to others listening to us, please like, share, and subscribe so that and hit the notification button so that when one man, the eagle, the real eagle, when it comes back, when it land again tomorrow, you can get notified and we'll all be here again to continue the struggle. Thank you, one man, the eagle. We see you again tomorrow by God's grace.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. A real delight. The sessions never really fully round off unless we hear the final words from Ajanle Koko. It's a crazy world that we're living in. We've just come out of the pandemic, only to enter now the threats, the dark clouds of a looming global war. So there it is, never a dull moment, and never a dull moment certainly on this platform. You witnessed it, you saw it today, but then again, you saw it yesterday and the day before. This is what we do. That is the magic formula that we conjure up in this space. So if you want to be a member, just hit the subscribe button as everybody has advised you to do, and hit the like button as well. I don't quite know what the reluctance is if it's laziness to reach your device, if you're using a mobile device and you can't quite swipe, whatever it is, if you can't do it in the course of the session, certainly do it after the session, because that is the one contribution that you can make just as an individual to push the conversation even further forward. So do that right now and immediately. I'll leave you here. Carry conversation and within the comment section over here. Let's say peace.